Hello, everyone. Just getting everything set up.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先，欢迎 Royal Never Give Up.
Good morning, everyone. As we get ready for Saturday 3 game. Super Saturday, Super Sunday. 3 series today and tomorrow. First series of the day here today is one of our last remaining series in Group Nirvana. And also a survival match for RNG. If they lose this, they go to bottom 2, and it may well be the last ever time we see EDG versus RNG. This may be the last time we see one of the most classic matchup in League of Legends. RNG and EDG, under these titles, have had almost 40 series between them over time.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第6周第6日的第1场比赛 ，RNG 对阵 EDG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
And you know what? It's even more than that if you include Royal Club as well. There's an extra 10 on that. How many games have they had? 24 in that era. Another 112. 112 in the other era. Making for almost 130 games all time. That is insanity. It's maybe the very last time we see EDG RNG. Okay, I need to get myself my coffee from another room, and then I'll be ready to go, folks. Is this Sam? No, it's not Castle. It's Alex. It's Alex. I do need to go get my coffee from the other room, and then I'll be good to sit down and join you for some League of Legends. Milky Way playing the 1v1 versus Xiao Hao. Now that's fun. Jungle 1v1s. Milky Way may well be his last series of the year as well, which I'm sure many people will want to not happen. And it's going to be Varus versus Pantheon as our 1v1. I'll quickly turn the camera over. Oh, say good morning to you all. Hello, hello. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I need to zoom in with that. Not too far. But yeah, I'm doing okay, thank you. Yeah, don't show how crap my room looks right now. But yes, I'm doing fine. It's Sam will be joining me for second and third series today. I might take third series off and maybe second as well. See how I'm feeling. Yeah, but we just gotta make sure we use our voices appropriately, you know, don't burn them out for... Yeah, but I'm doing okay. Good to see you, Derek. Good to see you, Burfin. Hey, Freg. Hey, Enjoy. As we get ourselves on to the Rift, we'll see who wins side select for our first series of the day. And my doorbell's ringing, so I need to go get that. I did order some groceries, and that is kind of important. I don't want to leave them sat outside. Kind of annoying. How to keep a start. Going forwards. Some decent damage there. It's going to be much of a follow-up. No. Shaham trading well at the first part. You know, Barrett's obviously looking for those multi-stack trades. Gets one there. Shaham walking up again. Going for the ignite. Cleansed away from. Has the barrier still to both players here. Shaham. 3 stacks on him. WR hits. The E hits and the Q misses. Milky Way gets the first kill of 2 early kills needed to win that side select 1v1. Milky Way, of course, fan favourite play. We love him here. And now I you know, I have my groceries. Just some no worries, Derek. No, Derek. No worries as well. Morning, Montes. Anyone else I forgot to say hi to? 40 stream streak, by the way, for Zareth. What the hell? Great to see you around so much. Blade, hey, how you doing? And all the other regulars in chat. Carslova and Nivea. Yeah, good to see you all. Is the audio desync slightly? Yeah, it is. I'm gonna have to go quickly, just refresh stream before the audio becomes a bit of an issue. Did I just hear a W happen as that came through? No. Okay, good. Good multi-stacks there, getting popped. Press the attack active from the Varus as well. Hydrated? Yes, I shall do. I did just get myself a drink so I can do that. Ready for the opportunity for a roast. Ooh, jump forwards, ignite coming, being dropped down. That I'm missing the empowered Q. Oh man. The only thing I miss more is a chat without Zareth in it. That counts, Zareth, that counts. So wave pushing back in, CS lead for Milky Way and a stack wave coming into him. Jump forwards again. Q hits. It's not the empowered Q. Damn, the Q hits on the other side of it. Milky Way doing well to just get multi-stacks off, because of course, if you hit a target with a Q on it, your Q cooldown lowers as well. Okay, we're now trying to tap the wave a little bit. Didn't have to tank as much of it though. But I think maybe you didn't want the wave to be hitting the tower for a potential plate to be taken by Xiaohao later. Hey, Milky Way played the 1v1 pretty well actually. Using the tap Q to clear the wave though. Gassed the cannon minion, was a little bit worried there, got a bit spooked. Okay, so Xiaohao's going towards an eclipse, looks like. Honestly, I don't know how Xiaohao wins this now. He's against such a big gold deficit. The kill and the CS. Hey, Squish, good to see you. Busy day of League today? Yeah, you know it. 3 series here in the LPL. LCK happening. LCP on as well. LEC later. LTA as well. So all of our big regions are playing. Milky Way misses the ultimate. Use that barrier to maybe a brief opening push out to do something now, but he is at half HP under that now. Milky Way also has a refill pot stack to use. So instead, Xiaohao's going to recall. I suppose there's a chance that he could ult behind Milky Way now. Goes back. Where's he going? Yeah, he's going to ult behind the virus. You can see that there. He's going for the all-in. Jumps forwards. Have level 9 to level 9. Cleanse away the ignite. Press the attack active. Where's the E? Needs to be important. Q hits this time. Milky Way needs the 1 kill. Xiaohao needs the 2. And he gets the first of them. Xiaohao, good ult back into lane. Milky Way not respecting the Pantheon Global. Hey, very good to see you. What stream is this? Like, where am I watching? So, this is an official LPL co-stream. I have the clean feed. I like the RTMP link. So, I just have this as a media source through my OBS. So, I'm a professional League of Legends caster. I cast LPL since 2023 now. I've cast over 1,000 LPL games. I consider myself one of the most experienced LPL casters of the modern era. Of this era, because I took it on myself to do a lot more casting in my own time as well, as opposed to just on the broadcast, which, you know, is completely fine. Yeah, I mean, I've probably cast more League of Legends games in the last 3 years than like almost every. I mean, there might be 1 or 2 people who can contest, but I've cast a lot of League, folks, like a lot. And I've seen the start of Xiaohao's career. I've seen the start of Milky Way's career. Of the Monia, who else even before your time? Well, there are people like Lyric. Hang on a second, the ultimate hits this time. The full stack's going to come through. The E misses. That could be a bit of an issue. Remember, Nest Kill wins it now because they're both at 1 kill each. Xiaohao taking a really good trade there. Milky Way getting a couple of taps back. Yeah, in terms of people who cast more, I mean, Atlas has cast the most League games of all time. Hang on a second. It's gonna be fine. Of course, don't take any flashes. What does Milky Way do now? You can't recall for HP. I actually think Xiaohao wins this now. He has Ignite and he has Barrier. That kill last, the first kill he got with the come back to lane was really important. Now we have Eclipse versus Blade the Ruin King. Both have tabbies. Healing gonna come down and it doesn't land onto Xiaohao. Gets that Eclipse shield, puts the Ignite down. No cleanse from Milky Way to get the best out of that. Empowered Q hits the E, just setting him to. Milky Way loses the 1v1. Xiaohao on the other side. A grin on his face as he takes the 1v1. But yes, in terms of people who've cast more from LPL, Munchables, Lyric, Mazel, all of like the older casters, they will have cast more because they've cast for several years more than me. Dagda, yeah, Dagda will be there. Yeah, yep, he'll be in that too. Ashin. And then from the early days, you had people. I mean, I think Hysterics, yes, especially Hysterics too, because he's been there for a long time. No, however, in terms of like since 2023, I cast a lot of League of Legends, folks, like a lot. I missed the Atlas LS duo. You know, funnily enough, that duo and Monty and Doa are probably the 2 which influenced my casting the most. Yeah, it's all good, Montes. But yeah, a lot of people cast a lot of games for LPL, like a lot of people did. Raz and Clement, yes, but they didn't. I'm trying to remember if they were. Casting for more than 3 years. Okay, what's our pre-roll up? I'm gonna do a quick 1-minute ad break, folks, just so we can increase that more. I miss Munch, he's the most unappreciated caster. Munchables was awesome to work with as well. I was catching up with him last week sometime, just saying, hey, I really missed the casting that we did together. And I think, you know, I think Joe is reading where the wind's blowing with the esports industry. Doesn't want to just be a hanger-on. Which, it sucks. It sucks. It's hard to be a league caster in the current environment, basically. You know, there aren't that many openings going around. It's quite hard to support yourself. What's Munchball's doing now? He's changing industry. I can't remember exactly to what. I think it's into networking and stuff. But yeah, Raz is doing 2016 LPL, but I can't remember how. I can't remember how long he was there for Blade, because was he 2016, 2017, 2018, and then moved in 2019 to LCS, something like that. Was that the way that it worked? Or did he move in 2018? Yeah, and they obviously have people like Froskur in as well who are around at that point. Ugh, still need more caffeine in my system. I'm still drinking, but you know. But you know, maybe I can invite one or two of those folks on to do some well, Munchball's kind of said he was done with LPL, I think. Well, done with League, and I do understand why, I do. But also, you know, maybe there's a day where Sam's not around and it's an important series. Maybe Munch will want to come on and try things. That's a very cool cosplay. Is that the new Ash one? Lux, rather? Jat Papa Smithy? Jat never did LPL, right? Papa did. Papa did OS and LPL in, you know, the 2016 era. Or maybe before that, 2015. Raz was LPL until 2019. Okay, cool. I think it was the old OPL in casters that did the early English officially, yes. So there was an era where there was an unofficial co-stream. It's actually the current co-stream, the current LPL English is using that old stream. So they have the same followers from back then. But that was in 2014 or so, I think, 2013, 2014. And then from 2015 it went to OPL. And then you had like Atlas, Papa, Fish, Raz. Very good casting crew. Very good casting crew. Getting started into our first draft of the day, folks. Pantheon Talir, double global's gone. I'm going to go quickly do that thing where I open up some tabs so I can check which these teams have played before. Yone, Gwen, Nico on the other side. So we have Rumble available, importantly. Rumble, Jace, Vine, Neferi. So many good casters this league? Yeah, no, LPL's had some fantastic casters over time. Fantastic casters. The Rumble's banned away. So Neferi, Vi stick out to me. Varus as well. Shinzo over Vi, Neferi. I mean, some teams do value it a hell of a lot, but still. That'll be fun. But I don't think today. So Drani, even without Yone, I don't think about that one. I think Vi, Neferi more valuable to me in the Shinzo too. Showers played 4 games of the Shinzo. He's actually 3-1 on the pick in Group Nirvana. Is Nirvana single round robin? Yeah, it is, which is why we see so less games from Nirvana. We see a lot more games of Ascend. We don't get to see these teams that much. They only play 5 best of 3s. And as soon as they're done, that's it. Potentially a year's over. RNG, if they lose this, I believe they're just out. So Vi into the Shinzao. Both these players playing a lot of these. Actually, I say that. Yeah, so Milky Way's only got the 1 game of the Vi, actually. A lot of it's been banned against them. The Ahri goes to Tongyuan, who is a very good Ahri player, actually. He's got 2 games on the Ahri. 13 KDA currently is Tongyuan. On the other side, Angel. There's no Talir to go into the Ahri. You can go Silas for Stolen Viot, Stolen Ariel. Both of them are very good. Silas historically been one of Ahri's worst matchups. It's logged in. Alright, okay. EDG wins this series, RNG are out, and they won't play in Split 3. Yes. Whereas if RNG win this, they would need Ultra Prime to lose their next series against LGD, who are currently looking very good right now. They're currently 3-1, and they've only lost to EDG. So EDG and LGD are 2 best teams from Group Nirvana, arguably. Sion locked in for EDG, Kaiser for Jiachi, who's been a revelation, this guy. This guy's been a revelation to me. Came up from top esports challenges. Same with Niket, both of them coming up from the same team. We get into our second round of bans. So I'd imagine Varus banned away from Arn. Because the Viari can play into it, but still. Do you ban away the Xayah as well now at this point for champions that can survive the Viari combo? RNG is losing his best case to free Milky Way because he probably needs to find... he increases probability of finding a team for split 3 that way. Potentially. The problem I have is, 1, contract hell for RNG makes it very hard for that. 2, I guess it increased the possibility either way. But 2, also, I don't think Milky Way's been playing well. I don't think he's been playing well. So who would want to pick him up is the problem. You know, I think that you look even out of the Nirvana groups, I think that LNG, they look a lot better with Xiaofeng. If OMG are out, that's a team that's already gone. Ultra Prime have Junhao, he's looking great. EDG have Xiaohao, I think he's doing fine as well. LGD Nio, his replacements work well for that roster. The game has not started yet, Hugh. You'd pick him up? Yeah, sure. I'm sure many other people would too. He's earned a lot of respect, especially internationally. Cassante banned away, and the Shen comes in. So now we have Global of the Scion running very quickly across the map. Global of the Shen teleporting there. Kai'Sa jumping in as well. I think you need this. Do you need... I mean, Xayah or Kalista are both pretty good here, actually. Kalista's good because it saves your support. Xayah because it saves yourself. Oh, come on. That'd be so fun. The Neela would have been hilarious, and that would have been great. This is the first match here, Hugh. Zyra Khan now being locked in by EDG. The last lower 2 group series this weekend, is that true? Is it both of them? I thought we had like one more day of them. RNG EDG today, we have Ultra Prime LGD tomorrow. Okay, that is true then. We have our last Nirvana games today and tomorrow. And we're back to 2 series days after that point. Nikat last pick, he is a big rel player. So, this could very well be, folks, our very last series ever between EDG and RNG. Teams that have played 140 matches between each other since the olden days. Since the days of Royal Club and EDG back in 2013, 2014. Now, RNG, a team that's won 3 MSIs, been to 2 Worlds Finals. EDG, a team that's won Worlds, that's won MSI, and both of these teams have faced each other regionally to get towards that point. This is one of the most classic matchups within League of Legends. EDG RNG, this stretches all the way back to 2013. All the way back for 2013. Oh. Their first matchup was... start of 2014, sorry, rather. So start of 2014. LPL Spring. EDG had the better of them in that year. It was Name's time. It was Name's time. You think turn things around eventually. And RNG have given it a good shot, haven't they? Overall, EDG just ahead of RNG historically. So we'll get ourselves into the game. We'll turn the camera off. So enjoy it while we have it, folks. Enjoy it while we have it. RNG, a team that may well be removed from the league last year for financial reasons, if anything else. Name, haven't heard that name in a while. He was a legend back in the day. He was a legend. Elderwood Ari, one of my favorite skins as well, being picked up for Tongan. Just sticky rice balls, by the way. Let's get ourselves into game for our first game of the day. I'll tell you what, the crowd's definitely turning up today. Who cares if one of these teams might be bottom 2. RNG EDG, a classic matchup. This is the telecom war of the LPL. This is your El Clasico of the LPL. I thought Firefox was your favorite? Hey, Firefox is a very good skin. It was. I like the old Firefox skin. I don't like the new one as much. The splash shot just, I don't know, feels less dynamic to me. Level 1. Getting some wards putting bad place, and a truly crazy amount of pings put down from both sides as they both see where the wards are being put down. Jachi and the cat hitting the wave first. Often Zyrakan don't win the level 1 push as well, because Rakan can't help the wave clear as much as some champions can. Walking up and hitting the minions not always his thing. Grasps traded on the top side. Seen the Sion Shen matchup more and more recently. Level 2 is actually getting hit by Nikat and Jachi first. Can you do anything with it? Questions. Yeah, I'm level 2 hit now. Both junglers heading towards bot side, worth noting. Level 2 misses there actually from Nikat. This is both the crash down and the shattering strike. And I got myself my pen set up as well. Anything interesting to talk about in terms of runes? Not that I can see. Good charm to stop that last... I was about to say stop that last auto attack. It doesn't, because Tungman doesn't have the W back up for the extra move speed. Conquer on one side, Electrocute on the other. Electrocute tends to win you the early trades. Very strong rune for laning phase, and that's why Ahri takes it, of course. I think Ahri Silas is better for Ahri than it has been in the past. There have been points where it's been pretty much unplayable. Silas beats you in late, and he also beats you in mid and late game. Bit of a problem, really. That's somehow, yeah. Wait, 2-1 already won versus DK? 4 in a row with all 2-0s. Jesus, man. 2-1 back on form, eh? Besides Faker, who do you think most deserves an Ahri World skin? Knight. 100% Knight. Milky Way's going to get contested on spot side Scuttle. W lands on Sim. Smite comes through from Milky Way. Is the Q going to get body blocked? It is. So he has to flash away, and Xiao follows. Junglers getting into it. The Rakan following the Shins out and getting first blood for Xiaohe. Milky Way goes down. So bot lane got the bounce back for the Scuttle Scorn on boss side. We said, okay, you know, the Kai'Sa Rel getting the early push, but you know, be fine. I think Milky Way greeded there. Should have flashed and then Q'd and he would have lived. He gets body blocked on the Q. Xiaohe can follow. If the Q's not body blocked, I feel like Fi always gets out there. So big mistake. Big mistake from Milky Way. So now he's going to be behind. Xiaohe takes top Scuttle. Goes back as a full tunnel up. So he's got the combat stacks other. Arcade Ahri is best because it looks least like the original. Is there another skin which looks least like the original? Yeah, it's definitely one of the more out there designs. I don't like... The thing is, I like the particle effects for Arcade. I just don't like the actual... I like the splash too. I just don't like the actual model itself. It's okay. I think it's fine. I do have a skin tier list for Ahri, by the way. But you... Montez spent 3 days, 13 hours watching this stream last month. Jesus Christ. It's almost as much time as I spent... So, Sam and I... So, I've been watching, like, the Twitch analytics and stuff. Sam and I spend about 150 hours a month streaming, streaming LPL, all in all. Damn. Who do you guess is getting the next Hall of Legends skin? I mean, I would imagine it's an LPL player, and I'd imagine it's Uzi. Because he's retired, and he's one of the players with the same kind of notoriety. Well, he's got more, the same kind, it's not the same, but like he has a very high level of notoriety, which will get people buying skins, I suppose. DK were terrible? That sucks to hear. DK are a very fun team when they're playing well. I think Lucid has had an incredible year on the whole, so it sucks to see them playing poorly. Okay, so hang on, Silas is coming up for this play. Level 6 hit by both mid laners. So Tongan will also be able to come over. Dragon contested over early here, actually. Xiaohe, just seeing if you can catch someone out. No one approaching this bot side wave. Dragon getting taken. Anyone else going to contest? No, not at this point. Silas forced away. Not... Hang on a second. Is Xiaohao going to go for a play here? No. A little bit of a late move up towards the dragon. Misreading. Hang on a second. Time jump and force. Remember, no flash on Xiaohao. No ultimate. Either, but he misses the charm. Chooses a poor angle. Maybe it won't matter. Niket gets a good play in, but where's Jashi? Why are they going for this play without the Kai'Sa? 1-for-1, both junglers down. Angel steals that ultimate. Remember, Silas gets the resets now on the Ari ultimate. Jumps once again, gets one's reset. There's 2 versus 2 left in the Dragon Pit. 2 charges left of that stolen Ari ultimate. Can use the first one now. Can get another one with a flash forward. As it ends up being, what, a 3-for-1? All things said and done around the Dragon Pit. Dragon goes to RNG, but 2 kills to the Silas. EDG, they don't leave unhappy away from that fight. Chachi's going to head back towards the mid lane now. Big early skirmish. So Dragon goes down. Xiao has no flash. He's in the pit. Tongyuan makes a mistake. If you fire out your charm angle here, they can escape in those angles. If you ult it here instead, they can only dodge in that way. Tongyuan choosing a wrong angle, maybe afraid of getting engaged onto himself, but not giving him the best chance to hit the charm and walk away with an easier fight. Angel then gets to, you know, use the Ari ultimate in a very effective way. Keeps him in melee range, keeps him auto-attacking. Well played there from Angel to mop up the fight. If Tongyuan hits that charm though, I think things do change quite a lot. Have Rod of Ages being built up by the Silas, FYI. He does enjoy the extra level. He doesn't have flash now, nor does he have an ultimate to use there. Can he take the Magnet Storm maybe? Doesn't have his ult on cooldown actually. Gets out alive, surprised at that one, but the Catalyst giving him the 350 HP will help. Comes to Sion, Milky Way. Jumps into the knockup there, but he does have the shield now. Knockup coming through from Xiaohao goes on towards that Rel, and the cat goes down very, very easily. Not really sure what the plan was there. Is EDG picking up more and more kills, and RNG can't afford to let that many bits of random gold go over to the side of their old enemies. Becomes very unplayable very quickly if that's the case. If Silas gets super fed, I think your mid-jungle 2v2... Ooh, very close on the cancel on that charm with the E. Do you think the Rod of Ages build still has its use after the nerfs, like into tanks? I mean, yes, it's normally... The thing is now, if you want to be tanky, you can just build the Catalyst. Talia's doing this already. Like, if I'm playing Ari, I don't think... I mean, I didn't go it in the first place. If I'm going into, like, a very heavy burst comp that wants to dive me, yeah, I guess that's some value. But you can still go, you know, Liandry's after Malignance, which is a better tank killing build. There was a favorite of Knights last year. He would go for the Malignance Liandry's a lot last year. You don't have to go towards the Rod of Ages to make that build good. In fact, I kind of prefer building this Liandry's anyway, because you lose so much ability haste going towards the Rod of Ages. You get very little out of that. None, basically. Xiaoshu, rather. Oh, that's getting me a still. Xiaoshu versus Xiaohao. Can you explain how Milky Way looked like the second coming of Canyon last year, then this year he's a bottom 3 jungler in a carry meta? Well, I think even in summer last year, he looked like he was looking more uncomfortable. Now, there were questions as to whether that was due to atmosphere at FPX with the manager in the top lane scenario. Perhaps that changed some things with Xiaohu. I do think that Doxam and Life were really good with Milky Way, though. I think a lot of people overlook, particularly the bot lane's contribution to setting up the map and setting up Milky Way for success. Life was very good at finding windows for Milky Way to team up with him and to influence the game. But yeah, I think after that point, you know, Milky Way's been shifted around teams. I would imagine that the contract situation doesn't help. I don't know whether Milky Ways are particularly vibes-based players. You know, there are some players like, you know, Crisp, Mako, or Jackie Love or whatever, where we can see the form coming and going quite quickly, depending on the atmosphere of teams. And I wonder whether Milky Way is also on that list. Definitely something to be studied, I think, because Milky Way looks so damn good in his first split. His LDL performance, you know, Sam will tell you, because he was casting LDL back then on co-stream. Now, Sam will tell you that Milky Way was so good in LDL and deserved to be up here and was, you know, that's the kind of gameplay expected from him. Charm misses. A little bit faster than loose there for Tongue. And Dragon spawned again. Of course, Grubs were taken a little earlier. I actually missed them being taken on screen. That was my bad. Milky Way was amazing all day. Oh yeah, Blade would have seen a lot more than that, because you were modding Sam's chat a lot, hanging out in Sam's chat a lot back then. That's so many pings around the Dragon. And that means we're probably getting a contest, doesn't it? Angel, does he have an Ariel to steal again? Which ult does he want to steal? I mean, it is the Ariel, really. Viol's also not bad. Niket goes in, tries to catch out on before anything big happens. The Shenel's coming in, trying to get himself into the play, but the Science here as well. Xiaohao going to get ulted onto by the Vi jungler dead. However, on the other side, Ariel starts to get resets. Xiaohu's left alone here, gets the taunt over the wall. Already 2 for 1 in favor of EDG, likely to be more to the side of EDG. Arn trying to get some damage in and will do. Ari, no more resets left because he's dead. Angel jumps forwards, gets another kill. Milky Way will go down. Jungler for jungler. Milky Way, no Q left. Angel will get one last reset, and the Silas is getting so much value after the stolen Ariel. So much value. Just using the ultimate better than Tongyuan can do himself. Dragon's not taken in the Fracas. Angel is so fed. 1,000 gold up now. So it's Niket that chooses to start the fight. Puts the Shenel onto himself. Catches out Desire. Tries to kill him down before the ult comes through. Not able to. Shen comes over. Arn flashes away. Gets a feather pullback for some last bits of damage. I suppose the AD carry is out of the fight. Still taking one with them. But while this is happening, just everyone disintegrates through from the Scion coming into the play, who has very good early damage. Angel's resets. Don't really get why you're fighting this way against the Silas. And Silas will now just carry the game. Silas is in a perfect position to carry the game. 4-0-3. Getting that luxury gold to be ahead of the game. Has a Rod of Ages stacking up nice and well. Tongyuan's barely going to be able to deal with Angel in a side lane now because of the extra stats afforded to him. Milky Way carry up to the top side. Doesn't have his ult though. Q into the side lane. Angel, a little bit far away there. Now, can steal the ultimate. We'll get the W on target. Good damage. Has the E. You have members coming over. That's why he's standing and fighting. Hits another E on target. The Q hits from the Ricardo. And Angel ends up... Hang on a second. But what? Milky Way! What? Milky Way! What happened? Xiaohu misses the taunt as well. Niket comes up to the top side. That's a Q is in question, not a Q is in Vault Breaker. Angel will flash out now. Jiachi going into the backline. Doesn't get the kill! Even with the red buff, can't burn him down. Xiaohao will take 2, take 3. A triple kill to Xiaohao. One of those superstar rookie junglers that made his way into the LPL just before Milky Way. Gets himself a triple kill in the topside fight. Easy to forget that behind Milky Way, before him, rather, there were players like Xiaohao that made his name on weaker teams and became a hell of a player to watch. I remember in 2023 on LGD, he went on a 7-match loss streak, but he was trying to carry that team by hook or by crook. When he finally won his first series, he broke down on tears on stage. It meant that much to him. He's been a hell of a player, Xiaohao. On the other side of the Rift of Milky Way, of course, has gotten international recognition. Right here, though, it's about the world finalist Angel from Suning in 2020. Knows his teammates are coming quicker. Use that Viol to get a bit of damage down. Gets the W up. Stacks his Conqueror. Gets another W cooldown through. When gets to play off it too. But what is this Q? Like, why did you ever think that was going to work? After understanding the situation, we would like to clarify Milky Way was not negative gaming. It was a normal Summoner's Rift experience. Great swords. A top tier reference there. As they don't even get Angel at the end. He's got too much HP. This is the problem. Trying to take down the Silas when he's ahead of the game is a real pain in the ass. Has extra stats, extra cooldown reduction for extra Ws. Extra HP to survive through to the extra Ws. It's a bit of a problem. Look how much HP he's got. Fighting down the river. Angel hits the E. Could steal the Magnet Storm if he wants to keep it in place. Magnet Storm now used from Niket. Takes it back. Right, Tongyuan coming in. Charm Flash. Maybe this is enough to take out the Silas. He has another W. Can't quite survive through it. That was the gold shutdown. Goes to the Shen. Maybe a little too far now. However, the extra damage from EDG follows up. It's a 1-for-1, but the shutdown does make this a win for RNG. A little too far from Angel this time. Herald over the wall. Charge into the turret. I'll take most of the HP off of the mid-air in a second. Silent coming through. Tries to find the clump. Does get some damage. Where did Niket go? Tongyuan hits the ground afterwards. The Herald will charge into the inner turret. EDG are not taking prisoners. That's just straight up executing RNG. Where did he go? I will take it past the chat, by the way. Thank you, Baneblade. I was shrimping a little bit there. Jesus. But like, where did Niket go? Just got obliterated by ZDZ. He had the level 2 ultimate. Didn't even see Niket die. He got bombed by a Scion ultimate at the end. So Angel goes forwards, stacks up the Conqueror, level 11, has a ton of extra stats, of course, but there's a Shen ult to answer, used well here. Jachi gets the standard fire, and Angel does go down quickly. Problem is, it's not even just Angel that's fed now. Xiaoshu gets taken down on the front line. You know, Arn goes forwards with the double bus. Powerful play, and then this ultimate. How does it do this much damage? How does it do that much damage? The level 2 Scion ultimate completely just hitting like a truck, quite legitimately. So with the Mecha Scion turning into a full-on train. So level 2 Scion ult does a lot of damage. Niket was like level 7 at the time. Angel stealing the R ult again, has Riftmaker now for those extended plays and the extra HP. Reminder that Silas W, its damage now scales off of your bonus HP. So both the Rod of Ages and the Riftmaker helping you with that one. Niket's like 30% HP. Should have had 31% HP versus the Scion, of course. How dare you walk up to this player? Arn is 5-0 and 5-0-8, by the way. Niket doesn't land with the ultimate. Trying to look for those split plays, get Jachi into the play. They have their globals up again. Trying to use that Shen ultimate. He has the Titanic Hydra and the Unending Despair. You know, Shen can help with the submarine plays. Milky Way Niket going forwards. Tongyuan does have a Oblivion Orb for some anti-heal now. Pushing up towards the top side. And it's going to get demolished by ZDZ. A lot of damage onto it. We're at 19 minutes in. We don't even have Atacon yet. Never mind Baron. Well, Vi doesn't really want to queue a Scion. He's almost at 2 items himself. Should have it on his X recall, really. Scion ult. Just zoning off from the tower. Okay. Would have been nice if they could get the catch. Can't quite do so that. Yeah, you throw up that question mark. You could throw that up. Niket did a hip check. His hips did not survive. Is it? Yeah, hip check's it's a hockey thing a lot of the time, right? The thing about hockey is that you what was it call it? What was I gonna say? You go to watch a fight and occasionally a hockey game breaks out. It's not that big in the UK. However, the 2 cities which I spent a lot of time around, Nottingham and Sheffield, they have the 2 biggest ice hockey teams in the UK. Sheffield Steelers and the Nottingham Panthers. Very harsh rivalry there. Atacon started up. Angel pushing in that bot wave. I mean, RNG are not close enough to contest this right now. Surprised that they don't have objective. But how do they not have objective? Oh, they do have objective bounties. I was just watching. I didn't see it on the top lane turret. You can actually see it on the borders here. They do have them. So this would be objective bounty, which is a little helpful, I suppose. Same with rugby, yeah. Well, in rugby, you don't get to hit people off the ball, so you don't get to hip check like that. And if you're barging into someone, if you're tackling someone no arms, it's illegal, so you don't get to do that. Ooh, good route. That's going to be a straight-up kill on. Has the Infinity Edge second and absolutely shreds through the opposing Vestaya. 3 of them on the Rift here. And suddenly taken down to 2. Tongyuan's Ahri, typically a very strong champion. Not today. Typically a 13 KDA. over the 2 games he's played Ari in this split. Angel over the wall, stolen that by ultimate. Milky Way could go in. That's not a bad Magnet Storm through, man. Club, the tower's going down, however. Stolen by ultimate onto Jachu, gets out of the Scion. Q, Xiaohou can't get onto him either. Maybe RNG can get themselves a little platform here, but here comes Arn. That's a problem. He's way too much damage. And very nearly one-shot still the remaining HP of Niket. RNG will make it out without losing any more, but they don't take any kills either. They'd love to get a shutdown onto the Xayah. 1,000 gold available. EDG, retreats and we'll break the base. So ice hockey games are like an Invictus Gaming series? Exactly. Exactly. Invictus Gaming are just ice hockey League of Legends. To be fair, normal rugby bores me. Rugby League is my sports ball game of choice. I mean, Rugby League, it bores me because you don't get to play around the breakdown. You have uncontested scrums, uncontested rucks, which I find like, it feels like kids rugby really to me. But then again, Rugby League is very, very big in Australia, and it's much more attacking rugby and stuff because you have limited time to use possession. So I do understand it that way. It's better running rugby, but if you want better running rugby, go watch Sevens instead of League. Oh, E used on top side. Angel gonna get damaged by Milky Way. Just have that 2 items, take some decent damage here, but you are against the Silas. Teleport in response. Milky Way didn't have the ult to pull the trigger there. CDZ, hang on a second. Gonna use that ultimate. He's coming forward. Zyra Khan roaming up to the play as well. And Xiao Shu is gonna find the whole bunch of them. Yeah. And Shen's gone. The freight train strikes again. Q lands onto Niket. That'll lead to the CC from everyone. Bloody hell! Where did he go? 1 and 6. Niket has been stricken from the records as EDZ and Xiaohou. A combination which have stuck together as a duo for a number of years at this point. 3rd year playing together. Find themselves a wonderful performance here in game 1 versus RNG. Charm stops out that E from Landy. Xiaohou jumps forwards and Jachi almost gets obliterated. CDZ trying to finish it off. Jachi will survive for now, but not with a great deal of anything to turn back around. He can't even walk off that fountain. This game 1 goes to EDG. RNG cleanly wipes off the Rift. The oldest rivalry in the LPL, one of the oldest rivalries and most played rivalries in League of Legends. Starting off very, very strong for EDG. And reminder, folks, if RNG lose here, they are guaranteed bottom 2 in Group Nirvana. And we will not see them play for Split 3. Which means that this game has a lot of stakes. It has an awful lot of stakes. It's like a butcher's aisle in a supermarket, particularly for RNG. MVP of this game is RNG management. Naughty. Roast. Yeah, I mean, RNG are actually the only organization globally which spend their money better than Mecha Fanboy, who chooses to throw, 4-digit sums at various Twitch streamers of choice. But hey, who am I to judge? Mecha Fanboy, truly the RNG of Twitch shadows. Oh, sorry, yes, I will get 100 as well. Kindred isn't great. Tried a bit of Karthus, can only pick them once in Fearless, unlike last year where you could force Kindred bans every game. That's true, Karzal, actually. That's a fair point. I'm talking about how Milky Way's impact maybe has fallen off a little bit. Right, so I need to run... I don't need to run pre-roll just yet. We've got some highlights coming through. We can get some words on stream potentially down as well. Okay, we can do this, but we'll have highlights coming through, so we'll do this after, truly. RNG, surely this is not your last ever LPL series. Surely you won't go out like this. Hey, Not, how's it going? How is LCK going? What are they up to right now? I'll tell you what I can do in the background until we get this stuff up. Actually, I can show you my recent YouTube shorts. Is what I can do. That's the wrong channel. I'm gonna change things over. I use this to where's my channel? Wait. One second. Go run some YouTube shorts in the break. Diablo versus Roulette today? That's actually a really good matchup. A lot of fun with renaming Silas Stolen ultimates. We have Call of the Forge God, which becomes Call of the Forgery God. Only second to when you steal Ivern ult, and Daisy becomes Peach because your ultimate is in another castle. However, somewhere not far behind both of these is my favorite matchup in the mid lane for this too. Me, I promise I won't talk about the 256-man Macedonian phalanx. Me, 3 drinks later. Oh, we should probably get to that.
Both of them use the phalanx.
Well, there's your, well, there's your problem. 12,000 gold lead by the end of the game. I had a question, Alex, in chat. Can a league like the LPL, LCK always have someone cast a specific team? No. However, what will happen, so for instance, this has been the case in LEC and whatever, right? You will have casters who are on better form, potentially, and they'll be given the higher priority matchups, the more important ones. You know, it's not like you divvy up things completely evenly. If someone's casting better, you want them casting the more important games a lot of the time. Or they'll be paired up with someone more often or something like that. Sometimes. So, you know, if someone's casting T1 games, perhaps LCK views them as casting on better form right now or something. It's not about popularity for the casters, Blade. Not about popularity. It's whatever metrics the broadcast has itself. Internally. But I suppose popularity does buy into that. Can do, absolutely. So, for instance, you know, on LEC, like, I'm probably... No, because I'm newer to the LEC broadcast, because I only came in properly again this year compared to 22 or whatever. And compared to someone like Vedi, who's been casting since what, 2016 or something like that. Like, I'm less likely to cast some of the bigger games than someone like Vedi is, right? Are casters paid per game they cast, or do they have a fixed salary? We're paid on a day rate, because if you're casting in a series and the game lengths are variable, it means that we always know what we're getting paid for a day, and the broadcast does as well. As opposed to, like, if I got paid for more for a 6-game day, that means that it's harder to know exactly how much you're spending on casters per year. Whereas if you have, like, oh, I have 50 broadcast days this year, Zorp, or however many it is, you know how many casters you're paying. So if you have, you know, if you have 4 casters a day, 50 days, you know your rate. Could RNG versus EDG be considered a big game? In the past, it obviously was. I don't know about this one nowadays. I don't know about this one. And when it comes to when it comes to regular season, it is less likely for those games to be. So what it would often be is, like, you know, match of the week being like the priority game rather than like specific matchups or whatever. And then what would happen is, like, so for instance in LPL it was a little bit different because it depended on who was in charge of the broadcast at the time, right? Whether it was Riot EU or Tencent, because that changed the way that things were organized. Bonk. That was a really good game from ZDZ. I mean, Angel's MVP, I think. The Angel was insane with the resets. But ZDZ, good shout out to him too. I mean, yeah, to a certain extent, Blade, it definitely does. To a certain extent, it does. Let me just hide this real quick. That's the wrong one. We'll wait until the MVP, and then we'll play some words on stream, folks. But yeah, for regular season, it's more about, well, we're just scheduling you in, so in a way that's good enough to balance workload or whatever, basically, and based on whether people are available or not, because people take holidays or whatever occasionally. I don't tend to, but because I don't have a life, I guess. But yeah, and plus also, like, I'm very much at a point in my career where I need to cast as much as possible because I need the money, one, because not been earning as much as other casters for the last few years because LPL pays less. I wasn't on LEC, and Berlin is an expensive city to live in, and then obviously Sam and I live together as well, so we share expenses. He's our MVP. Hey, it's Angel, of course it is. Yay. I will get hydrated, thank you. One other thing about LCK, they only have 2 player play. True. I will look after my voice. I've got some LEC casts to have on Sunday, Monday. Definitely tough. Hopefully LEC is working out better now. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of LEC days, which is really nice to see. Which hopefully they value what I'm doing, which is cool. So I'm casting first series tomorrow and the day after. Not today. How many kills does EDG have? An amount. You can zoom back on the video and you can check. You can find out that way. Yeah, LEC's been good this year. It's been good. I've been finding a very valuable experience. Oh yeah, by the way, for the regulars in chat, in Twitch and stuff, I did say this before. I think Zaref actually did message you about this before. I just didn't follow up on it because I kind of lost it. A little while ago, I was asking if anyone would be free to be a Twitch mod. I kind of like forgot to follow up on that. Zaref, I will message you potentially back about that. We shall see. I think it was you that. Or was it Kites or Zaref? But yeah, if anyone would like to be a Twitch mod out of the regulars, you let me know. Message me on Discord or something like that. If you have like previous modding experience and you have the time and would like to do that, we might need another couple of mods and stuff. Oh, thanks, Montes. Appreciate it. I know your time is limited, but would you consider? Would you appreciate streaming stuff outside of LPL? So as it stands right now, I mean, I don't have LCK co-streaming rights. My priority is the LPL because I like having my expertise on the region. And doing LPL all the time does make it a lot easier to do stuff. Nymaera Initialise, you're the best caster, by far the most enjoyable. Thank you so much, Fred. That's really kind. You know, I respect a lot of my colleagues across. I mean, I respect all of my colleagues across these regions, right? But yeah, if you enjoy my content, I couldn't be happy to hear that. Rose for enjoying. Apart from enjoying, if you enjoy my content, go somewhere else. I don't want you. Why didn't you change your name to not enjoying? Yeah, foster check. I did. Let's quickly forget about that and play some words on stream. Words with friends. I'm just always gonna call this words with friends. I cropped this wrong, didn't I? Hi, Atlas. Oh, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Very kind of you. Okay, let's get some words on stream, run it. And if you're on other chats as well, you can. I think you can play on. I think you can play on the QR code actually, even if you're in other chats. Yeah, I definitely have noticed that the more I co-stream, the less energy I get to put into each individual game. So I guess each of my individual games is less special. So I probably aren't giving the best content every single game. That doesn't mean I'm doing... That doesn't mean I'm doing badly, I don't think. Hello, I'm from Cambodia. I went to Cambodia a little while ago. Mute the pings on the game? I mean, I might be able to turn them down, but I don't think I can... I'll do it for the next round. I don't think they're that loud, are they? Oh, that's quite loud, actually. Can't be that loud, though, is it? Guess I can mute the stream for now. Mute the sound. Don't think it's that bad, is it? Cool. I mean, Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of industry stuff which goes into that castle. Yes, I have my reservations too. Obviously, it's not something which is very good for me to talk about because it comes across as quite bad-natured, right? So I'm not going to, bluntly. Ugh. It's 40 stream streak from Kites. Thank you. Damn, you've, good to see you around. I have a life, I swear. I don't. I don't. Okay, hey Brackish, by the way. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you before. Let's see. That is a very cool name color. How did you get the full? How did you get the full like paint sprinkles? How did you get the whole thing there? Crazy. Can I change the music? Sound effects. I actually turned the thing like right the way down. Cool. Right, we'll do one more round, then we'll be able to do that before. I need to run some adverts as well. But then I need to run some adverts while this game's on. Whatever, it's only level 3, that's fine. I can do that. Let's move this over to here. So you can see the host, because I know you like that. I'll do that. I shall get myself another cup of coffee. I'll get ready for potentially our last ever game of RNG EDG. That is, yeah, sad, really, but hey. Alrighty, let me go do that thing where I get myself more caffeine. Thought we were about to head into draft again. How's it going? Cool. Let's take this off screen so you can see the lovely players on your screen. And let's get ourselves a little closer towards that champion select. Fun fact. Let me think. Fun fact. Have I ever considered casting for LCK Challenger? Well, that's mainly what the LCK guys do, and also happens at the same time as LPL. I get more viewers doing LPL, I think. Now, the only thing which I'd really consider doing over LPL is LCK, because it's in the same time slot and might give me more viewers, and I do like LCK as well. But I feel like I have an allegiance towards the LPL in terms of my viewership, and I think that people turn up to watch that. Now, I guess I could go and do some LCK stuff if I wanted to be a bit more chill, because that would mean that I'm not casting, I get to speak over it. Right, let's get ourselves... Ooh, fun pick and ban thing. Enjoy and redeem the roast earlier. Oh, I did do that one, don't worry. I did that one. I did do that one. It was a fun one too. Okay, so Pantheon gone. Are we going to get rid of the Talia as well? It's one of the other big globals. As we were saying before, we've been saying this over the last couple of days. Really, it feels like every game has 2 or more globals if they're available. Fearless obviously cuts them down later on into it, but Pantheon, Talia, Kai'Sa, Sion, Shen, Rise, Galio, all very powerful. Rumble is currently on the table. We're going to ban that on the. We're going to ban that red side EDG. What's the plan? Now, Xiaoshu hasn't played a single game of Rumble so far. Now, Rumble is banned against them quite a lot, but they haven't had a single game of Rumble in Group Nirvana. It's available now. And the Rumble is locked in. So first game of Rumble for Xiaoshu in this stage, anyway. Can't remember if he played it in the placements. I think he did, actually. Xiaoshu has had a decent Rumble before. Nico makes his way through the draft. There's also... Wait, what are the other priority junglers do we have? No Sejuani Yone. Could go for Kalista or Varus Nico. Varus Nico or Kalista Nico is really, really nasty. You can take away the Skarner away from the Rumble because Skarner Rumble is kind of disgusting. So they get rid of the charcoal grilled skewers combo, where you impale into the flame spitter. It's fun. It's fun. Milky Way hovering over the Kindred. Oh, and your last game potentially of 2025. What you feeling? Now, Viego is actually not that great into the Skarner because the Skarner can ping you back if you use your ult at the wrong time. Sometimes you can get pinged back by the impale. Varus locked in for RNG, so now you have Varus Rumble, which is a really nice combo kind of cross map. You get the Varus ult onto a target, equalizer on top. Someone takes the whole duration of the equalizer. Pretty bad for them. Some weird sounds happening in the headphones. Is that just me? It might have been just me, actually. Might have been some creaks on the headphones. So, Talia's made its way through the draft so far. We've been talking about that as one of our priority global picks. Likely to get locked in. Angel, very big player of the champion over history. Only played one game of it in this stage of the competition. It was a win, 15 KDA. Quite vulnerable to the Varus Rumble, but does quite well against Viego, because Viego can't W at you. He's not not tanky enough. Annie banned out second. Tangman was an Annie player back in 23 in the Annie meta. In fact, it was the one pick which really made him look much better than normal. You could sometimes struggle off for that pick. Still need to think of a fun fact for Peanut. Let me think. Oh yeah, this is not about peanuts, but this is about Brazil nuts. Did you know that Brazil nuts are one of the most radioactive foodstuffs you can buy? They have a huge potassium content, and one of the isotopes of potassium 41, is slightly radioactive. So you can tell how much potassium is in a foodstuff because of the amount of radioactivity coming off it. Now, it's not dangerous to you, and I do really want to make that clear. It's not dangerous to you. You know, getting an X-ray gives you more than you'll get in several years of foodstuff, right? You didn't know that about myself. It's Brazil nut. Yes, no, it's okay. It's fine. It's not dangerous to you. In fact, it's a good way you can tell the amount of potassium in something, so you can tell that. You're toxic? You're not toxic. You're radioactive. It's a very specific... Go alpha decay. It's not alpha decay. Go beta decay somewhere else. If it was alpha decay, you'd actually be in a lot of trouble. But alpha decay only happens for very large, heavy atoms. Anyway, we went through our second round of bans. A couple of 80 carats banned away. So we do get the Kalista Nico. We highlighted that earlier. RNG, what do you play into that? Do you want to win lane, or do you just think that the... I mean, you could go for something like Alistar and just say, screw it. Alistar can go through all that front line. That'll be different. Wait, are we playing Rumble support? Is this a Rumble support on some... We got some weird shit happening. I mean, is this Rumble mid? is this Rumble support? If the Ornn goes top, we got some weird stuff happening. Varus Renata would then mean that Ornn Rumble are solo lanes and it'd be Rumble mid. So it's either okay, all right, Rumble mid, Ornn top lane, Tongyuan taking the Rumble mid. That is not what I expected. Presumably, anyway. Unless it's something really weird like Rumble jungle Viego mid. I can't imagine the Rumble being that good into the Taliyah. K'Sante now locked in towards the top side because it's very likely to be that Ornn top. The Renata can't go anywhere but the support role. Really, who's going where? Is this Ornn mid? Is this Rumble mid? Is it Rumble jungle with a Viego mid? That's probably the least likely of the options I've just been saying. So it's Varus Renata bot side. Other side standard draft. K'Sante being a front line. So it looks like it's Tongyuan playing the tank Ornn mid into the Taliyah. Okay, alright. Alright, Ornn mid. I was a little bamboozled then. I suppose with the K'Sante being locked in, Rumble destroys that matchup in top lane. And the Ornn does whatever against the Taliyah. The Ornn ultimate as well, very long range, can still do whatever the hell it wants in the team fights. This is some dark technology. Remember, guys, if RNG lose this, this is their last game of the year. They can't escape bottom 2. They can't escape bottom 2. Ornn is immune to the Taliyah's knockback. He is. However, can really struggle to deal with the range and the shove of Taliyah still. And Taliyah is quite good at tank killing still towards the late game. Okay, I'm gonna go grab myself a coffee from the other room. You can all discuss whether you think that's int or not in the various chats that we have. Didn't they find out that humans technically glow? It's just too low for us to see. I mean, we always glow in infrared. But that's a different thing. In terms of bioluminescence, not sure. I am interested to see what Tongyuan's going to achieve on the Ornn pick. Unsealed Spellbook tech? I mean, you have to go for the Unsealed Spellbook when because you're never getting Grasp on the Taliyah. Ever, really. You're also not in top lane to use the Demolish, really. Demolish for Ornn in top lane means that in lane swap scenarios, and if someone misses a wave or you're cross-mapping or something, you are more likely to get a tower plate in return. So the Ornn hit Varus, by the way. Better into the double front line of EDG. How are the Gyos, folks? How are the Gyos? Pilkstreak, I'm happy for you, Tomato. Heal being used early on. Also, the attack speed for both AD carries, meaning the extended trades are a little bit scary. Scarier from the Kalista because of the Rend, of course. Okay, walking forwards. Gets that E down because the shield bash on it. Heal used by them now. Oh no, he's in trouble. Flashing forwards. Top esports logo flashed by Jachi came from their challenger team as they kill on in the bot side. 2v2 working out really well. Turns out, Varus Renata, also a strong laning duo. Would have thought that Kalista, Nico would be the stronger of the two early on, though. Nico Q is really disgusting, but Ornn completely disrespecting the 2v2 goes down. Last time we saw an Ornn mid was by Yuakai by IG in 2022, long time ago now. XCZ was Milky Way's mid. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. XCZ was Milky Way's mid lane in, yeah, RNG's academy team. which is Royal Club. And Toyman gets the knockup. Milky Way's coming into the mid lane. Knockup not stopped, actually, by Angel. Gets the phase rush, but still has the flash. Double buffs on Milky Way, making that a little scary. Phase rush ignores a bit of that slow, though. Runs out with the move speed. Angel will teleport back to mid lane. Good summoner blown there, though. Better early game already from RNG, who'd had a difficult early game in game 1. Sharehouse spotted recall. Ward put onto the Raptors also spotted out too. Gotta say, Varus' auto attacks are very satisfying. Of the AD carries, I think, and Arctic Op Varus, the little like the hidden thunk. Hang on a second. Flash forward. Flashes the handshake into a clone. Not exactly what you want. Yeah, the thunk and sound effects of the Arctic Op Varus. I know that Angie hates it. Not that bit, but doesn't like this skin. I really love the auto attack of this skin. It's really nice. I think one of the reasons why Varus has kept coming back over time is that he's just really nice to auto attack with. It just feels nice to auto attack with Varus, and the player base respects that as AD carries. EDG Wink, welcome back, by the way. How you doing? I'm not justifying the grunts. It's the thunk. It's the thunk of the sound. It's cool. Dragon is alive. Last game we had that thing where we contested around the dragon an awful lot in the early game. Product Ash also very smooth. Yes, it is. And of course, whenever we're talking about I think that you know, Mafia Twitch has really good auto attack sounds and animation. Just feels good to play. But of course, the one which I'm so sad that we lost over time was Aetherwing Kale, the original Aetherwing Kale skin. It was the second ever skin I bought, maybe the third. I bought Foxfire Ari, Ironscale Shyvana, and then Aetherwing Kale. That skin had godlike auto attack animations, and it was very, very fun to auto attack with. I'm very sad that they removed it. Kale feels a lot less satisfying to play after that point now, which is one of the reasons, by the way, that I genuinely think Kale's play rate dropped over time in part because it felt less satisfying to play those auto attacks after. Angel using that global well, and I can't remember, he failed that flash forward last time. That's not a great combo onto the Renata. Has the bailout onto them. Arn goes down instead. He didn't have that flash, so instead of the flashless Renata being punished, it was on instead of say that Renata goes down. Now the equalizer's pretty okay here. No follow-up though. 1 for 1. The AD carry goes down, support on the other. Win for RNG, I suppose, with power of the members being dead. Riot Kale was good. I didn't care as much about Riot Kale. I really, really loved the Aetherwing Kale original. I think that they ruined the... They basically made her into Judge Dredd in space, which I wasn't a big fan of. That's one thing. But then also just the auto attacks were just not as fun anymore. I don't mind Riot Kale. I think it's fine, but... Ooh, Chechi up against the wall there. Dragonfeet is going to get taken by RNG. Did go down to low HP. Missed smoke there by Milky Way, but that's fine. Better early game already from RNG. Better early game already. Vayne has some pretty satisfying auto attacks. Nice rhythm. I really like Soul Stealer Vayne. Because I had that before a lot of people had it, because I got it from... Where did I get it? Anyway, I can't remember. I got Soul Stealer Vayne through the gems, I think, ages ago. It's very fun. Angie, we were talking about satisfying auto attack animations, and I was saying, I know you don't like the Arctic Ox Varus skin, which is fair. You know, it's a very different aesthetic and blah blah blah. I love the auto attack thunk of the Arctic Ox Varus. It's very satisfying, like when the auto attack lands. Caitlyn has some very satisfying auto attack sounds as well, I'd say. Ashe in general has satisfying auto attacks. Who else has nice ones? IG Kai'Sa, there's a reason why all the pros use it. Now, I actually use the Lagoon Dragon because I really love the color scheme of the skin, the base one.
And I really like a lot of the effects on that one. But yeah, IG Kai'Sa is pretty fun. Jhin, true. I think that High Noon Jhin, oh, that's nice as hell. I like Project Lucian as satisfying all the attacks. Grubs are getting started up. EDG moving everyone towards the top side of the map. There's in fact both teams moving everyone towards this side of the map. No, what is a cross map? Cross maps are for cowards. Let's go fight. Has everyone got ultimates available? No, we don't have the hostile takeover, and we don't have the ult coming through from... the ult goes into the clone. Unstoppable is EDZ as well. He has a flash. The EDZ tanks up with everything. 2 grubs go... what? Huh? How did Shower get that one? Okay, he didn't get the last one. I saw the icon come up that Skarner had taken grubs. It's 2 for 1. It is 2 for 1. RNG getting that last one. Tonguan goes unstoppable through the Talia shove. So EDG do get away with 2 grubs. They get a lot of ultimates out of RNG for not that much value. See, by the way, Wink has now blocked a flash handshake and a Varus ult with his clone so far. The Nico clone value has been absurdly good. Wink getting some good value. Casual just fell for the same thing in an LCK thing. Well, it's what shows up on your screen. It's like the last grub is taken. Wow, one team's taken it. No, it means they've taken 2 out of them, I guess. I love you, High Noon Jhin. The High Noon Jhin was basically his base concept, wasn't it? No, they were thinking about making Jhin a you know, just a cowboy straight up, like the cowboy, kind of like the bad cowboy. So High Noon Jhin, there's a reason it fits so well. It's because actually that was their initial idea for it. It's a very good release skin, actually. Not everyone gets a good release skin, but Jhin really did. The auto attack after Victor Q is really nice. It is. I prefer the old Q. The new sound effects just don't do it for me that much. It shows up at 2. Right. Okay, Blade. Good to know. I thought it... because right there, I thought it showed on the 3rd grub being taken as the thing. Felt like it did anyway. Yeah. It got me, it did. So, 2 minutes until Dragon spawns. 1 Dragon to RNG. So EDG, 2 grubs to... didn't have a clone stop that one. Does have ults. Kalista saves them instead. Good communication from Arn and Wink to not panic. Don't panic. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy told us that one. No one else was in the area to force a play. Varus ult down. Bit of HP down on Wink, though. Maybe he needs to recall, get some HP, look for a big play while the Varus ult is down now. He's supposed to be the cowboy... The cowboy robot Deadeye. That's basically just Westworld, isn't it? isn't that Westworld? Most satisfying skin is BMO, hands down. I've never played BMO, you know. Never played it. Angel. Getting a bit of help from Wink to clear out this bot side. Where's that clone going? I found some enemies. Thank you, clone. Look away. Hang on. Ornal coming through. Ult away from Angel. But Wink's left alone under the turret. So it'll be a reset. Double ultimate's used for it. Angel does live. Teleport comes through. I mean, losing the support, it's not great, obviously, but you've used a couple of ults for that now. I think it's a bit of an overinvestment from EDG to teleport down with ZDZ. Angel's sticking around on bot side. Guys, doesn't someone need to do something about this top side? I guess they have the two grubs. They can push a little more effectively. And I guess they don't want to teleport away from bot side because the dragon's coming up now. Wink has survived. So now you don't have Call of the Forge God or Heartbreaker for the dragon. So you're giving over dragon, but you've gotten the immediate gold of kill under turret, plates, and top side. Dragon's getting started. Milky Way hanging out in river. Wink putting out a clone to block some skill shots potentially. This will go down easily. Arn has the rent. They'll be able to get the one easily. There you go. Quickly taken. Teleport now up away from the dragon. Now Angel knows that he's no longer needed on bot side. 2 plates given over in top lane, which is a bit worrying. Because Rumble, bit of a scary champion. Yeah. How far has RNG fallen? Very far. Well, at points, they're the best team in the world, right? Depending on where you look. I think that the fall really came in 2023 once Xiaohu left the roster, but still, even in 23, they had some brief good moments, you know? It's been a while since we could talk like that, though. Very long time now. This team's been held together by duct tape for a while. I think it was quite telling when Ming basically just chose not to come back to pro play and just gave up on playing. Breathe good moments? Yeah, Breathe had some very good moments. The Orc sucks, Ming deserve better. I mean, from everything that we've heard, don't think we'd be wrong in saying that. Milky Way taking top scuttle. Herald spawning in 2 minutes. No teleport from ZDZ, so EDG are going to be playing quite defensive on top side. Xiaoshu could answer with an equalizer. Has those, it's quite close to his Leandries, of course. I still remember RNG just because of Uzi. Yeah, I mean, same. I mean, Uzi Tabe bot lane for Season 3 World Finals, same with Season 4. It's a hell of a time that was. Angel needs more XP. Yep, he's behind Orb, but still level versus Tongyuan. Tongyuan's been much safer farming under turrets. One of the bonuses of the Ornn. Pretty hard to stop him farming stuff under a side lane. So you can't kill him that easily. I miss Ming so much. Basically he said, I'm washed, so I'll stop wasting your time in life. I mean, I think he was saying that to be polite to the Org. I also think contract stuff was really nasty. Wink, gonna get caught up by Milky Way. Gets the ults. Gets the hang on a second, Milky Way might have gone a little too far after that point. Wink, you might need to flash after this point. Ult into the brush. Jiachi getting great damage onto the Skarner. Angel now flashes over the wall. Xiaoshu, does he want to get an equalizer over the wall? No. Still have heal available from Wink. Jiachi, great damage there onto Xiaohao midway through the plane. Feels like RNG just getting a lot more from things. ZDZ is just wandering around the bot side of the map. Angel trying to clear out the wall, trying to clear out the wave here before anyone can come across the turret. I don't think it's going to save him though. And indeed it won't. Legolas. Jiachi gets a kill from long range. Herald now started by RNG. ZDZ was not able to play around topside. We said that in the lead up to that play. Hey, EDG playing defensively around topside. No teleport on ZDZ. You can't join the play. Came back to bite them, didn't it? Yeah, couldn't get. They couldn't play defensively on topside. And they couldn't get that much done. So Herald's going to go over to the side of RNG. Second objective for them. First turret going to RNG as well, which means they'll get the feats of strength. Significant gold lead. Scar's coming down towards the bot side. There's no ult for Tongyuan, but he does have flash. The cat spotted out. Root misses. Aye. Who else is on bot side now? Not Rumble. Doesn't have that teleport. Hostile takeover. I don't know about that one, Niket. Don't know about that one at all. Long cooldown used by the Renata. Seraph's completed for Angel. Doesn't have the Leandries yet. 1,000 gold behind Tongyuan. You know, normally with an Ornn mid lane, you'd be like, well, where does your damage come from? Are you going to be in trouble if the Varus gets exploded? But, you know, you have a Rumble top lane, you got a VA, you got to reset. I think it's completely fine in this comp. It's a good Ornn mid, actually, angle. Very good Ornn angle. Gives you a tank where you wouldn't have had one otherwise. You don't have support. You don't have one in jungle or top lane. Really missed on Tongyuan. He needs to be a little careful. It misses the knockup. We're just singing his praises. He's gonna go down easily. Who do you give the kill over? Give it to the Talia. Feels nice for them, actually. Angel was behind 1,000 gold. Tech cuts that to 300. Angel feeling a lot better about things now. I really don't think this Kalista is doing anything as well. Well, that's where you're wrong. They have a Pokeball for Wink. They'll always have value from that. That's all they're doing. Herald into mid lane. Can they finish through? Can they go for the full turret in mid lane? Potentially. Dragon is up. ZDZ choosing not to quickly kill the bot lane turret. Instead, choosing to leave a wave alive to it. Now going towards mid lane. EDG, importantly on that pick on Tongyuan, didn't actually use a lot of big tools. Angel's on an off angle. He's on vision. Level 11 ultimate, it's a slightly long roll. It'll last a little longer. Ren being put onto the dragon. Xiaoshu could blast cone over. Use the equalizer. Hostile takeovers are up again. Some clones being used from Wink, and here comes the wall. Xiaoshu, can they get the steal against the Rend? Yes, they can somehow. Why is everyone failing Callista Rends recently? CDZ left in the back of the pit. Now Xiaohao's already down. What the hell's happening? Hexgate not going to be used by ZDZ. Look, Raven uses the hard steal there. ZDZ will die a slow death. EDG, like, how do you lose with a Callista Rend? How does this happen? All out use out of frustration, if anything. By the way, EDG lost the local gold of the bot lane out of turret because EDZ lost that too because he moved away to go help the play. But what was happening with the Rend? At bare minimum with a Callista, you got to combo up well with your Rens. Arn and Xiaohao obviously disconnected. Milky Way, good steal by him, but come on. We'll do a little more than that, folks. Mid lane turret now seen to fall from RNG. So what happens here? You have a million stacks come in. What hits this? Do they get the CC? No. Normally the way the combo falls apart is you CC the Callistas, so they can't rend when they want to smite. I don't get it. I don't get it. Collector now for Milky Way, by the way. $1,000 gold lead in 80 carry. At least it's even in gold for Angel now, who can get closer towards the Leandries. In fact, does he get it on this back? No, probably not. Haunting guys. Some damage, I suppose, but not that much. Once he gets Leandries, maybe EDG can fight again. RNG have been pretty good at forcing EDG to lose things across the map. 2 dragons now for RNG with that last steal away from that. Nice for them. Ward on this, they'll be spotted taking it. Do they carry on knowing they're spotted? Yes. Getting shredded by the Atacons. They do get their resist reduced. Xiaoshu can come over and use that equalizer very effectively here. Arn stood outside the pit, but taking a lot of damage from that max range of the Atacon. Arn is now... Well, Arn is in a bad spot. He's in a bad place. I mean, Tribrush, not a mental place. Ren stacks have fallen off. Arn spotted now. I mean, Arn! My dude, that's not a safe place. Equalizer, Call of the Forge God. That Pop Blossom means nothing. It's a party popper for RNG. 2 kills go the way of RNG already. A third one going to happen afterwards. Another reset. That Atacon absolutely sucks. And RNG, they pull the trigger. They manage to find them out of position. It's a full team ace. They'll get the Atacon afterwards. But what were EDG doing with that? Teleport into the mid lane. Tongyuan will take the Tongyuan will be able to take the mid lane out of turret. Atacon 2 at 5 kills. This is going to a game 3. This is surely going to a game 3 now. 7,000 gold lead. In a turret, out of turret taken in mid lane and bot lane. Over 7,000 gold lead now. Feats of strength. Atacon. 404 on Viego. But what the hell were EDG doing taking that Atacon? Especially with Arn's positioning. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. So, I mean, he tanks up the Atacon on the outer ring of it as well. Gets spotted by Xiaoshu there. They call in the cavalry. Have enough engage from long range to force the problem. Great equalizer to corral him down towards the Call of the Forge God. Gives him less ability to dodge out on that. You can't afford to position like that. Triple killed for the Viego, I think, overall. I don't get it, EDG. So perhaps a chapter left. Perhaps not the last game of RNG versus EDG. Perhaps we'll get one last one after this. Reminder. RNG. With that game... Hang on. With that game lost, what happens to the actual bottom table? So they can go to -3. What's their head-to-head versus Ultra Prime? They lost against Ultra Prime. Hang on a second. With RNG not winning the first game of that series... Are they locked in bottom 2? Hang on a second. Guys, RNG are already locked into bottom 2 because they lost that first game. They're currently at -4 game score. Even if they win the remaining 2, the best they can get up to is -3, right? Is that true? Maybe that's not true. Hang on. So, Leaguepedia is showing they're eliminated. I don't think that's currently true. If they win the next 2 games, do they go up to -2? Ultra Prime would have to lose 0-2 to go down to -3. Objective only picked up by EDG. Can anyone confirm in chat whether RNG are already... They had to 2-0. So, RNG are locked into bottom 2. RNG are locked into bottom 2. They would have needed to 2-0. RNG, these will be the last games that we see of them for 2025, and potentially for ever. We may potentially have one more game after this, and it's likely to after this point. Perhaps the eliminated so nothing matters buff has come through. RNG, one of the most historic and successful organizations within League of Legends history and LPL history. These may be the very last games you see of them. A team that's been around since 2013. It's a shame. It's a crying shame. Yeah, they lost the head-to-head, Frank. Yeah. They lost the head-to-head. Oh, God, that's a lot of damage. He'll go down. The orbital laser strikes. How many games have RNG played in their career? How many games have RNG played? They played an awful lot, they have. RNG have played so many games over history. Started playing in Season 2. We played an awful lot of games, they have. Awful lot of games. Thousands of games RNG have played. Ult into the side lane. Tongman's pretty tanky. There were a lot of people heading towards him. Goes unstoppable through that first bit. There is an Impale to avoid. Does have a flash. Would have to flash out of the Impale, and does. That's 2 ultimates now used. That's 3 ultimates now used. Goes unstoppable again. They do... do they finally get him? A heal comes through. There's a shield as well. He'll go down into the bailout. That's a big hostile takeover. Still, 3 ultimates used from EDG for the 1 kill. Nicat tries to save his mid laner. Doesn't get that much for him, I suppose. RNG is disbanding? No. No. RNG are locked into bottom tier of Group Nirvana, which means they won't play any more games for the rest of this year due to the LPL format. And it's likely that teams are removed from the LPL next year. We have 16 teams within our region right now. Likely to go down to 14 next year, and RNG would be on the shortlist. Varuslolt misses. Flash forward away from that. Jachi, yeah, he is caught out pretty heavily now. EDG, not bad from them, actually. Nikets gonna survive under that turret. Another kill for EDG. Even though they're 7,000 gold behind, not bad there, actually. Taking fights away from the Ornn. That being said, not able to get the killer blow they were looking to get back into the game. I think Leapedia only updates the end of the series. I don't know if that's true. That's not true. That's not true currently. Because they were on -3 before this, I believe. Because it's updated Leapedia already with the 1-0 from game 1. They have done that. So it was a good sidestep on the Varus ultimate. Q3 flicks him back. It's a good pick. Gets a shove through the minefield as well from the various displacements. So if they move to a 14-team format, where are the remaining 2 teams being relegated to? Not LPL, basically. Ult's coming through again. Global from Angel. Hostile takeover's not great, but I don't think it needs to be that great. Angel's now out of position. Knock up onto Nico. Reset comes through. Easy kill. Flick back. Not getting that much, but the arrow does. That's another reset. Milky Way can come forwards, get another reset, get a root from here too. Yeah, the Viego's really popping now. 3 in the fight. And RNG not wanting to go quietly into the long night. They will be heading to that long night, but I want one last hurrah. One last hurrah. So, inhibitor taken. 2 members alive from EDG, 28 minutes in. Do RNG feel like they can end? They have tanks to keep things up. The Impale does drag 1 back. Doesn't look like it's going to get that much, though. Does the Impale get much on the wave? No, Milky Way able to tank up. They will get 1 tower. Don't end the game, though. The thing is about the teams which are likely to be relegated, or when I say relegated, removed from the league, it's more likely to be on financial reasons than anything else. OMG, RNG really struggling on that. RNG have had a lot of scandals about not paying players. Dragon started. EDG. Okay, trying to CC out of the Call of the Forge God, not able to do so. Hostile takeover is pretty good. Dragon's taken, resets come through, and Viego starts to make a mess of things. 3 down, 4 down. The only 5th members in the base trying to wave clear. Shower only just respawned. Not able to do anything around that fight. EDG get obliterated around the Dragon. And RNG, they took 1 tower earlier. Don't have a Baron buff. They don't really need it. They have a Hextech Soul. And EDG RNG, our El Clasico, our telecom war, our marquee matchup for over a decade, will go to 3 games, perhaps, for one last time. One-on-one in the series today. Not a bad showing there from RNG, playing around resets well. Playing the Ornn mid was inspired. The Ornn mid was very good there. Why does it sound like we have Christmas music? Well, I guess it would be Christmas for RNG if they won. Maybe not. So, 1-1 in the series. They were 3-7 before today. They're 4-8, so they're -4. 4-8 if they win this, rather. So they can go to 3-8, which would be minus... but what would happen in terms of... what's their full score? So their current... Let's see if it's updated, actually. How quickly does it update, actually? Yeah, how many games have RNG actually won in their previous ones, actually? Let me go check through that. So they're 1-1 here. So they got 2 wins versus OMG in terms of games. They got 1 here, so that's 3. So they win a game against anyone else? Not versus LNG, not versus LGD. 1 versus Ultra Prime. So they got 4 wins there. So that's 4 there. So they're currently 4-8, which is -4. They can only get to -3. RNG are out. Yeah, RNG are out. It hasn't updated on the table, but it has in terms of their head-to-head. Not head-to-head. It has in terms of, like, in parts of Leaguepedia, but not others. So they're currently on -4 game score. They can get to -3. Even if Ultra Prime were 0-2'd, RNG would still be eliminated because they lost in on them to their head-to-head. So RNG and OMG are confirmed out. Fun fact, let me think. Funnily enough, when Monte Cristo had his own LCS team, Renegades, they tried to get the RNG tri-code, but they couldn't because RNG already had it. Because Royal Club had renamed to RNG. So Renegades could not get RNG because their whole marketing thing was, do you believe in RNG? Which was a great slogan. It was awesome. Honestly, Renegades' marketing solo was really... marketing was really cool. But, yeah, they tried to get RNG as their tri-code, but they couldn't get it. Yeah, rest in peace, Remilia. Very fond memories of Remilia's play. The Thrash Princess. Did RNG just fall off after Xiaohu's exit? I mean, Xiaohu and Ming both left in 23 basically at the same time. Ming played like 1 or 2 games and then just didn't come back after Chinese New Year. I think he got screwed by contract stuff. I think that there was a lot of bridges burned. Okay, I gotta go to the toilet. I'm gonna leave you alone with post-game highlights and stuff for a bit. I will get a sip as well, Angie, thank you. Renegades, the OS team? No, this was LCS Season 5. Renegades then became an OS team afterwards, I think. I think they got... But Renegades... If Dignitas versus Renegades was a Season 5 thing. My favorite was Pete Cutie Pie Dignitas. That was a fun team. I remember watching Season 4 Summer Playoffs while I was in Vietnam on holiday. And I watched a Darshan Zion backdoor the Nexus. Fucking great. The table hasn't updated with the matchups. Sorry, yes, Blade. Yes, yes. Renegade Sad's always an OCSGO team, if I recall. When did Renegade CS... Hang on. Renegades, CS, go. How long have they been around for? They were Misfits in 2015, and then they rebranded on, Okay, so funny, Dark World, I would like you to read this page and see what it says on here. In fact, I can show you. Always interesting. Interesting, this one. And I can show you this. That was it. Let me show you this real quick. So, funnily enough, you mentioned that. Renegades is a professional gaming organization founded in 2015 under the name Misfits. Originally a League of Legends team, the organization rebranded on Renegades on 2015. Picked up blah blah blah. In 2016, it was bought from Monte Cristo and Chris Bedowie. So, Chris Bedowie has got an interesting story, doesn't he? But this was the Renegades CS roster that you're talking about was the same team. It was the same team. Funnily enough. So it was before they were a CS team, they were a League of Legends team in the LCS. They went by Misfits at first, and then they, because they were meant to be a team of players that were kind of kicked from other teams or like dropped from other teams or whatever. And then Renegades, the brand was sold after that point, but yes. Do not cite to me the old magics. I was there when they were written. Nah, no, sorry. Royce for Baneblade. It's all good, Darkwood. It's all good. I was thinking, like, I was very, very tapped into every league region in 2015, so I remember that period of time really heavily. Like, very well. God, Dignitas Renegades was a very bad game, though. I'm not sure. Not sure about the OST stuff. I guess it's because it's cheaper to pay OST players than on American kind of, like, salaries and stuff. Rose for Baneblade. Let me think. The Emperor protects everyone but you. He doesn't like you. You're gonna get turned into corpse dodge. I'm sorry. You just didn't make the cutoff, but Baneblade. Your calories will nourish a whole family for many months. I say that, it's not like the Emperor protects that many people either, actually. He's a bit of a yeah, not a great leader. The Emperor is so protecting that that Games Workshop have to start every book by saying this is the most cruel and evil regime imaginable. And people still don't get the point. Imagine naming yourself after the very worst in humanity. I do find it very funny the amount of people who completely just no-brain support the Imperium of Man. It's all good though. I will go get my break, yes. I'm gonna put on some adverts, so we'll get the MVP soon. And I'm gonna go to the toilet. Can it get much worse than the Imperium of Man? No. The Imperium of Man is awful. Awful, awful, awful. This explains the demons in the wall and the weird Grey Knight at the door. If you ever see the Grey Knights, your whole planet is toast. The whole planet is toast. Anyway, right back, folks.
红冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥峰电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第一。奥峰 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥峰 G7。
今晚碾压局，你的车。
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
Oh, we're into draft already. Ain't that fun? Let's talk about that then, shall we? Let's get into it. Sign for Nikat in the audience. Folks, yeah. RNG mathematically eliminated from the LPL for the rest of 2025, potentially forever, depending on how the off-season goes. EDG have played 150 games thereabouts versus RNG. And they may have just ended one of the league's greatest ever rivalries by knocking out RNG from the LPL. What the hell have you guys done? What have you been trolling with? I'm not going to read back through all of that. Xiaohao getting Lilia first pick. Other side. What's left up and available? We have Gwen. We didn't troll, but always serious. I'm not sure I believe you now. That's very suspicious. It's like when a dog just like starts doing that side-eye thing. Like, what did you do? What did you do? Renekton knocked in for ZDZ, one of his best champions of all time. They asked who we have for game 3, and chat gave troll answers. Right, okay. Good. So Renekton Lilia, very strong top side. Angel, one of the better Azir players in his time in LPL. Tongyuan goes towards Aurelion Sol, though. Okay, outranging the Azir eventually. Can be a real menace in the backline. RNG needs some way to get onto the Azir, like, effectively now. So it wouldn't... I mean, they'd love a Nautilus, but they can't do that now. Very different. Very different. What does Milky Way do now from jungle? You need something extra to go towards the bot side. Not towards the backline. You need something extra to like follow up onto your dive, because you're going to be jumping forward as the Aurelion Sol, looking to put the Sky's Descent down. Ambessa over the top too. Ambessa's not really good enough on its own. Who will win game 3? Well, we haven't even finished the draft yet. We haven't even finished the draft yet. You know, wait a second, you know? No, be a bit patient. 80 carries being banned away from both sides. What else do we have? So obviously there's no no Varus, no Jhin now banned away. A lot of the lane dominance is gone. Normally that would open up a Kai'Sa, but we already played that. Lucian raising up in value now. Lucian's rising up in value. With the Alistar, not really for Jatchi. He might go towards a Corki potentially. What else has he played actually? Played a bit of Tristana, but you don't want to play that with the Alistar. The Lee Sin banned away, actually, from Milky Way, and then the Jax immediately locked in. Renekton Jax, a tale as old as time. Do you go towards a Lucian lane? Try and play for really good early lanes. The Azir should push in his Aurelion Sol early. Corki in top lane similar as well. I think Lucian or Corki are both fine. They're both lane dominant, both mobile, which helps against stuff like the Alistar combos and Jax Asol trying to dive you. Okay, Corki Nautilus locked in. Not the strongest bot lane, but a lot of the strongest bot lanes are gone, so who cares at this point? EDG have a very good early game, and Xiaohao on Lilia is a very powerful thing. If this game goes late, RNG win. I don't think they have the tools to really get towards late, though. Jatchi, potentially last game of the year. What are you using to show off, mate? I don't mind. I mean, Sivir might be okay, actually, going towards that Nautilus blocking of the ult. I don't mind that. That does help. Can struggle versus the Corki at some points. Sivir locked in, last pick for Jatchi. I would have liked to see an Fellows. I like seeing a Fellows being played. Fun champion. So, drafts lock in. RNG, I think their latest scaling. I think if they get towards 3 items, this team is very, very strong. I don't think they're getting there. I think Renekton Lilia, very strong. It is going to be the Jax in the jungle for Milky Way. Ambassador into that top lane, of course. Wait, hang on. Is that actually going to be Ambassador jungle? Surely they switched that. Hang on a second. Surely they switched the Ambassador into top lane. I've not seen Ambassador jungle, but surely that's last game of the year? Is that not updated? They had a little while to change things. Is that actually Ambassador jungle? I've never seen that before. I mean, on the screen behind them, that's Ambassador jungle. All right, potentially one last game for Milky Way in this year, potentially one last game for RNG in this game. Surely they switched that around. I guess we'll see as we load in. Where are the splash shots? Where are the loading splashes? Hell yeah, I know all of Aphelios' ability names. Yeah, I want to flex that knowledge, but that's different. It's Ambassador Jungle. We have an Ambassador Jungle. I don't think. Hang on a sec. I don't think we've ever. We've had a couple of games in mid lane. This is a world first in tier 1 Ambassador Jungle game. Never seen that before. Do I watch any LCK or just LPL? I mean, I watch LCK, but I don't cast it, and I don't co-stream, so I don't have the rights. Let's get into game, folks. A world first Ambassador Jungle game. A world first, folks. A world first. We have never seen Ambassador Jungle. This is a first. Milky Way bring out something new for us. Gone towards the Conqueror, not towards the Grasp. You don't really get to use Grasp when you're in jungle, of course. Very, very different. I've never seen this before. Don't know what to expect of it. Has setup from every lane, though, worth noting. Technically. But yes, I do watch LCK. I mean, back when I started watching League, LCK was my main league. I used to watch a lot. I was part of the OGN Legion. Is VCS tier 1 play? No, it's not right now. No, it's not. RNG, potentially their last game ever. It is their last game of 2025. They will not play again this year. They are mathematically locked into bottom 2 of Group Nirvana with OMG. So OMG and RNG, 2 of our very oldest teams within the LPL, both locked out of remaining games of 2025. They will not play in Split 3. They will not qualify, not be in contention to qualify for Worlds. Unlikely to anyway, but still. Arn and Wink getting control of the wave early. Pulverize comes through. Aftershock was brought in from Wink. Was activated from Wink. Eclipse, Cyclo Sword, Cleaver, Sterix with Mercs. Thanks me later. Well, I don't think he's going to get that many, I don't think he's going to get that many items. First ever Ambassador Jungle in the LPL. Okay, well, I think it's first worldwide, isn't it? I believe. I don't see any on the, I don't see any on Leaguepedia. So, control from mid and bot lane for Xiaohao. Renekton will start to get a pushback on wave 3, wave 4 against the Jax. Jax does have decent wave control early, so he gets to use his passive on the wave pretty well, stack up attack speed. Go with that. As gol.gg, by the way, if you want that, by the way. But, that's different. CDC, good trade against Xiaoxu, stack him to Conqueror. I use GOL and I use Leaguepedia. GOL doesn't go back as far as some people would like it to, but... Oh wait, hang on, there are... No, there are... Okay, there are some jungle games, my bad. There are some jungle games. But it's just not in tier 1. My bad. I looked at it first and I was mistaken. Hooking up bot side, good damage onto Niket. Oh wait, no, we did have a tier 1 game, I'm bad. Huh. Where was the jungle game? Who played it? Jungle. Guon played it. In LCP. So it's been played once in LCP. I'm lying to you. Okay, there's one game of it in LCP, my bad. So LCP is actually tier 1. I just didn't click the right button. Milky Way does get the milk. Does get the Scuttle Crab. Probably so. Now he might have to flash out, though. Doesn't have enough ability. Milky Way goes down for first blood in his first game on the Ambassador. Teleport back into the mid lane from Angel now, who got that first blood, has the Fated Ashes already, so he gets the burn component of his Leandries. Really nice to get that one early. Hang on a second. It's a hook forwards. He doesn't have a hook to go backwards. Niket, does he go for a flash? He does. Flash head, but backwards. Wink Now he's very far out. Dodges away from some of the damage from the Ambassador, but can't hook to safety. Decent damage back from Arm, but he's out of mana. Ignite was dropped. Can he flash one last auto? He can. Is there any remaining damage? Does get the presence of mind for a little bit of mana back off the kill. Xiaohao doesn't have the flash now to do that much more. Milky Way's actually getting some decent damage going forwards. Does he have any more cooldowns? He does. Milky Way showcasing he does know the damage limits on this champion. Stacks up the Conqueror. Gets great damage back. 2 for 1 on the bot side. Milky Way killed for a Scuttle Crab first blood. 2 kills now, though. That Ambassador. Well, we'll see what Milky Way can do with it in the jungle role. Don't normally see it there. A lot of top laners have been flexing their skills on it over time. Hell of a flex pick if it does work, though. If you have sets up in lanes, stun into the Ambassador ult, comes out of nowhere. Pretty damn powerful, if you ask me. Of course, you're not going to be as tanky or as damaging. Milky Way, you got to be careful here. Q's going to get started up. Does he have any wards in there? Passive from there. Nautilus, a hook into it afterwards. Wink and you miss it. Milky Way's gone. Do you get it? Because it's Wink, the player that loaded the hook. Wink got the kill. Anyway, Milky Way's going to lose his Raptors, going to lose his Krugs. Xiao back out onto the map. Xiao Shu now under topside turret. Does he have... how good's the Counter-Strike? Well, no one's taken aggro, which is a problem. Nautilus, passive... Does a flash, doesn't get to use it. Wink, really well played. Wink roaming around the map, getting a kill into double camp topside steal, into the kill in top lane. Nikat will be in mid lane. Angel will flash out of the falling star. I didn't get it until I explained it. That's why I got to explain it, you know. I got to explain the jokes. If I didn't say Wink and you miss it, oh, it's actually because there's a player called Wink on EDG who then just participated in the kills, you wouldn't understand. You know, I like to educate my audience, give you the best viewing experience by helping you understand what you're missing, you know. Wink's now back and towards the bot side of the map. There is a Hex Flash available. Okay, using it to go backwards. Wink understood that someone could be in that brush. I still didn't get it. Are you kidding me, Enjoy? Well, it's Wink and you miss it instead of blink and you miss it, which is a common colloquialism, which is, wow, something happened quickly. And that guy did die very quickly as he face checked into the brush. But it was Wink that did it, so it was Wink and you miss it. Yeah. You know. I think it's very... To be fair, you had to have a very high IQ to understand Nymaera's streams. Okay, are we all good now? Do we understand the joke which I made? Do we understand that? Are we good? Are we good? We okay? Okay in chat? Please explain it in little words. Me make funny joke with player name. You laugh. Me explain. Double swell see. Xiaohao does have level 6. Waits till the burn gets a little low. RNG walk up maybe thinking the ult wouldn't come through and Nikat dies again. Nikat having a torrid time of it. High level joke. It's a very high level joke. This is what I do with all of my casting hours. I learn how to make jokes better. You know, funnily enough, a lot of what people take inspiration from when they're casting is stand-up comics. You know, a lot of people do take a lot of inspiration from stand-up comedians. I grew up on a lot of very dry British humor, so it's one thing about it. Ooh, good damage there. Hang on a second. Ult out of the brush. See, don't expect the Ambassador to be firing from there. Uses the barrier, dies anyway. Bit of a wasted summer. You are 100% dead, my son. Great gang from Milky Way. 2, 2, and 1 now on the Ambassador. Died a couple of times very quickly, but not without getting a lot of damage himself. Milky Way ist so schnell gestorben, dass du es bespaßt hättest, wenn du gewinkt hättest. That's... I don't know what that translates to. But I heard schnell, so that's fast. Canyon's playing Zed into Neferi. Oh, that's fun. I mean, it's a little bit difficult because Neferi can W through a lot of Zed's combos, but Zed's clear speed is insanely fast. Fast. Grub's now being taken. Lilia very quick at taking these, of course. Kind of forgot about that. The AP jungle medal last year was largely because AP junglers could, one, obviously carry very well with AD mids being very strong, but also clear through objectives really quickly. You could take grubs very, very quickly, whereas stuff like Xin Zhao, Lee Sin were very, very slow in taking that objective. ZDZ gone towards the Cullen top side, by the way, to get the assist in the kill onto Xiaoshu under his turret. He's down, well, Xiaoshu is now... Hang on a second, flash forwards. There's no flash on Angel. Goes straight into that public execution, and Angel goes down. Really well played from Niket and Milky Way this time. I did say there's a lot of setup for the Ambessa. The fact that the Ambessa being played jungle means you can just freely roam across the map and randomly ult people is very powerful. Very, very powerful. You know, no longer do you have to be like, oh, well, Ambessa's not on a side lane, or, you know, Ambessa has to answer this wave. That's not the case now. You can play around jungle camps instead. Your ability to turn up to plays obviously increased as a jungler. Ist dieser Kommentar nun Agentum der Deutschen Bundesrepublik? Is this commentator a citizen of Germany? The Bundesrepublik of Germany? BLG going up towards top side again. Doesn't have the ult this time. McDeck can put him into a wall. They are under turret though. You're not going to get that much more than that. Potential stun under turret. Wasn't the empowered one. There is a dominance for ZDZ. ZDZ could legit 1v3 here, by the way. Gets that first empowered heal. Getting a bit more rage. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be playing around and ulting Renekton. Renekton loves this kind of situation. Oh, this comment section is now property of Germany. Right, okay, gotcha. I thought commentator... Oh, it's commentar. It's comments. Oh, I get it now. I add an extra tate in there. Taters? What's taters? Anything up and available? Dragon in a minute. Come on, Milky Way goes Cyclo Sword second. Cyclo Sword is good for chasing people down. Does lose you a lot of tankiness. Because you don't get any HP from that. You do get some better assassination potential, though. I think the logic is, if you go towards more lethality now onto jungle, it's that I'm not going to be tanky anyway, so let's do some damage while I'm at it. Because if I'm going to be diving into a play, I want to kill someone before actually I take any damage. That's the logic, right? 10 seconds till Dragon now. First item hit by everyone on the Rift. Double Leandries for EDG. Decent poke from Corki and from Lilia. On the side, RNG don't have flash on Alistair, which makes it a little harder to get that big engage coming through. Who do I think wins? I mean, I'd say EDG. I think that getting 2 dragons here, Hextech Soul, I think they have the better early game comp. But if this game falls apart and gets to 2.5 items, I think RNG, if they're not too far behind at that point, they should win based on scaling, I think. Ah, oh, close. Angel pushing in bot side, getting soul XP in a way that, you know, Azir does. Haven't seen much from the Aurelion Soul yet. Of course, that'll be a factor later. Does have the Sky's Descent, so the big ultimate. Able to put Leandries onto the whole team. That's a hell of a joke, Brainplay with hell. I would normally suggest not joking with border guards, though. I would normally suggest that. Cyclo proc plus Ambassador passive auto is very satisfying damage. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's just, yeah, depends on the... You know, Cyclo Sword has always been pretty good on Ambassador. It's just whether she's tanky enough to use all of the stats all the time and stuff, right? Damage is good, but you gotta be alive to do it. Ambassador doesn't normally lack for damage, it has to be said. It is Tongyuan, by the way. It's the pronunciation of it. The sticky rice snack. Trying to stack up that wave in topside. Probably go Cleaver or Shojin. I mean, you have Black Cleaver on Renekton or... no, not Renekton. Yeah, I suppose you should do because you have Jax and Sivir. So the physical damage amp is actually quite important. Even though, Matt, you get mixed damage from Jax. You do want the Armor Shred if you can help. Well, in some cases you do. Ooh, not bad Swell Seed there, actually. No follow-up, though. Not in range to follow-up. Even though, though, poke from Swell Seed. Nice enough. Applies the Leandries. Going towards the Seeker's second item. Who's scaling better? I do think RNG scale better on the whole. I think the Aurelion Sol and Sivir are nasty, nasty. Jax and Bessa. Decent matches as well. No hook landing there. Herald getting low HP. Hang on a second. I was wondering if that was within smite range, actually. No, not to be the case. Xiaohao will get the smite and secure on the objective. Xiaoshu left alone with bot side turret, was 1,000 gold behind. We'll pick up some extra now. Has his full attack speed stacked up. Cuts the lead quite significantly there. Milky Way taking Gromp. Does he have to smite it? Doesn't have the smite, actually. When hooking into the wall. I think you just have to safely recall now. Milky Way now left alone on the bot side turret. Has flash, has ults. Has Eclipse for a bit of work there too. Nikat, some damage onto him. Nautilus ult comes through. Milky Way, CC down. Where's the Lilia ultimate? There it is. Alright. Milky Way. Escaping out the back of the play, Arn flashing away too. Turret is down, so there's not that much to play around there. You can put the Azir turret, and indeed they do. Wing gets into the Herald, doesn't get that much value from it. Actually takes some damage, but at the end of the day, it's a turret, no kills. Azir turret used to protect the retreat path. Teleport up now from ZDZ on top side. Back to 1,000 gold ahead, despite the fact that Xiaoshu took that bot lane out of turret. ZDZ, same with the bot lane on the other side. Okay, using the Gust Walker to walk around the map. Clears a ward. Angel. We'll see what build Angel goes towards, whether he wants to go towards a more tanky build with the Riftmaker. Would mean that he's losing some attack speed and DPS with the Nash's Tooth, of course. Swell Seed. Tag onto Jachi. Xiaohao now ult. Dragon alive. Would be soul point for EDG. They use a lot of cooldowns on the bot side, though. No Nautilus ult. No Lilia ult. On the other side, big ults but still available for RNG, including big Aurelion Sol ult. Doesn't have the Rylai's just yet, but does have that Leandries. Here we go. Nikat. He also not very tanky. Doesn't have his ultimate himself. Has to flash away. Might come down to a smite fight. It's not really what you want, and he gets stolen by Xiaohao. Skies December. They don't manage to kill, and they don't manage to connect with the ultimate after. So RNG, they throw the dragon. It didn't have ultimates against them. EDG, they didn't have cooldowns, but it doesn't matter. Managed to somehow get the dragon, get out without losing anyone. Look at all their cooldowns. Angel gets ultimate back now. Had no Lulting Lullaby. Nikat likely to die here. RNG, how's this managed to happen? Scorch and Leandries will take down Nikat. A push onto the inner turret. RNG, well, this is why they are at 1 and 3, potentially at 1 and 4. This is potentially why they will be locked out from, well, not even potentially. This is why they are going to be locked out from all games beyond this point in 2025. RNG will play no games beyond this in 2025. They are mathematically locked into bottom 2 in Group Nirvana, which means they will not play in Split 3. Given all of the rumors around the LPL, likely that RNG, I say likely, there is a chance that RNG will never play again in the LPL. Financially, this team is in dire straits. Rumors of, not rumors, but confirmation that they have failed to pay some players. Nikat walked up, tried to buy some time, but it wasn't, the dragon wasn't low enough HP to be playing like a zoning action like that. Xiaohao gets a great smite. I think he was expecting to give his life for it, but had the flash anyway. Managed to flash out to safety. While all this is happening, Asol flew over the wall to try and get some damage down. Kill off the jungler. Instead, leaves themselves out of position. Has no reset on the astral flight. Left away on the other side of the wall. Release Milky Way, let the man be free. Milky Way is part of the problem on RNG. I don't know what to tell Milky Way fans. You know, I was there for the rise of his journey. I saw him in LDL. I saw him in LPL. I was fortunate to cast many of his debut split games in the LPL. But I was also there to cast his next split. And this year as well. Milky Way is not playing well. I don't think, as another team, I would pick up Milky Way for my team in the LPL right now. I think there are precious few spots available, you know, in the LPL for, you know, a player like Milky Way right now to once again prove that he could be top tier in the LPL. Out of RNG, who would I take off for this roster? I mean, Tongwen showed some good level of play, but I suppose a team like WE might be able to pick up Tongwen or something like that. I'm trying to think who else would pick up players from RNG, really. OMG obviously out at this point too. I think Tongwen could replace someone like Hai Chao. Potentially Saber on Ultra Prime. I think that he might have more luck than actually the Milky Way, weirdly. Xiaoxu's been okay, but I don't think he's been particularly successful. Wait, Crisp's Chinese name is Ching Song. And in Chinese, it can be a pun for easily or easy game. But it's in different characters, but you can say use Crisp's name as easy game. That's fantastic. TT Milky Way? That actually, unironically, that could work. Unironically, that could work. Xiao Huangren has been struggling. Now, unironically, that's probably a better shot. Who's OMG's current jungler? Beishang? Yeah, maybe, you know what? It's not a bad shout. Maybe you could get an angle for that. Of course, there are a lot of clauses in contracts where if you are knocked out of Split 2 as bottom 2 in Nirvana, a lot of teams have said, look, your contract will be cancelled early, but at least you can search for a new team. So it means that the teams aren't paying for a split which they're not playing in. So what's up now? 20 seconds till Dragon will be Hextech Soul. For EDG, does Tongwen have himself the big ult again? No, I guess not. 10 seconds till Dragon now. How close is he to that? Can he get it off of another wave? They should be calling for it. You need that big Skies Descend. He has that 2 items. You have Sivir with 2 items too. The problem is, game might be over at this point. Good damage. Good flash forward onto Angel. He has flash too, and here comes the ultimate. Comes through, and the Skies Descend does come through. Angel goes down. Has the rest of the damage been done enough though? Xiaohao managed to get an ultimate. Spell shield through from the Sivir. Has to be cleansed away from all the same. And even though the Azir goes down early, jungler's down, you have no smite. Tonga's trying to get some damage in. DZ not quite there for the power W. Can't quite close it down. Judgy tried to auto for his life, but he can't get enough damage down. RNG may have just lost themselves Hextech Soul. CDZ can recall teleport back into the play. EDG, despite losing their mid lane into a flash combo from Nakat, who started things off well from RNG, will get themselves Hextech Soul, and our worries about RNG losing the early game too hard have become a horrible, grim reality for Royal Never Give Up. Hextech Soul will be claimed by RNG, and EDG rather. Edward Gaming with the most powerful game-winning soul in their back pockets now. Now, this is a great combo from Nakat. Using his ear soldiers gives away your location, of course. It's a fantastic combo coming through. Angel has to get the hell out of dodge. Xiaoxu gets into the backline, starts stacking up that passive as well, but You just don't have the gold. You don't have the right target access. I mean, like, Tungman's using his damage onto a Nautilus with no cooldowns. He's lucky to get away with that one, actually. Thought that ZDZ would get the immediate point and click W stun onto him. Of course, Xiaohao, incredible game from the Lilia player. Xiaohao, a player that was the Milky Way before Milky Way for a lot of people. Well, I guess Bo was that too, but Xiaohao in 2023 was exceptional to watch. Despite him being on a weaker team, was incredibly good, mechanically speaking. ZDZ can stack up his full rage. Counter-Strike now down on the spot side. Even enough gold between the Renekton and the Jax. You do have a Hextech Soul, though, which does help in terms of the extra soul cooldowns and stuff. Counter-Strike will land. Xiaoshu not using his Grandmaster's Might just yet. Ult in the top side. All coming through from that Falling Star. Angel once again caught out of position. Now, this is a little bit better. Sivir ult coming through. So RNG lose the soul, but they do get 2 kills on top side, and that could lead them towards a Baron. RNG potentially turning their fortunes around. ZDZ now has no ultimate, no teleport. Xiaoshu could teleport up to the plate. Xiaohao coming around the corner. Arn is around, but I don't know whether EDG can play this out now. This should be a dragon over to the side of RNG. Hextech Soul is nasty. No flash from Niket this time. Pops that ultimate early. Spell shield used. Dragon, the Baron rather, will go down to the side of RNG. How do they get picked off on top side? You have Hextech Soul. It's so much easier to protect yourselves. EDG will be able to walk forwards, take the mid lane out of turret. So it's not like RNG will be controlling the entire map for the duration of the buff. So it was clearing out vision. Angel uses his ult early. Tongan follows up. It doesn't have the big ult, just uses the small one. Just a massive overextension on top side without Xiaohao or Arn nearby. Angel being caught out twice in 2 big fights now. Atacon is being started. Baron buff being used to push out bot lane and mid lane. So RNG trading Atacon for lane push. They'll be able to get this one. 3 grubs to the side of EDG. Means that RNG have none, of course. Hang on a sec. Angel, my dude. What? I mean, at least he gets the Ambassador ult this time. But Angel caught out 3 times in a row. Dying in 2 of them. Lucky to survive there. Niket's had his number. In a turret taken on bot side. So, ahead in gold now, RNG. We are now at 2.5 items, going towards 3. This is where I said, hey, RNG, they start to outscale. I think I do stand by that in terms of compositions, but there's a Hextech Soul on EDG. That changes the scaling equation. It does, by an awful lot. Makes it much harder to play out fights. The extra damage, the slows. Nasty as hell. I was resting my voice and my brain very briefly. Turns out when it's the 3 series days, caffeine is a necessary thing. Ulf coming towards from the Civic. Can they get the Hextech slow for the soul? From the soul, they can. So Wink does have flash. Safely disengages. RNG pull the Sivir ultimate. Alistair ultimate. He didn't have the Ambassador follow up easily there. Hextech Soul saving Wink's life there, arguably. 2 minutes to Elder. I think we're getting an Elder flip now to end this game. No one's got a crushing advantage now. The Baron gave RNG enough gold to get ahead of the game. 3 items to Tongan, including a Banshee's Veil. Zir doing good damage towards the Jax, actually. Singularity used to get some damage there. Cannon minion. Not going to be able to quite kill that. Xiaoshu will just about. Not quite need another auto. Could have auto reset with the auto Q. Auto W might have been able to kill. Don't get the top lane outer turret. You would have thought with the Baron you'd be able to easily clear through. What's the next series? It is Weibo versus Anyone's Legend. Weibo been struggling recently. Anyone's Legend, however, just dropped a series themselves to FPX just yesterday. FPX, a team which, they've looked better. But we didn't expect AL, who were clearly a top 3 team for so much of this split, to drop that one. But then again, LPL regular season can sometimes pull a fast one on you like that. Alright, a minute till Elder Dragon comes up. Arn on 3 items. Sivir on 3 and a bit items. That is a problem for EDG. Infinity Edge, Lord Dominus regards Yuntals. No quick blades in for the Sivir, but the actual damage from the Ricochet themselves, so much damage. Hey, Cliff, good to see you. Weibo and AL are both griefing games for some reason. I don't think there's any team within the LPL which is not griefing games. Singularity getting some poke there onto Arn and Angel. The 3-item Aurelian Soul doing good value. Once again, a flash combo falls onto a carry. This time, though, it's onto one with the flash himself. Nicat not getting the most value. Skies Descend. Gets some damage across the team. Not bad there. Jachi gets hit by the Lilia. Does he have another flash to follow force? The bird is enough. Xiaohao gets himself onto the backline and does it all himself. That's not a deer, that's a tiger. Xiaohao, triple kill, and he does it all himself. EDG have played almost 150 games versus RNG and their precursor in Royal Club. And to end the rivalry, potentially for all time, EDG may push RNG out of the LPL once and for all. RNG may have had themselves a Baron buff, but they don't have themselves a leg to stand on. Xiaoshu is alone at the Nexus, no stasis. But it won't be the end of the game. A retreat away from it. EDG choosing to head towards the Elder instead of what could have been a flip, with the death timer still being relatively short. Tang Yuan could teleport in towards the Elder. EDG pushing towards an inhib. Hex gates will be able to get RNG back out towards the map. They are teleporting towards this. Milky Way could potentially make his way towards the objective, but they're going to be a little bit too late. Close run stuff. Elder Dragon now sealed. EDG not able to turn the fight this time. RNG, though, tight timings. The game goes on. So what happens here? Nicat combos onto a carry, no follow-up. Milky Way not really doing that much because he's going onto the front line. And Xiaohao just completely obliterates the back line with his ultimate. Great Zhonya's there. Doesn't get caught out by Nicat. Just another Q through. This Lilia, Xiaohao's Lilia, has been utterly disgusting. What a player. What a game from him. Struggled last time he was on Weibo. Him and ZDZ were meant to be the replacement for, Tarzan and the Shy outgoing from 2023. They failed to do so. Xiaoshu killing Jachi. Not Jachi, killing Arn. Maybe the thing which saves the game for RNG, actually. Xiaoshu. Didn't see that on screen. Baron buff now claimed from EDG. They have Elder, they have Baron, they have Hextech Soul. The game is trying to force you to end now. A Soul pushed out bot lane, goes for a recall. 3 grubs, 40 Soul petals from EDG. Elder, Hextech. You are against the scaling comp. Sivir, Asol, 2 of the best wave clearing champions in the game. Swelsey comes through. Swelsey lands onto Tang Yuan. Has the Banshees, but the Hextech Soul still affects through it. Tower goes down. It's a bit of a slow death. Death by 1,000 cuts. And a few Void Mites thrown in there too. Not bad damage from the Singularity coming through from Tang Yuan. Even in gold to see. 3,000 gold behind in the jungle matchup. That's where a lot of the gold is, isn't it? CDC going forward to the Dominus. They see an ending to the game in their eyes. Jachi sees his own end in the eyes of the enemies, but Xiaoshu gets into the backline. Ult from the Aurelian Soul. It's not bad. The Dex is going down, though, and the Dominus is enough. EDG finish off the rivalry against their old enemies, RNG, with a victory. RNG will play no further games in 2025 in a rivalry that has stretched back over 150 games and over 11 years. Edward Gaming perhaps finished the chapter with a win by kicking RNG out of the LPL. They will play no more in 2025, and there are worries, rumors, that perhaps they will never play again in this historic, famous, beloved region. EDG The winners today, seeing themselves into a much better position in Group Nirvana. RNG, a team with a mixed history now at this point. Their recent years, if you've only watched RNG since 2023, I don't know how to explain how important this team is to World League of Legends. RNG, 3-time MSI winners. 3-time MSI winners. They were the team that broke the Korean era of dominance in 2018 MSI. They beat the Korean champions Longzhu at that point. Uzi, Xiaohu, Ming. Players like Let Me. Players like Gala rose up to fame through this roster. That's our first series of today. And this is at the very bottom of the LPL and Group Nirvana for RNG, sadly for them. EDG, perhaps ending this chapter on a somber note for RNG, but one which I'm so glad to have watched over history. RNG, it is so hard to explain how important they are for World League of Legends. They turned Busan into a library? Yeah, they did. They won MSI 2018, 2021, and 2022. The only team to win 2 MSIs back-to-back. The only team to win 2 MSIs, actually. Or more. They've done it 3 times. Of course, a lot of that is on the back of Xiaohu, on Ming, on Uzi, on Gala. So many legendary players which came through that team. Casa as well, back in the 2018 roster. EDG, of course, won the first ever MSI back in 2015. They beat SKT in the finals. They beat Faker's LeBlanc. Well, no, well, they did. But they really beat Wolf's Nautilus, who first timed on stage did it quite bad on that champion. But hey, is what it is. Bin, also on that roster too, yes, for the 2022. A farewell to RNG. EDG was the first winner of both an MSI and a Worlds. That's not true because SKT won MSI in 2016. That's not true. The first LPL one to do that. But SKT did that in 2016 first. They won Worlds 2013, 15, and then MSI 2016 and Worlds 2016. All good, Dog World, all good. This caster can fit so many esports fun facts in them. Yeah, RNG is disbanding? No, but they are now kicked out of the LPL for the rest of the year because they finished bottom 2 in Nirvana, and they will not play any more games in 2025. And due to financial problems within the organization, I think there is a likelihood that they won't see gameplay next year. Fun fact for Baneblade. Let me think. Let me think. What are the other team that's kicked out of the rest of the LPL this year? OMG. So OMG and RNG, 2 of the oldest teams within League of Legends history, are not playing anymore in this year. The only thing they didn't do was Summer 2016 for the Golden Road. Yeah, technically they had a Golden Road between 2015 and MSI 2016. Because they did Summer 2015, Worlds, and then MSI, Spring MSI. So they did technically do that. I will do a pause to check. I want to have a fun fact off with me. God, but the thing, I have a lot I'd have to repeat at this point. I try not to say things I've said on stream before, but yeah. Let me think. Fun fact. Do I know the story of Braun GP in Formula 1? No, I don't. Hello. How's it? In what sense?
I am down to do... What's the next series?
We have AL Weibo, and then we have BLG.
Oh, both of them could be quite entertaining. Do you want to tag him?
I can do next series, and then I don't want to do all three.
I can do the last.
Sure, cool.
I think especially because you're LECing tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah.
In the next couple of days, so okay. With that in mind, I'll probably won't be series because my voice is not
Cool.
right now.
Lucian's E relentless pursuit used to remove slides. Here's a fun fact: Ezreal's W used to old W used to reduce your attack speed. Used to increase allies' attack speed that it hit, do magic damage, wouldn't affect minions, but it would also reduce enemies' attack speed. So what you could do is you could press W, E into it yourself to give yourself the increased attack speed, reduce it from an enemy, and yeah. Another fun fact: Ezreal has a world skin from TPA as an AD carry, but is the only champion to have a world skin for 2 different roles. Because Ezreal's Samsung skin is not for ADC, it's for Haru, who played a jungle. And the reason that Ezreal jungle was so broken then is because of Ezreal used to have a heal on his W. Yeah, it was insane. Ezreal's W was one of the most broken skills. Like people call that overloaded kit. Ezreal's kit back then was ridiculous. Duocast, come on. No, Sam's voice is a bit ropey, so
yeah.
And we're like at the end of the day, guys, we're casting 150 hours like a month basically. So more than that if you include NLC and LEC beyond that. We cast a lot. We take this shit seriously.
I had a 5-game best of 5 from G2 that I'm still recovering from a little as well, actually. So
yeah, get some honey tea, man.
yeah, that's the plan.
I did get some ginger, so you can cut up some ginger and do ginger and honey if you want.
Yeah, but hey guys, I wanted to say hello and come and see where Al was at, because I wanted him to do his voice in either, because that would be silly. But I will trade out at the next series.
There was no Samsung Ezreal. No, so the Samsung Ezreal wasn't necessarily for blue build jungle. Okay, so as it was warrior enchant jungle, I think it was. But also the big thing was it was fervor of battle Ezreal, because you could see. Hang on, he's our MVP. You could see, you could auto attack camps and cast stuff on them to get stats off attacking like regular stuff, like regular camps, which is kind of broken. Ozzy, Xiao Hao gets the MVP. Obviously, it was insane. It's kind of sad to see Nirvana groups because we see how W was so bad at the start of the split and how they improved so much. Makes you wonder if any other Nirvana teams would have improved just as much if they were given the chance to play as much as WE did. There's some logic to that, but then again, there are 16 teams. You can't have an infinite number of games. You have to deserve to earn the chance to improve like that. There's also a 3-series day tomorrow. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Can be a bit of an issue.
Is there one next weekend as well?
No, this is our last 3-series days because Nirvana is ending today.
Fabulous.
Or tomorrow, rather. Tomorrow. This weekend. Okay, we get ready for Weibo versus Anyone's Legend. We don't have any Red Bull. I got some milk in. I should have got some Red Bull as well.
I think we had a coffee.
No, there's some more in the shopping bags.
Ah.
So we do have them. I might task you with going out to get some energy getrinken.
Yeah, I could do that.
If that's okay.
Can we do it now?
In the next like half an hour.
Yeah, I could do that.
If that's okay. May I message you RE casting? Yeah, that's fine, Baneblade. You can do that on Discord if that's... Discord's easiest. But I can Insta and Twitter are also fine. Yeah. By the way, if people do have questions about casting and getting into the industry and stuff like that, feel free to ask. I can't always promise that I'll be able to give you all of the help because I don't have infinite time, but I can hopefully give some good pointers here and there. What are the teams to watch out from China for MSI? BLG, now that they're on a better trend. Anyone's Legend, which are playing next. Top Esports. Those are the main ones. And whatever team that Harold chooses to go coach within the LPL. Top tier coach, wonderful friend, wonderful chef. If Harold wants to coach a team in the LPL, I say let him, you know, let him win you a world championship, you know. Like, it is only fair, you know. Harold LPL, hell yeah. You know, what's going to happen is BLG are going to fire another coach mid-series, and then Harold's going to come in to pick up the slack, you know. He's going to...
好，大家好，是 EDG 中的 Angel。
好的，欢迎 Angel， 也要恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。今天这场比赛呢也是非常的关键，无论是比分还是胜负，都关乎了多支队伍的命运。所以在胜利的这一个节点，能不能说说自己的感受？
我觉得还是非常开心的。然后今天2比1取胜，还是你捏了把汗的。我现在背后的真的是满身大汗。
小小的紧张了一下啊。来到第2局，对方拿出了奥恩中单，很想知道在 BP 的时候，你们有料到他会走在中路吗？那在对线的时候，你觉得比较棘手的点会在哪里呢？
I drank Red Bull twice in my life, felt like crack both times. Yeah, it's like, if you're not used to energy drinks, it changes a lot.
结果是中单，然后感觉跟奥恩对线，只要小心他那个 Q 被
Change, do we have a fake word now? No, we don't. Exchange.
那来到第3局，对方也是拿出了这个安倍萨加龙王的中野组合，节奏不断。你刚刚也说的捏了一把汗，所以说你们在应对这样的中野组合的时候，比较着重于怎么样去应对呢？
就我们还是主要打好。
They rotated coach mid series. I know, Frag. I know. They rotated it, but it like basically at first it was reported that they'd fired a coach. It wasn't quite true though.
就是像龙王和安倍上这么强接 combo 组合的技能。
所以说之后可能更多人会去研究一下了。那接下来
Henge is a good word. In Stonehenge.
备战期间，队伍还要在哪一些方面更加的精进，才能够在之后有个更好的发挥呢？
就需要在。 就扩充一下我们的应用选择嘛，因为我觉得最近的比赛当中也出现了非常多的就是新的体系出来，就像今天这安倍萨龙王这种东西，我们之后还需要有时间去继续练习的。
不断的去摸索。最后一个问题，今天也有很多的粉丝来到了现场，包括也有很多粉丝在直播间支持你们，有什么想对他们说的吗？
就谢谢大家加油，我们奇迹之路也会继续加油的。
好的，也再一次感谢 Angel， 也期待你们之后的表现。我们的4号采访到此先告一段落，接下来是精彩的 Spotlight。
5个人去上了，
抓上了，
要上来，往上靠。
要踢吗？
你要踢呗，你踢呗。
我听了。
我会包后面，我会包后面。
我开车了，我开车了。
你开车呗，
我
会包后面。
我
可以压。
包吧。
狐狸不在。
哎，
有包裹。
可以开。
就杀胜。
撞到了。 就杀落，对，就杀这个吧。杀胜，这个没闪，我想追，直接追。我2秒来，还没闪，就把辅助先杀了。
Waiting for the cast to rest me. Ah, sorry, Blade. 2 minutes ago.
一波吧。
You know, a lot of people say the unseen Blade is the deadliest. I think the unseen, unheard, uninteracted with Blade is the best because that's what I want to do with you. Take from that what you will.
OK， 给我
Is that Mercury? Oh, we already have Mercury. Morning, Cinnamon. Good to see you.
下一中一，
Did it even hurt my feelings? Sam from the fights. D is fake. Alright, cool. There really aren't that many words actually. Recurs good one. Holy crap, there's some loud comms.
我在看，看到我，慢点，推加，一波了。
That's a lot of swearing. What the hell are these? What the heck are these break songs, man? What? Que sexo? What even are these break songs? What is this music? What is this music? Farewell music to RNG. Forlorn? Oh, there's no end. No! Forlorn would have been great. I guess Q is fake. Oh, I understand the scoring now. The scoring works with the, like, Scrabble letters, so Q is more points. Is that what a word? There are wait. Cool, we have fool. We don't have the hidden word yet. Okay, right. I do need to run some adverts. So I'm going to do that before our 1v1 from this. Oh, color with the... Wait, does color have the... Color and colors. They have both British and UK and US spelling. That's cool. U is hidden. Okay, cool. Wait, but can't... Wait, but there should be one more than that then. There should be... Oh, colorful. There's only one U. Right, okay. There's color and color. There's both spellings of it. That's great. So is there... Wait, are there a load of C ones then? Oh, there's curl. Curl and cull. Got that one at least. Nice, cool. Cool. Alright, we probably have time for one more before we get into, like, pre-gamey stuff. Well, I probably will go into pre-gamey stuff now, actually. But... Slang, nice. Do we have a hidden one yet? Has anyone found the hidden one? Yeah, that is a word. Larynx, that's a great word. Lasagna, yay. Where's Harold? Harold, your people are calling for you. All good, Blade. Because I'm keeping an eye on chat for the actual words, because you know, that's how you get like inspiration for stuff. Magna's good. I guess Magna is, well, no, we don't have M, do we? Gala, Galas. And we have an extra A in there. Wait, we have 3 A's? What? Okay. We have nasal. Do we have canal? No. What is this? Living career legend. Hang on, folks. I'd love to quickly take this down so we can see what this is. Xiaohu. Oh, he's about to hit his 1000th career game in LPL? Jesus. Wow. That's insane. 1,000 career games for Xiaohu. Jesus. So we have Xiaohu watching RNG go out potentially for their last ever game, and instead he'll be playing his 1000th. Jesus Christ, it's insane. Cool, we'll continue that later. Right, I need to get another coffee, bluntly. Okay, let me go get myself a coffee, and then I'll be back for gameplay. Jungle matchup, TM versus Tarzan? Hell yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. AL is going to break that losing streak today. What is that losing streak currently, actually? It's pretty long. When did AL last win? So AL lost against FPX 2-1. They lost against BLG. So they've got 2 losses on the trot. But they haven't won since the 4th of this month. Not month of... Yes, they haven't won in a week, basically. Which is, I guess, not the longest thing ever. Yeah, they lost both of their other series this week. They have 3 series this week. And they played yesterday. So they lost yesterday versus FPX. And we got into a solid good lineup.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是于爽。我们邀请到的是 WBG Tap Tap 的小虎选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 WBG Tap Tap 的中单选手小虎。
好的，欢迎小虎。今天即将迎战 AL， 你是如何评价 Shanks 这名选手他的一个打法和风格的呢
？Shanks 选手的话，最近我看比赛下来就是一个比较稳定的选手吧，然后有的时候也会给大家来点乐子，感觉还挺好玩的。
那你觉得今天队伍要跟他们交锋，要在哪一些方面做到极致，才更加有胜算呢
？L 的话是一个以团队配合，就是优势的一个队伍吧。然后我们想战胜他们的话，就需要把运营方面做得更加好一点。
好的，就让我们期待今天这一场对决。我们邀请到的是 AL 的 Shanks 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 香斯。
好的，欢迎香克斯。今天呢，即将面对的是 WBG， 而且他们的中路小虎选手，听说你也很喜欢，所以你是如何评价他的风格？
我确实个人非常喜欢小虎，我觉得他在场外是成熟有魅力的男人，他在场内是稳定、负责任、有能力的大将军。
哇哦，非常高的评价，我很期待小虎一会儿是在赛前能够听到你的评价的时候，内心是什么样的一个感受？那大战一触即发，你有没有什么想要跟队友们说的一些加油鼓励的话呢？
我觉得我们会很顺利的2比0拿下比赛。
好的，那再一次感谢你来到我们的赛前采访，同时期待今天的这一场对决了。
Okay, anyone pick anything up from that? Where there's mutual respect, no trash talk? Damn. What are we even here for? What are we even here for? Of course, yeah, Air is, hang on, we'll get on stage as well now. Easy 2-0, he says, what the heck? Damn. I very much like Xiaohu. Outside of the game, he's a very beautiful man, and in the game, he's a capable leader. Oh, that's cute. Of course, he must have been paid to say that. Conspiracies. Tarzan, please carry. I mean, Tarzan's been not on great form recently. That's been a big problem for AL. And Kyle and Tarzan have not been playing to the level we know that they can play. So, Weibo versus AL. Can Weibo break their loss streak? Weibo have not looked great recently. Well, no, I say that. They beat IG and they beat BLG, so last week was great for them. But then they just got slapped by NIP and BLG. This team is so weird. Who will win? AL or Weibo? This is one of the most hard matchups to predict. AL have been all over the place in terms of their form. They're on a loss streak right now. They lost 2 matches this week. Oh, Weibo or Weibo? Weibo. For those of you who watched the official English broadcast before it was shut down, the big selling point the big brand which I walked away with from that was saying, Weibo consistently inconsistent. Now, if all of you out there actually cared to watch the official broadcast, instead of God knows whatever else getting your LPL information from there, maybe you would have known that Weibo was consistently inconsistent, that they could make a Worlds Finals, then completely int it. They're like the only team in the world that could make Worlds Finals in the way that they did. I love them a bit, but they are a terrifying team to try and predict. Weibo are just not normal. They're not okay. So we'll get onto the Rift now. We'll get onto the stage. Players will get ready. We'll get our 1v1 for our for our side select, and then we'll figure things out from there. Okay, so elimination game, that was the 1v1 for that. Wait, Zoom joined JDG as a coach. Okay. Right, so we don't know what's happening with CV Max there. Where is, who's playing our 1v1 today? Is Frag around? Frag normally posts that stuff. I don't know who's playing 1v1s for the rest of the games. Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you who hadn't seen, like, hang on, I'll show you this. Where's my Twitter? I'll show you my Twitter, because I drew a very funny graphic of, No, I don't want to go to that. Okay, whatever. Okay, we'll watch that later. We have a very funny head-to-head graphic of all of the teams in the LPL right now, which is really funny. Okay, so we have Xiaohu versus Shanks, mid lane a 1v1. Renekton instant locked it. Renekton versus Renekton. It's a croc-off. We are comparing strength of crocs, folks. It is a croc contest. We are comparing crocs. Would anyone else like to compare crocs here in League of Legends? I too I'm interested in the croc measuring contest. It's got into the Howling Abyss. On the graphic that looks like a demonic ritual. Yeah, I do feel like I speed dialed Beelzebub. You will submit your croc for the croc measuring contest, Baneblade. Nice. Would anyone else like to submit their croc for the croc measuring contest? And we'll get ourselves onto the where are the submissions? you can put them onto the Ionia server in the super server in China. That's a very cool cosplay. Seen that a lot in the crowd today. Unfortunately, I'm too far south for the saltwater crocs in Australia. Ah, so it's yeah, don't get that much yeah, don't get that much croc action there, do you? Damn. Oh, I missed the first Q. That's a problem. Shanks walks forwards. Does get the Q at the end of that. So Shanks currently getting the better of the croc off. Both of them taking exactly the same runes. And a summoners. However, the build is different. Double Doran's health crystal on one side. Bramble Vest on the other for Xiaohu, so he'll be taking less damage. Which means that also if Shanks goes for that empowered W, it takes more damage. Knight put onto both of them, so the Grievous Winds are on both. The Barret takes a little bit of that damage from the ignites. And things are pretty even. Remember, win condition is 2 early kills, 1 late kill, or the tower. That's how you win the 1v1. Now, because you've got one less Doran's Blade for Xiaohu, less ability to do damage, less ability to control the wave, just go forwards for the empowered heal. Because on the other side, empowered W does, in fact, deal damage to himself onto the Bramble Vest, which does damage per hit onto you. Xiaohu gets the empowered Q there too, and of course Shanks gets reduced healing too. Xiaohu, maybe winning out on this one a little more than Shanks would have liked. Pops up the emote. Of course, reminder, folks, Xiaohu was a top laner for a year in 2021. And not only that, he won MSI being a top laner. It's one of the reasons why he is considered one of the greatest of all time. Does he have Demolish? Does he choose to walk up to the tower? We'll let that one go down. Not the wave die to the turret. Does Shanks get himself back in time for the cannon? Yes. So what Shanks will need to do now is clear out the next wave and get another recall, because he can't stay on these items. He can't stay on these items. He's too far behind right now. He did get a cannon, so he'll get the extra 100 gold to spend or so on that. Crocs, Socks, and Sandals clears, especially the game, you know. Socks and Sandals, great gladiator game. Oh no, that's Swords and Sandals. No, that's different. Ignore me. Level 6, close on both sides now. Remember Shanks, the item disadvantage. He might be able to hit level 6 quickly, though. And that'll change things. Doesn't get his Q on the wave, though. Level 6 hit by Shanks. Shanks will look for the recall now. Xiaohu does have Bramble Vest, though, so he can tank the wave a little better. Stops the recall. Hits level 6 himself. He's happy. He's got the refill pod. So does Shanks. Xiaohu doesn't mind being tanking the wave for a little bit. He can tank the wave a little more because he has the armor. Bramble Vest technically damaged the wave too. Was he the Lucian top abuser? Yeah, he was. Syndra top as well. But hey, he won an international tournament doing it, so I ain't going to knock him doing that. Recall does come through from Shanks now, but it's a wave later than you would have liked it. What's he going to get as his first item back, actually? He gets the Bramble Vest too, so both players go for the Bramble Vest. All right. So Shanks sees the Bramble Vest in Xiaohu's inventory and says, that's a problem. He won't get himself the plate here. He needs to get himself a clean recall, though. So he understands, look, I'm going to lose the plate gold, which is a problem. But I need to get a clean recall. So what's his next item going to be? Phage, maybe? What's his first item going to be? Yeah, this is going to be the Phage. Going towards the Black Cleaver. So, of course, when both of them have the Bramble Vest, the Black Cleaver gets a lot more value. Is the Doran's Blade down, as we said before, but I don't think it matters too much, really. Of course, the Phage gives you the move speed now from the Rage passive. That's been brought back and removed on Phage a couple of times, actually. Because it used to be the Hearthbound Axe briefly had that instead of Phage. Level 7 to level 8, so Xiaohu down a little bit. And just get a tiny bit of chunk onto Shanks. Okay, Dominus put in. Level 8. Available for both of them. Ignite dropped onto Shanks. So that's Ignite and Dominus used by Xiaohu. Goes forwards again now. Does have full rage. Gets a bit of damage down. Zone Shanks off the wave, but, you know, wave's pushing into him now. Shanks has the Dominus now, which you can use for the, you know, the damage aura. Pretty decent base damage, all in all. Big thing about this matchup now that both of them have Bramble Vest, you want to get your Q in if you want the healer, if it's both of them doubly at the same time. You can see that Xiaohu doing a lot more damage than Shanks right now. But Shanks does have that Dominus, so again, he's not in danger right now. Xiaohu actually gets wave control back. Level 9, so you've maxed out that Q. Damage and healing. And Shanks pulls out the Dominus now. However, Xiaohu does get the double empowered ability. Considering the fact they just ate up that Dominus, is actually not feeling too bad about that trade. Does he look to cancel a recall? No. Shanks using the last of his Dominus there. Sat in the brush. Both of them having similar tools available now. Shanks has the extra Ignite. Xiaohu does have the item advantage, though. Goes forwards again. Empowered W from Shanks. Means that the stun stops the other Renekton from getting much value off. What an interesting croc off. I'm enjoying this comparison of crocs. Only here in the LPL can you have an actual professional croc measuring contest. Xiaohu largely has been winning out in this 1v1. Did miss out on that plate gold earlier, but ahead a bunch of CS. Can go back now. Croc on croc action, exactly. How much gold is he ahead by? I actually missed that. How much gold was he ahead by, though? It's the cannon minion. Oh, not the cannon minion, because the 110 gold from killing a bunch of minions at once. That's what confused me. Shanks even admitted that Xiaohu is beautiful. Damn. Spots the recall coming in. Does he look for a recall cancel? No. So we have the Ring of Fire coming in now. I think Shanks thought that Xiaohu was going to recall, and he doesn't. Wants to get as quick recall as possible. Can't stick around for the plates. If Shanks can stop the recall, things get a bit interesting now, but I don't think he can. Close enough. All right. It's going to be full Black Cleaver for Xiaohu and Steel Caps. So he's a full Steel Caps over Shanks. Can Shanks get a recall before the next play comes in? I don't think so. So it's a Doran's Blade up for Shanks, but full Steel Caps for Xiaohu. Surely this is unlosable for him now. So Xiaohu taking one of the heals there. I guess I'm not sure. That seems like a mistake, actually. Okay. It's a little bit of damage in there. Shanks has full rage. I mean, Shanks, I don't know how you outplay this now. I don't know how you do it. I mean, it's really hard. Both of you having everything available. You don't have a cooldown advantage. Maybe Shanks can get to level 12 first, fight with the level advantage. But Xiaohu should be able to get through bits of the wave too to even that up. Shanks has full rage right now. Xiaohu's the level down. That's why Xiaohu wants to get himself the level right now. He does. Both getting through that dominance, both dropping the ignite. They have barriers left. Xiaohu's taking a lot more damage than I thought he would, actually. Another empowered ability available from both sides. Things get a little difficult. The barrier is removed, and Shanks wins the croc measuring contest. Big mistake from Xiaohu, who used the barrier, and the empowered W from Shanks denied it. Big mistake from Xiaohu. He was winning that so hard. Was the level down, was rage down going into the last fight, and Shanks wins out in the 1v1. Alrighty, that's one way to win yourself a 1v1. Gonna put a quick 1 minute ad break on to increase the pre-roll off. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee from the other room. Oh, it's not about the size of the croc lead. It's about who uses the croc better. Well, Shanks uses croc pretty well there. Wonderful. Only in the LPL can you experience such riveting croc on croc action. I make myself laugh. And then we wait for our champ select. So, likely that anyone's legend choose blue side now. God, how did Xiaohu throw that lead? Into draft we go. So, let's have a think about what these teams can bring to the table. Where are my teams and their various pick statistics? Anyone's legend, Weibo. Weibo not having a great week, neither are anyone's legend, but Weibo last week did beat BLG. However, first time around, AL, I seem to remember, had quite an interesting series versus Weibo, but they beat them. Anyone's legend. Big Yone team, but banning it themselves. Talia Pantheon, both available. That being said, no, Tarzan does play it. Talia Pantheon available, Rumble up and available. I think Rumble's a pretty easy pick, but the Talia first pick actually comes in instead. Does this mean that Breathe? Now, what Weibo might do now, Rumble Pantheon, take the Pantheon away from the Talia, not have the double globals, but you want the Rumble. You don't want to face up against Rumble and Talia, I don't think. Not with so many AD junglers being able to balance out the damage there very well. Yeah, take the Pantheon away. You don't want to give that to Tarzan. Tarzan a good Pantheon player, and Pantheon Slayer too strong a duo, really. Then I think you lock the Rumble in as well, personally. Is that a reference to something? Why are they hovering that? It's a whole lot of junglers been hovered there. There's an internal joke there, I just don't know what it is. The Rumble will get locked in. So now on the other side for AL, They could lock Shinzao. I think Shinzao's pretty good here. Does well against the Equalizer because, you know, Rumble throws it from long range away. Shinzao presses the ult, doesn't take damage from it. So you lock in the Shinzao. What do you want into the top lane? You don't have... I mean, you could go something like Sion, I guess. Flandre could Sion into the Rumble. Jace is available. You could Jace into Rumble, which is a bit more meh. Because Rumble beats Rumble beats so many matchups he shouldn't right now. Do you want to lock in top lane right now? MF instead. Right, okay. So leave top lane for a little later. And now Light maybe needs to lock in something like an Ezreal, maybe. Or Jhin. Jin's pretty good. I think Jhin or Ezreal look pretty good here for Light. Could also go for Kai'Sa. But I don't think Kai'Sa's good into MF. Okay, no, Shahuzari. I do like Shahuzari, worth noting. 1v1 for side select should be implemented anywhere. At the beginning of regular season and before Game 5 and playoffs. I've typically liked it for Game 5 of playoffs. I do like that a lot. Problem is it adds a lot of time to the runtime of a broadcast, which is a problem. Shahu's actually played 5 games of Ahri. This will be his 6th. He's currently 3-2 on the pick. KDA of 8.6. I've always liked his Ahri. His Ahri in 2022 was one of the very best in the world. I think him and Faker in 22, best Ahris in the world, and that's the reason why they were in the finals of MSI. It was a huge part of that meta. What are the 4 best ADC picks currently? Varus. Is Kalista still up? Varus, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Kalista maybe? MF is also in there as lane dominance, but not everyone pilots it well, and also is not good for very talented AD carries. I prefer them on more skill-oppressive champions, really. Maybe Jhin is in there too. Jhin is also very, very good. That being said, Lucian's also raising in priority currently. So, neither team picking a support. Just say that Rakan's off the table. Kyle could have gone for the Poppy Band away from. I suppose Kyle's looking for Rel. Alistair, maybe? Rakan banned away means that maybe AL wants to go towards more lane dominance in bot side. Banning away Rakan, which does quite well into a lot of melee supports. The Ezreal is just very safe on its own too. Alistair locked in for Air, who has been really good. Air has been good. And by the way, his name translates to Dumb Husky. It's the name of an emoji. Dumb Husky. So it's like a husky, like a bleh. It's cute. Leona makes a lot of sense here too. Long range engage. Yeah, I did know that, Autumn. I did actually know that. Yeah, JJ's girlfriend is an interesting topic right now within LPL fandom. And Galio comes in for Flandre. So you have the Galio into that top side. I guess AL wanted to wait a little longer to see what the combo of Weibo would be. Do they need to win lane versus the Rumble, or do they just need to counter him in team fights? The Galio does fine against Rumble in lane. You get decent push in the first levels of the game, and then at level 4 in the second rank of Flame Spitter, Rumble gets the bounce back, which often means he can still fight for Scuttle Crab. It's not that bad going towards the top lane, like the Rumble matchup now against the Galio. I think it was worse in the past. Jhin locked in for Light. We did say this is one of the most powerful AD carries on the patch. Gives good setup, and you have so much damage across the board now from Weibo that doesn't matter if Jhin is not like the highest damage champion, which sometimes he can fail to be. I think he's actually much better at hyper carrying than people realize. But the Jhin can set up. If the Equalizer lands and then the Jhin W hits them because they're already slowed and taking damage, it's hell. It's real hell. Suddenly now you have Pantheon ulting in, Jhin, Rumble, long range. Alistair and Ahri good at following up on plays too, or starting them. We'll get ourselves into our first game of our second series of the day. This soundtrack reminds this track reminds me of the Supreme Commander soundtrack, which is a great soundtrack. Oh, I wish it was on Spotify. I love that album. So good. So good. Let's get into the game. Varus is miserable in EU and NA. Varus is good in EU. Varus is good in EU. In NA, I haven't watched enough of it to comment. Game 1. Weibo, Anyone's Legend. Coming up right now. Anyone's Legend on a bit of a cold streak, losing 2 in a row. Weibo just lost to FPX. Well, no, hang on, blah, blah, blah. I need to scroll down a little bit further. Weibo just lost to NIP. That's the one they ended up losing earlier this week. However, did beat IG and BLG last week. Let's see which flip of the coin we get for our inconsistently inconsistent team and our top team on a cold streak. Varys from Game of Thrones. Yeah, great character. I miss when Game of Thrones had the Game of Thrones in the background, and it was, you know, about politics and that kind of backroom dealing. Became a lot worse when they became about zug battles they don't understand how to film. Like, let's put our artillery in front of our army and then not have them behind the walls. Ooh, this is fun. The Battle of Winterfell was really bad, by the way, strategically speaking. Let's charge our horses into a block of infantry. This and more things I'm annoyed at. So anything interesting to talk about? Sometimes we see the phase rush coming out of the Galio. It's the Aftershock instead. Shield Bash is obviously nice, but sometimes you have that on your secondary runes. Goes towards the Aftershock instead. In the long lane, sometimes they can help you out a lot. Anything interesting in terms of runes? Nah, not really. Not that I saw from the primaries anyway. So we have a ward spotting out the jungle cleared there. One on Raptors as well if you check the minimap. So decent jungle vision. Some spotting what could happen in terms of a run across river as well, because sometimes what Shinzai can do, get level 3, head down here, head across there, and head through Tribrush. That'll be the path potentially. So this ward might spot that out. Depends if it lasts long enough. Kyle losing a bit of that trade there, actually. Mid lane as well. Ah, Q start from Xiaohu. Don't typically see that, actually, from the Ahri anymore. Normally you see the W, much more consistent damage at the level 1. The Q can sometimes lose you a lot. And Xiaohu, congratulations. 1,000 games in the LPL. Second most games of all time. Ahead of Rookie. Mako still playing as well. Look how many of these players are still playing. Doomby obviously coming back out of retirement as well. Yagao, the only person in the top 10 who's not currently playing. It's so cool seeing so many of the old players continually put up results over time. Now, Xiaohu's been to Worlds twice in the last 2 years, despite the fact that people were dunking on his individual performance. And yes, he's had ups and downs in that time, but the fact that we get to see him, you know, ply his trade at the top level, so special to me as someone who watched him play his very first games internationally back at MSI 2016. His Lucian mid solo kill onto Faker. One of the very first Lucian mids of all time. Started off the era of Lucian. It was so fun to see. He's kept it up over time. Of course, did that on RNG at 2016 MSI. Anything interesting happening in terms of our lanes? Galio pushing in right now. Once you hit level 4, level 5 of Rumble, then you get multiple points in Flame Spitter and you can push out a lot easier. You get more control of that lane. But for now, you have to just kind of soak up the first few levels. Pantheon clearing towards bot side as a Shinzao. No funny stuff coming in from Tarzan just yet. Both of them heading towards bot side. There is a ward in river. Tien knows about it. Tarzan spotted and we go for our 2v2 in the bot side. Kyle actually was getting headbutted towards Tien. Doesn't have his empowered ability just yet, and that's a problem. Tarzan sees that, takes a very heavy trade. Flashes away now. As Ignite dropped onto him. As there's a flash away by Air as well. Weibo largely coming out worse for wear from that bot side play. Tien, mistake from him not walking up with the empowered ability. If he had the empowered W, I think he'd be able to, or the empowered E, could have disengaged or aggressed a lot easier. There's a comment in Onivia's chat talking about, wow, AL have top lane Galio. Yeah, it's a common matchup into the Rumble because Galio is a good anti-magic damage champion. Gets quite tanky, has a lot of wave clear whilst remaining tanky. And kind of counters the equalizer a little bit because once he puts out his ult, not only is there the big smash on the ground when he comes into play, but also gives you a big magic shield, which is really good versus the equalizer, which does, you know, a lot of magic damage. Don't forget, Nymaera, the 19.1k gold lead for AL. That is true. That is true. I missed that a little when you messaged it a little while ago. But yes, yeah. AL had almost a 20,000 gold lead in their victory in this, not in the series, but game 2 victory versus FPX. They lost the series, but they did win one game by 19,000 gold. Teleport down towards the bot side now. Kyle's down here as well, who delayed his own recall. A little bit late on the taunt there from Flandre. I wonder if he could have popped that a little earlier to catch out the Rumble. Didn't MDK start Galio as a Rumble counter? It was G2 at MSI, and they did that into Breeze, who was playing on... Is it Worlds? Was it? Hang on. Did he do it to 369? I think he did it to 369 at MSI. But then at Worlds, he did it into Breathe on Weibo. That was a big thing. It was Broken Blade that did it. Broken Blade has been very good at practicing Silver Bullet counters, by the way. You know, the Swain into Cassante, the Warwick into Ambessa. Lots of stuff like that. BB's been very fun to watch to see how much value you can get out of specific counter picks into specific picks. There's a saying, and hang on a second. W does land. Good combo coming through. Good damage onto Hope. There's a saying. It's by me, but there's a saying. A blind pick... If you pick a blind pick for long enough, it's no longer a good blind pick. Eventually, if you keep seeing something blind pick, people will put in the time to practice the niche counters. Now, I think if you give anything enough time, you can counter something. Most of the time. But particularly in top lane, it is an inevitably counter-picked role. Just most players don't practice the counters, because the matchups can be quite hard to learn. Sometimes. And it takes a lot of effort. And learning how to play them in a team comp, and how you play them in a macro sense. Very, very difficult. A lot of the time. BB started the Rek'Sai top lane. Yeah, true. There was also, oh no, it was Flandre himself, who's been a bit of a cook. Flandre started the tank Jace craze top lane. Didn't BB also play Warwick the other day? Yes, I called that out. He played Warwick into Ambessa. Very good matchup. By the way, it is not Warwick, it's Warwick. Warwick is actually an English name and an English word. Warwick is an Americanization because they don't know how to speak our language. I get annoyed about it. Tarzan is not going to see air here. Flashes away from the combo. W does land. Doesn't have his ultimate just yet. Charm comes through, and it's a massive fight. The globals get called in. First blood comes down. So Weibo goes over towards Light. There's a reset coming through for Xiao, whose ultimate gets the backswing of the Q. But it's Light that picks up the kill. Hope does get something onto Alistair, but he might be a little out of position. I guess Shank's around the corner means that they don't feel like they have enough damage to see it through. Light getting 2 kills. The Jhin kind of spooky now. Well, all this is happening. Flandre had roamed up to get in range for ult. Doesn't get there. Leaves Breathe alone on the bot side turret, and he'll get himself a plate. Prefer to call him Weedwick based. Does everyone else remember patch 420 Weedwick? With the challenging smite giving on-hit damage. So Warwick would ult you, hit you 5 times with his ult, and just one-shot you. Is nasty as hell. So Tarzan doesn't spot the combo coming through from Airhead. It's a very good vision play. Trying to move towards the spawn of the grubs. Immediate pounce. This is why we see so many globals, by the way. Everyone just pounces on a play. Fights happen very quickly right now around grubs in the early game of the LPL. And into mid-game. 2 Dark Seal stacks for Xiaohu. Good on him. Got himself the Dark Seal before he got himself into the first fight of the game. That is the gold standard. You want to buy a Dark Seal, get invested in a kill, in an early fight, and start to snowball away from that. It was Sated Devourer, yes it was, but the it was Challenging Smite, which also gave you 1 hit at that point. Challenging Smite after that point was changed down to a damage over time, so it was both. It was both. Challenging Smite was affected you around the level 6 mark, which you didn't always have the upgrade available for. Panther goes forwards as the flash goes forwards again. Okay, does he get the full kill though? Last Q will kill. And he gets it. Tien, another use of the global, and here we have another one. Look how many globals we can fit into this bad boy. Galliol comes in, will kill off Airhead, does have the flash, won't be able to use it. This is why we see so many goddamn globals in the game right now. Someone gets caught out, everyone flies to the occasion. Breathe stuck alone in bot side though. This is a bit of an issue. Breathe, you don't want to give him all that plate gold. Having said, grubs are going to get claimed by anyone's legend on the top side. Get 2 of them right now. Have smite for the last one, so likely to get all 3. Xiaohu, good damage, but the eclipse came on from Kyle just before the skill shot hit. Xiaohu did have ult. Could have technically looked for a kill there, I suppose. But not while Shinzao was around. It's not Leicester, it's Leicester. Yeah, it is Leicester, much like Worcestershire. Worcestershire is Worcester. Or Worcestershire. Worcestershire sauce is Worcester sauce. If you're gonna say stuff from my country, my culture, you best get it right. You know? Have a little respect. Red buff claimed on bot side. Tien, ahead of the game right now. having taken that kill onto Hope earlier. Do I know Weibo's record post-air? I can't remember it exactly, but it's been better than it was before. Because they were looking very, very bad beforehand. Do you have the record pre and post? TM taking down this dragon, so they lost those early grubs. Flandre is on vision, by the way. Xiaohu knows that. Well, of course he knows that. Flandre takes a bit of damage, but of course has some magic resist early. Xiaohu going towards the Malignance. I think this is very much a Malignance into Liandry's game. You need to be able to kill the first target well. Double Liandry's burn is kind of nice as well. Liandry's do stack. They didn't used to. A number of years ago, Liandry's didn't stack. But they do now, so you can get extra bonus from them. Xiaohu finishing up the work which Breathe started in that on that bot lane turret. God, Electrocute does no damage towards Flandre right now. Onion has no business being on pizza. Look, a lot of people do like onion on pizza. Now, I don't, but some people do. I like mushroom on pizza. I don't mind sardines either. They're okay. Light setting on the trap line. Karzal, I do completely agree, by the way. It's a good insight. Globals are the new TP because TP takes too long. It's too slow. I think that's actually... I think that's a very reasonable thing to say. I think that's a good read on that. Why would you wait 6 seconds or whatever to get in? How many seconds it takes you to get into position for a TP, then slowly cast it, when you can immediately fly into a play as a Galio, Talia. Yes, you do have to be out of combat, but then again, you have to do that for the teleport as well. Stuff like the Equalizer as well. Instant follow-up. Galio just needs to be on your half of the map. Same with Rumble. The downside of having, the semi-globals is you have to be in position. If you're a pro team, you're expected to do that anyway. Breathe now kept alone under this topside turret. This is likely a death from Breathe will equalize the wave. So it's no longer the case. Clears out the wave well. One of many reasons why Rumble is such a valued pick right now. Doesn't have the equalize now though. Needs to be careful on this side of the map. Gets hit by the wind, becomes lightning. Knockup soon to follow. Globals come through. Good solar flare. Here comes the bullet time as well. Decent damage. And while he wasn't the initial target, Tian will very likely go down. And will do. Shanks takes the kill. They were looking for lights. Instead gets TM. Jungler off the table. No objectives to take, but they'll use 4 ultimates rather, and get themselves something from it. Whilst light learning the flash too, that's definitely something I can use to what's it call it? Punish later. Leona recalling, put down a lot of wards. Kyle has so many wards down right now. Look how I'm gonna show you on the minimap. Look how many wards are up here. Look at this quadrant. Everything here. There's a full ring around this side of the map. It's like, hang on, wait. Maybe, let's draw a pad now. How many do they have? So they have like They have like a full pentagram thing going on. Look at this. This is wild stuff, folks. I think that Kyle has actually been just inducted into a demon summoning circle. This is not okay. There is something deeply unserious about what's happening on the minimap there. I do think that Ehe and Kyle may have just been summoning demons on the top side. I say that's both opposing sports. Is anyone's legend. Anyone's legend's more like anyone's what's a demonic name? Anyone's Lazarus. That's not true. Lazarus is not a demon. Demon. It's not a demon. There's a lot of wards now from Weibo on the midsection of the map. Again, if you look down at the minimap, both these teams trading heavy vision. I think everyone understands, how quickly everyone can respond. Just, look at all of the wards in this area. Crucial vision lines across the map. And you do have to be aware of the fact that you do have Pantheon. If you have wards going deep enough into the enemy jungle, which, again, Kyle's just replacing again, you can spot out where this is going to be used, where... the equalizer can come from, where the teleports can come from. Here is entrance. Weaver's Wall. And we have 3 global ultimates in the game, but then even, Jhin can roam to the play quickly. Everyone in this game can respond very, very quickly. Anyone's Lucifer. Exactly, how did I forget about Lucifer? Oh, man. Common misconception, by the way. He doesn't rule hell. He's just one of the other prisoners and one of the inmates in there. Flandre could get the taunt out of the brush. That's the W in there. Gets the double smash combo. Half the HP gone from Rumble. Was one of the annoying things about Rumble is that, not Rumble, again, about Galio is that his smash does a lot of damage based on magic resist. Tarzan going forwards. Does have his ultimate. See a little bit of Fred Shahu. Kyle coming through. Globals coming through again. A double teleport. We have 3 globals coming to the play. Bullet time comes through. And again, the fight really explodes. The 4th global used from short range. Shahu trying to flash forward. Finishing off a kill onto Kyle. Trying to get the full kill. And he does. Currently fighting a 1-for-1. Jungle for support. Tian down. Shahu can maybe look for another angle. Needs to be careful here. We'll get over the wall. Ends up being a 1-for-1. But how many things were just used there? Shahu, buddy, you got to be careful. Flicking around the side. I believe that was actually a blind combo, by the way, from Shanks. Gets that away from it. Bloody game. Fast pace. And while the kills aren't that high, the actual amount of fights is. So I say bloody in the sense that people are fighting a lot. Herald's going to go over to the side of AL. They'll get themselves their 2nd objective of the game alongside the grubs earlier. Weibo, they're going to go down towards the dragon instead. Dragon stacking. So AL have 3 grubs. They have the Herald. They have quick pushing power. Tian is alive and he'll be able to join the dragon take on the bot side. Will there be a contest? Well, AL just use all of their ultimates. Seems unlikely. Shanks using the 3 grubs to push topside. Take some more damage off of that. Doesn't have himself the burn damage just yet. Has the Haunting Guys, but no fate to get Fated Ashes. Kyle been very good at moving around the map. I feel like a lot of people will miss the amount of work that's been... Thank you so much, by the way, for the gifted sub to Mabby, by the way, Darkbolt. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you. Appreciate the continued support. So we're going to the replay here. I think the vision control has been the most important part of this game. Look how many random wards there are just around all around the battlefield here. Kyle and Airhead, amongst others, doing such a good job of setting up the battlefield for success. Shahu takes a good kill on the Ahri, and of course, he'll be happy with the Dark Seal stacks there. He's on 5 right now, going towards that Leandries. Shahu getting ahead of the game, and we did say, hey, look, Shahu's Ahri is good. Historically, it's been good. This split, it's been good. In his 1000th LPL game, Shahu having a good showing so far. 1-0-3. Weibo as a team. No, even enough. A little bit behind in terms of gold. But this is going to be a fun game. This is one of those fights where you wanna get settled in, get your popcorn, and enjoy whatever the hell is going to happen in the next 15-odd minutes. Shahu and Shanks close enough in terms of gold. Shanks got some side lane gold. Both of them have the same kill participation. Both of them have 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Oh, Fleck into the mid lane. Do we have any more globals to be used? Tien's already here. Do we have Galio roaming into the play? No, not quite yet. Sticking in top lane. So, Cleanse used by Hope. Ignite used by Airhead. That's it. No big ultimates used there either. Galio chose to push in topside. And because that play fails in mid lane, Weibo now have to defend against the Herald. They do have ultimates, though. How's going to get driven? I don't know about driving in like that. Airhead has the ultimate. Going to start charging up that double knockup. Where's the extra follow-up? Ball comes in from Shanks. Tien goes in, but he's alone on the backline. Charm lands, but there's a big old magic shield. Galio comes to the rescue again, and the mid-jungle of Weibo go far too deep. The wall separating up the follow-up. Anyone's legend. Much better at peeling back. Mid-jungle from the enemy team falls. Now, enjoy it. I know what you're going for with the with the message, by the way. I just know if I allow that term, other people will not use that well. So Air actually gets a clean combo onto Hope in mid lane. Cleanse, Ignite after, get some good damage. But then you're without that Ignite for the next play. This is good from Air. And again, this is a guy that came in to replace long-time support in the LPL, Hung, who was on very bad form. The Equalizer's not bad here. Again, it tags a number of people. Doesn't quite get onto the people they needed to, but, you know, the Galio ultimate, really the game-saving play there. I don't even know who I'd value the most out of this game so far. I mean, Flandre's had a good game so far. Shanks and Kyle have. Not like Hope's had a bad game either. It's a very fun team play kind of game. How does Weibo win versus AL draft? Normally I'd say quick picks, but double globals make that quite hard. You'd want to early snowball. That's not happened. I think the fact that both teams have such quick response time works out in AL's favor. Shanks' walls have been good. What you need to do is blow cooldowns from AL and take a fight while the longer Galliol is down and you have the quicker Ariel. You want to use Ariel to force Galliol if at all possible. Back off and then fight while the Galliol's down. I think that's the goal. Pantheon Rumble not fed enough to one-tap MF with one, but that's true. They're too far behind right now. Galliot comes in. Well, not Galliot, the Talia ultimate. And Breed's caught out. Gets the equalizer down. Flashes for nothing, really. And while all this is happening, by the way, yes, you have Shanks coming in, but Galliot's still low on bot's side. Shinnok comes in. Tanks onto Tarzan, but doesn't find the target he really wanted, which was Kyle retreating from that play to stop a quick recall coming through. Not really sure what Weibo can get off of that. Oh, and of course, the other way that Weibo can win is through soul point win condition. Now, if they can dragon stack, maybe things look a lot better for them. Maybe a Chemtech soul, not the best, but then again, the tenacity works well versus Leona and Galio. You get 6% tenacity per Chemtech stack, which is quite nice. I have no idea what Tony Romo is. Is that a compliment? American football quarterback. I don't know if that's a good thing, but hey, cool. All right, knock up onto Kyle. W misses from Tarzan. Dragon spawning. Weibo would really like this dragon, but can they get it? Light doesn't have ult. That's actually quite a big damage tool. No equalizer either. Breathe uses his flash in the last play. Kyle walking up. Gets on to the MF. Does have cleanse, doesn't have flash, and tries to tank things up, but once again, Galio makes an absolute mess of it. Hope so close to going down, and does, but now the smite is dead from Weibo. Another kill comes through for AL. They'll be able to close down Xiaohu 2, who's out of charges, out of resets, and Tarzan tags him with a win becomes lightning. Another one for him, a double kill over towards Tarzan. It ends up being a 3-for-1. They kill Hope, but Hope springs eternal in the rest of the members of anyone's legend. Weibo just didn't have the vision control for that fight. I wonder whether Weibo need to have someone on point to stop the Galio ultimate, but I guess the only one who can really do that is Xiaohu. And you need Xiaohu for the dive. They didn't have the equalizer for that either. I think Weibo are a little bit desperate in that play. They give up a lot of kills, they give up a tower, they give up a dragon, a lot of gold. They didn't have equalizer for this fight. Not that it matters, I guess, the most since the Galio ultimate gets negated a little bit. Xiaohu gets a 3 double Q, which is not bad at all. Tien in the middle of members means that he can't shield off all of the damage, which is a problem. Kyle chases down as Tarzan at. Gets the dash over the wall. Hope carried that fight, not gonna lie. They used everything on him, true. I mean, they did use everything on him. In terms of carried, not sure that's the word I'd say. I think once again, Flandre has been absolutely insane on this Galio. This Galio has been fantastic. I also think Tarzan's been very good outside of an early mistake on the Xin Zhao. It's been very, very good. Weibo, I find it hard to believe they can win this game now. I find it very hard to believe they can win this game. Atakan's going to go down, add insult to injury. Breathe will take tower on the bot side. Weibo's first turret of the game. Hale already took 3 before this. All out of turrets. Atakan goes down. Alright, Weibo. You're going to have to use the smoke and mirrors, and it's really hard to do that. Maybe they have to hit the source of the global. I wonder if they have to try and catch Flandre out of position. Even though he's tanky, say, look, anyone else we pick is going to get a Galio ult on their head. Let's kill the Galio. Breathe has second item, has that Rift Maker. Helps him in the 1v1 versus the Galio, but Galio's has so much kill participation that doesn't feel that likely that he's going to be winning through the side lanes. Is it Tarzan being good or Xin being a very strong champion? Both. Anyone's legend were first picking Xin Zhao for Tarzan at points, actually. This time was the first pick Talia. I think Talia is also very strong. I mean, AL played very well around both their globals. It's not just the Galio ultimate. Shanks getting great angles very, very quickly into these fights. I feel like LPL, a lot of the tier list of the top teams right now is how well do you play with and against globals. A team like IG, one of the reasons why that's -1, you missed the cannon there. One of the reasons I don't rate IG that highly right now is that they don't know how to deal with globals. even against WE, a team which is, I would say, mid-table ascend, right? Maybe mid to low table. We'll see where they peak. They would just drop a Pantheon ult or a Taliyah ult on them, and IG didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what to do with it. You know, whereas teams like AL and Weibo, they are responding quite well to the globals, or at least bringing their own to bear. But if you don't know what to do, if you don't know how to see a Pantheon ult or a Taliyah ult coming, it's a big problem. AL are going to get spotted by that deep pink ward. Behind the enemy red buff. Two minutes till dragon. What's the play, Weibo? You have to do something. You are passively losing the game now. Xiaohu lands a charm. Kyle goes back with the solar flare. Air has to dodge forwards. Has to use the ultimate to buy a bit of time. One global, two global coming in, and here is the bullet time. Good damage. Air gonna go down very likely here, though. The charm's over the top. Equalizer not great. Flick back onto Jin. Light uses both the summoners, but Shanks has effectively removed him from the play. Once again, anyone's legend getting the better out of the team fights. Weibo on the defensive can't reach the MF, can't really reach the Taliyah. Xiaohu will go down to a smash, and the fourth shot not even finding its mark. Weibo lose 4 members and don't take a single in return. But the globals are so good from AL. You know, a charm lands from Xiaohu first, gets the Leandri stacking onto Kyle. He doesn't really care about it. Leads back with the solar flare. Really like how Kyle forced Airhead to step forwards back into the team. Baron will now gets taken down by anyone's legend. Charm landed. And look at this, it forces Airhead to step forwards, pops his ultimate very early, TN uses his E as well, gets trapped in with the bullet time by that ultimate. And Flandre is just so goddamn tanky, just walk forwards like the idle of battle he needs to be. 4-man taunt. Light caught out on the other side as well. Kind of missed the 4-man taunt in the middle of things. I was watching Light get one shot, which is, you know, a bit of a problem. Good shove back afterwards. This is a very good team play game from Anyone's Legend. Looking much better than he did before. Much better. This is Anyone's Legend just lost to FPX yesterday. Weibo's comp is just really weak if it's not even or ahead. Not a lot of consistent damage. They do have... they have 4 damage sources, because Pantheon also counts towards that too. So their overall level of damage is okay if they're all hitting someone, but like everyone is behind. Like no comp looks good when you're 2,000 gold behind in almost every role. I say in every roll. You're 2,000 gold behind in 2 rolls, 1,000 gold behind in others. Pantheon coming in. Xiaohu's on the flank. Can they get something now with their globals? Equalizer tags onto him. Shanks uses the Zonyas though. Kyle's in here for some extra CC now. Bullet time goes over, and Tien is cleansed by the Atakan. Breathe flashes away from the Winds of War, and the flank from Weibo is a flankant. It hasn't happened. There's even another global to keep running forwards. Shanks flashes away from the threaded volley. Tarzan says, all right, I'm not going to chase down into that guy. Let's start up the dragon instead, potentially. Kills off for the dragon. Inhibitor down now. 28 minutes in. Shanks pushing forward to the mid lane inner turret. So, inhib tower, inhib. Mid lane inner tower. Go back towards the dragon. Ale, a clean sweep of the objectives they were looking for. Well, if it wasn't difficult before, it is now. 10,000 gold lead. Anyone's Legend have no deaths on their mid laner, who has been doing, frankly, obscene things with the wall and the combos. Very good Taliyah game. First pick Taliyah, alongside the other global of the Galio, has been very hard to deal with. It feels like, again, I've said this an awful lot. Xiaohu playing around vision here, by the way, because that wall does hide you from the wave. Flying into the play. Flandre uses that ultimate. Now on the flank. Doesn't have the flash to go forwards. Hang on a second. A little bit far forwards from Shanks there. Breathe comes in. Equalizer's not bad, but Shanks is... well, Xiaohu's already dead. So hope. Easy kills coming across. At least it's 1 for 1. Weibo getting a rare kill back, actually. Yeah, surviving out the burn. Doesn't really feel like Weibo have anything left now. Where's their wave clear? They have a Jin ultimate, I suppose, but Let's trying to walk up and do some auto attacks instead. W comes through. Second inhibitor likely to go. No wave in the mid lane to make it 3, but anyone's legend. A quick play up towards top side. Yes, it's only a 1-for-1, but they get themselves another handful of towers and a very quick cleave through the top side of the map. Breathe and Bessa needs to come in game 2. Yeah, I mean, he's very, very good at the champion. They locked in the Rumble very quickly. Haven't gotten that much value out of it. And while they... Look, the thing is, Tien took the Pantheon to deny the global stacking from anyone's legend, because typically we see Taliyah Pantheon. Taliyah Galio has also been very, very good. So the gambit that they say, right, we're going to take the Pantheon away from the Taliyah, that'll be valuable. That hasn't worked. The Galio has filled the gap which the Pantheon takeaway left open. And there's still stuff like Shen, her goes in. It's only onto the Galio, though, not getting onto the backline. The equalizer's not bad. Solo left for Peel. And they peel away Tien, who gets absolutely destroyed. Breathe may be able to burn through Hope, and he does, but he won't be able to clear through both carries. As the Galio is still in hand. They still have it. And 1 or 2 smashes later, and Weibo's bones shatter. Triple kill to Tarzan, as he had a statue drop on top of his head to bring in the reinforcements he needed. Weibo have been schooled on globals, taken for a trip around the globe. As Weibo, they were left reeling. First game goes to anyone's legend, and Weibo left in the dirt. Well, that's our first game in the series down. Hello, welcome back, everyone. My name's Nymaera. If you don't know who I am, I'm a professional League of Legends caster, and I've cast over 1,000 LPL games, and consider myself one of the foremost experts on the region. I have co-streaming rights to this, and there's no official broadcast anymore, so I thought, hell, why don't I ply my trade on my own stream instead, because I enjoy it. And I hope you are enjoying yourselves if you're choosing this stream to watch LPL. My brother helps me cover the region as well, so lots of love over to Initialise Cast, who's my brother. You see his occasionally on the LPL. I will get hydrated. We've had 4 games today now. See whether anyone's legend can clean up the series. A lot of globals used in that first game, and it was really enjoyable. Anyone's legend, a much better game than they had yesterday. They looked really off form versus FPX. Looked really off form. They got blasted by BLG too. Absolutely blasted. They've had 2 losses this week. They've played now 3 series within 4 days. This is their 3rd series within 4 days. They got absolutely blasted by BLG. FPX, they did beat them in 1 game with a 20k gold advantage, but they couldn't, walk away with a series win. Anyway, so game 1 down, and we'll see ourselves where we get beyond this point. It's a very generic statement, isn't it? Where am I getting pinged by? Oh yeah, where's our green room this weekend? Because we're not using the main LEC studio. Weird. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We will. Tarzan is the GOAT. Tarzan's very good. I love seeing Tarzan play when he's on top form. This guy is strategically an absolute genius. Okay. Definitely need some more hydration as well, actually. Okay. Do you have some words on stream to do at some point? Oh yeah, this is, hang on. Like, where's my thing? Let me show you this. Oh, here's hang on. I'll show you this after. I'll show you this after. This is our post-game stats. Hey Amber, good to see you. 14,000 gold lead by the end of it. Don't forget, prior to those 2 losses, AL finally gave Top East was their 2nd loss this split. That's true. That is true. That is true. I'm pretty sure that Top East don't have a negative head-to-head versus any team, which is kind of a huge thing. Yeah, top esports are at worst 1-1. They're 1-1 versus IG and they're 1-1 versus AL now. And yeah, they will not have a negative head-to-head by the time they finish their series. They played 13 out of, how many will they play total? 18. They got 5 more series left. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 left. Tarzan reminds me a lot of Junjie. Wasn't Tarzan around way before Junjie? So wouldn't Junjie remind you of Tarzan? Isn't that the way that it works? Top esports have negative game head-to-head versus AL. Yeah, in series it's even. Yeah, Junjie was behind JJ as well, for sure. He was a solo queue god while he was on that roster, but yeah. Yeah, Junjie was like ruining solo queue when he traveled for worlds and stuff. Okay, let me show you this thing. So this is before today's game, so I'll have to update. Well, I can update this, but this is our current this is the standing of LPLs right now. This is like our this is our head-to-head of everything. Yeah, this is what I drew out in terms of head-to-head. The arrows like pointing towards like teams that. So if a arrow's pointing towards a team, they lost. So Weibo have like 3 positive head-to-heads. They have like 3 positive head-to-heads, but they don't have many after that. So look, it's like where are their positive head-to-heads? They have where did I put my thing? It's like these are Weibo's positive head-to-heads, for instance, right? These ones, and then you have like poor teams like TT, which has 1 positive head-to-head versus the NIP right now, and we'll see how long they'll last for. But this is like currently their head-to-head stuff, and instead, you know, I thought I was like doing something cool and blah blah blah. Instead, I actually just like spiel dialed Beelzebub instead. But here's our MVP. Tarzan was really good. I was actually wondering whether it'd be Flandre. I think Flandre was really good. Graphs like this make it look like TT is getting bullied. Well, they kind of are. They lost their jungler and they didn't know what the hell to do after that point, which kind of sucks. As he tells an MVP. Right, let's play some words with friends. Not words with friends, words on stream. That's the one I keep saying. That's 6 out of 8, couple of votes for top lane. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's go do this thing. Let you know the drill. Let's go to it. Is that pasta? No, past. Let's see if there's a second. Oh, whoops. Coats is good. I want to see if there's a second S. There isn't a second S. We don't know our hidden ladder yet. Taco's nice. Well, that proves what a lot of our like actual like non-hidden ladders are, which is good. Rather like the actual proper ones are. I reckon P is fake. Maybe. But we don't know what the Did I try taste already? I'm getting our butts kicked a little bit by this one.
TCL。
Oh, L is hidden. Yeah, L is hidden. Sorry, yep. L is hidden. P is fake. Cool. Alto's down. It's Coles. Coles we have already. Ooh, well we passed the level. That's good. Nice, good job everyone. Clutch. I have enough drink for the next one. Okay, I need to run some adverts, so I'm going to do that now. Yeah, I'll run adverts now.
AL 也是上一场就刚刚击败了滔博，然后他们的就是游戏内容就是玩的特别好嘛。然后我觉得他们的优势就是在于对游戏里面的概念就是比较看得重吧，就是很多正确的事情他们都会去做。所以在游戏内，我觉得我们也是要处理好这些方面。我觉得弗兰德选手一直都是打得特别好嘛，然后今年也是发挥了很多他的优势，就是也给我们带来了很多就是新英雄的开发吧。然后对战他的话，我觉得就是先做好对线的部分吧，然后剩下的应该都是换线和打团的部分要做好一点。现在成绩感觉就是不在预期之内吧，就是相对来说还是差了不少的，就希望后面继续加油吧。
我觉得我们队伍并不是一个纯粹是为了就是当下选最好的阵容。
Breed said, "Wow, they do the right things in games."
我们都是长远来看，
Jesus, what? Guess that's decision making.
练习各种各样的东西，好准备之后的可能是 BO5， 或者说应对各种各样的情况。所以我们有时候也会选择我们不擅长的体系，然后以赛代练嘛，因为现在赛程也是很紧密嘛，所以我觉得输也是正常的，但是要看我们回去以后吸收，然后改正成什么样。我觉得对阵 WBG 的话，最需要关注的就是他们中单。
Bradley, that was a great series, the JDG FPX series. Best series? God, I don't know. JDG IG, I think.
看好几把都是这样，所以感觉只要他在地图上 miss 很久了，就要特别小心。
JDG IG was just something magical about that series.
内部先调整好，不要因为输比赛而自信心不够吧。
I'm Alex, by the way. Sam's my brother.
然后我们擅长的东西也不要丢掉嘛，所以我觉得这样慢慢提升就好了。希望我们后面季后赛能够表现得再好一点。
Long interview with Londra. Yeah, I'm trying to think what my favorite series has been this split for me to cast. Yeah, I think JDG IG. But then again, there's been a lot of good moments. Okay, we'll have time for like one more, I think. Let's do one more of Words with Friends. Not Words with Friends. I keep saying this. It's like Golf with Friends, which is another game. Reminder. Looks like it's... Oh, there's got to be a second E in there. Anything else in there? Dream? And Riders Drives. LPL is so aggressive. Is it better than casting LEC as in the pace of the game? The thing about the LEC is that you're close, like you're closer to the players, you're closer to the fans, you can have interactions with the fans, you can hear their feedback. It's very empowering to be like hearing actual like audio feedback for when you're casting in the stadium, right? Well, in the stadium, in the arena or whatever. In the studio. God, there's a lot of things to do. Might I stole your chair again? Yeah. With Syed. Oh, we already have Syed. Damn, good job, Amber. We have... Oh, what do we have? Do we have a second D or something? We're trying to look for the hidden letter too, is the thing. Diarrhea. We haven't got the hidden letter, right? M is fake, so M is fake. Do we have hidden letter yet? Yeah, JDG IG was very, very special. That was cool as hell. I don't think we're making it out of this one, folks. They're all too low score letters. There must be like a really high score letter in the... That's probably a way you can tell, you know. If you got loads of law score... Oh, freaking heck. It's river. Rivers. Has anyone got rivers? Yep, cool. Oh, it's going to get close now. Need more V words. Diver. Does anyone have diver? Diver. Oh, we passed. Nice, let's go. Good job, everyone. Cool. Alright, just in time for us to go through into the next game. Cool, perfect. Good job, everyone. Alright, let's get ourselves into it again. Bring on the string music. But yeah, no, I really enjoy casting LEC. I think it's cool having that level of production, being in person in the studio and getting looked after while in the studio is kind of helpful as well. Like, whereas LPL, it's just a constant grind. I can't give 100% to every series, right? Actually, it becomes quite difficult to do that. Thanks for the follows, I do appreciate it. All the follows, the comments, the likes, it all makes a lot of difference to me. Thank you very much. Okay, so, second game, AL on red side now. What's left up and available? We have, well, we did have Neferi Vi. Vi is still up and available. Ambessa for Breathe. Would it be a first pick Ambessa? Probably not. I mean, it could be. There's no Pantheon Shinzao in terms of the top picked in jungle. And the Vi's banned away. Could go Varus. No, it couldn't because that's banned. I thought that would be banned later. Okay, can't go Varus. What do you reckon? I actually wonder whether Breathe Ambessa is a good first pick here. It's so damn good. Tien's still a big picker of the Skarner and goes for that then. So Tarzan doesn't have his most picked first 4 champions. Can't go towards the Lilia as well, which is equal in his 5th and his Vi as well. Could go Sejuani. Yone's gone with that though. You could go for something like Sejuani Silas if you wanted to do that. Could go Poppy as well. You know what? Poppy's not bad versus Skarner. Unless you wanted to do something like the more recent Milio tech we've been seeing elsewhere. Okay, Gwen comes through. Flounder, a big player of that. Big player. Now Breathe has to take a chance on saying, okay, Poppy or Sejuani. I feel like Poppy is better to hold as a flex pick here, actually, because Kyle can go that in certain bot lanes too. Yeah, I agree, Mecha. I think the first pick Skarner might be too much priority as well, myself, actually. But I suppose it's solid, works in multiple kinds of compositions. Kyle, I'm not sure. Wait, has he been playing many enchanters this split? Not this split. Played a bit of Karma, a bit of Nami. Yeah, no, you know what weirdly he has. He has, that's fine. What do you combo up with this? You don't have the Rumble anymore. Jace, I'm actually not sure how that does into Gwen. I know that Jax is the big matchup which beats Gwen. Isn't the Poppy a bit early? Not for AL, because Kyle and Tarzan are both very good at it. You can pick it in jungle fine into the Skarner, but you can flex it into support. That's fine. That's okay. So the Jace comes through. You need some magic damage elsewhere. I'm actually wondering about Ryze for Xiaohu right now. I think Ryze is pretty good at forcing plays. It's a no dash champion who can run away from Gwen and Poppy pretty well, whilst also not having dashes to be stopped by the Poppy. Yeah, Xiaohu Ryze feels pretty good at. I know my region! I know my players! I can predict champion selects too! Please love me in the way that you love other co-streamers which predict champion selects. Nymaera hips moving like crazy sitting in this chair. I mean, are they? I feel like they're very static a lot of the time. That many hips to move? A skinny boy. Alright, so, Shanks goes toward... Well, no, Shanks hasn't picked up his champion just yet. Thank you, Ruby, appreciate it. That's true. That's more of just a funny, like, oh, yes. But only these select people on co-streams can predict champion selects, blah, blah, blah. No, I too can predict champion selects. And I sometimes feel like I want some praise for it. Maybe I should be so negative about that. Maybe I should just be happy with the fact that it happened. Am I going to be streaming the W versus BLG series? We will be eventually. Yes, we'll be eventually. Welcome to the channel, by the way. That'll be after this one. We've had our first series of the day. Second one's on now, Weibo versus AL, and WBG will be next. So, second round of the draft, Karma removed from Kyle. Could, again, go towards the Poppy and bot lane. What else could you go towards there? Could go Rel, I suppose. Poppy Rel seems pretty okay here, actually. Rel pretty good at punishing shorter range champions like the Ryze and the Skarner. What else has Kyle got as champion pool that'd be worth removing? Oh, it's Victor away from Shanks. It's okay. Shanks can't go towards the Azir. What other kind of... I mean, that'd be fun. You're hovering over some really fun picks, and I know you're not going to pick any of them, and the Ahri's already gone. I mean... I don't love Akali. I know it's hovered. Annie's actually not bad here. You have damage in the Gwens. You don't need a secondary... You don't need like a big DPS carry in the mid lane. Annie's more setup, and it gives you engage in a way that you don't have right now, so Annie can be your engage. Technically flex between mid lane and support as well. You know, if it's a good enough laning matchup for Hope and Kyle, you can give Kyle the Annie instead. It's likely going mid lane. I think Annie's good versus Ryze, because Ryze steps up to do damage, gets insta-stunned, and kind of struggles after that point. So Weibo, do they go for a Rel lane, bot lane? There's no MF. Oh, Zeri, okay. Right, Zeri Lulu. I guess there's not that much lockdown from AL, and you can go towards the Mikhail's Azir. I mean, Annie's okay in laning phase there. Do you shift the Annie support and pick a different mid laner? Like, you could go towards a higher DPS source for Shanks right now. Or you can go towards something like a Blitzcrank and cancel the Enchanter. Instead, it's going to be the Nico going to support for Kyle, so Ezreal Nico, strong enough in laning phase. I wonder whether there was an angle to switch the Annie to bot lane, because Annie's not bad versus Enchanters. She's quite a strong laning support. I would just pick Vayne into Ezreal. This is why I'm stuck in Hearthstone plat. Hey, at least there's some recognition there, some self-awareness. Thanks for the follows again, folks. It means an awful lot. Okay, so AL, engage from mid lane and support, not really from jungle in the same way. Weibo have a pretty good comp. That being said, they don't have that much frontline. It's Skarner with Lulu shields. That, if it gets Annie stunned, is going to die very quickly. I'm quite worried. Yeah, Ezreal's one of the girlies, don't worry. It's a five girly team. Ezreal's one of the girlies, he counts. All right, let's get back into things, folks. As we get into game 2 on the Rift. Yay! Jace doesn't stop Gwen. Yeah, Jace, I'm actually not sure about the matchup, but I feel like Jace Gwen is more of a skill matchup than people realize. I imagine Jace wins at several key points in the game, but I don't think it's as easy. Well, yeah, Moose is great for right. Didn't Moose back up a lot of the true damage stuff? Not true damage, Heartsteel. It's cool. Alright, let's get ourselves into the game. Weibo, I think, have a better time of things when they fall behind in this game, if they do, compared to the last one where they were out-globaled. Much less globals in this game. Maybe that works out in the favor of Weibo. Weibo have themselves that Rise ultimate. The other side doesn't have that the same way. Let's get into the game and hear the Joes. I've finished drinking some caffeine, folks. I hope you're proud of me. So, no intricate level 1 plans. Ward onto the entrances to jungle. I have changed the color of my arrows and it annoys me. Potentially spots out some jungle movements. And now we do have the level 1 invade. Gonna clear out a ward potential. Ah, no, they won't because they miss it. So they're seen heading through here. Rune Prison start. Light firing over the wall. Has to start the queue on these area, of course. Double glitter lance, but Hope getting some good... Hang on a second, that's a good multi-man stun. Not sure it leads to as much as you'd like, though. Rune Prison on the way back. Is anyone else roaming down? No, neither top laner coming to the play. Hope's stacking up the Conqueror. I will say, though, Weibo getting a lot more from this than I thought they would. Shanks uses the flash. Hope uses the flash. Kyle does too. There's triple summoners used. Tarzan... Is he going to get the full level 2 off of this? That changes things if he does. Glitterlance comes over. Hang on a second. Hope's in a bit of trouble. Has the barrier. Has the Conqueror stacked, though. Tarzan coming over. The wall hits the level 2 off the Raptors. And maybe we do have a bit more at the level 1 than we first thought. That being said, AL, they get level 2 on their jungler first. They use Tarzan's flash. They use Shanks' flash. They use Hope's. I mean, not Hope's. We have that's gone. That's gone. These are gone. That's gone. That's a whole lot of stuff. It's a whole lot of stuff on the other side. You do have Light and Air here, both losing some of their summoners as well. That is a whole lot of stuff being used at level 1. Now, that does get Tarzan ahead for now. It's a lot invested for that. For a 1 camp advantage. What the hell? Hang on. What would you... Whoa, this is a really early swap. I mean, lane swap detection falls off at 3 minutes. Okay. Anyone's legend, they love to do this lane assignment stuff where they swap earlier and earlier. It's only 3 minutes into the game. We're already swapping into upside. Are you kidding me? I mean, Breathe can recall now. He'll get himself towards bot side, but the problem is his bot lane are already pushing in the next wave. If you look on the minimap, they're already pushing in the next wave. That means that Jace can't go from base and teleport there to get the wave. He'd be losing it. He needs to stay on the top side of the map now. What should have happened is these guys go back to base. Now they go back to base, they go top side. As Jace can then go back to base and he can go bot side himself. Now he's going to lose a wave comparative to what he could have done. I suppose Flandre still losing some CS under the turret, but Breathe not really getting the most that he wanted there. There's now a threat of topside play onto him. Getting frozen away from lane. Tien luckily able to maybe fix the wave. I think Weibo just didn't see the swap coming. They didn't set up appropriately. Like, Gwen is happier in the 2v1 than I think Jace is getting pushed up like this. The fact that Breathe doesn't prep his wave is a problem. And Tien's now left. Tien's now left. This is a problem. Tarzan can stop the dash coming through. Tarzan doesn't have flash. Uses the W for the movement speed. Phase Rush comes up. But the problem is now Breathe has been forced away from the wave. If you look back at the wave state, it is still pretty much frozen out. Tien wasn't here on top side. Breathe doesn't lose his flash, but he's not getting access to XP, not getting access to gold. Gwen on the other side at least managed to pick up the wave under turret. That's not going to be the same for Breathe here. Tien's going to get himself bot Scuttles. There's 1-for-1 as Scuttles. It's illegal to win lane as a top laner these days. Exactly. You know, you got a good matchup in top lane. How dare you? Molten Shield from Shanks reflects some of the damage back towards Xiaohu from the bounce. Has the Rune Prison. Jose could technically flash for a poly or a little bit of damage. Xiaohu getting good damage here. Having said, Xiaohu is down 10 CS. Even though Shanks used the flash early on, is Annie that good of a matchup into Rise? Good stop with the recall. Molten Shield actually does fire the Airy back towards Xiaohu there. Tian got both skulls. Oh, sorry, it was a double scuttle. My bad. I thought it was 1 for 1 on scuttles. A lot of stuff to keep track of. Good to know, though. So Tian is actually ahead in the jungle matchup now. Tarzan didn't get any kill participation. And even with the camp steal early, hasn't actually been ahead. Isn't ahead now in terms of the actual camps. There's a camp behind, actually. Good to know that, Katari. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's think about how these team fights are going to play out and how the comps are going to work. Weber have the extra global in the Realm Warp. Zeri hopping over the wall kind of counts as a weird semi-global too. It's helpful to think about it in the same way. If a fight goes off, Light will reach the fight quicker than Hope, basically. And that's important. Particularly with stuff like Whimsy as well, potentially being put on their back. Having said, AL... they do have better defensive tools. They have Poppy Ultimate and Gwen W. And while I think that Lulu can help save the first target, sometimes, it's only Skarner that's tanky. If he gets stunned up by Annie, Leandri's burn starts going onto him, Ezreal starts getting damage down. It's a big problem. Good damage from Flandre into Light there. Gets a Grasp proc onto him. Grasp helpful to make Gwen a bit more survivable. The idea is that Gwen has so much damage anyway, you don't necessarily need the Conqueror to overload on that. Instead, you just need to stay alive and survive the early game well enough that you can get to the point where you can do that damage. Rune Prison in the mid lane. Kyle spotted out that double roots. Does increase some root duration when you're when you hit a target through another one. So Xiaohu got rooted for a bit longer there. Tianon's top scuttle again, continuing to get pretty far ahead in this matchup. I mean, the first pick Skarner, we thought it was a bit of an overinvestment. Doing okay here. The smite goes through from Tarzan, though. Maybe things can change. Goes into the wall. That's a hell of a wall stun. Not sure how that one lands. Teleport coming through. Tarzan. What? The Annie. The Tibbers. The 3-man stun. Realm Warp not going to be enough to save the first person into the play. Flandre using the needlework. A flash out from Xiaohu will keep himself alive. So Scuttle lost. Kill lost. AL getting away with that a lot more than I thought they would have done. Flandre jumping forwards. Good teleport from Flandre. Gets good value out of that. Grub's still going to get started up. Tien is alive. Tarzan quite low HP. Does have level 6 though. Could potentially come back and fling a hammer at them. Oh wait, no. Tarzan are the ones that... Oh, they're the ones starting it. Losing track of things now, aren't I? Still. So 2 Grubs over to the side of anyone's legend. Going forwards. Does have that to the skies to cancel it. It's going to potentially kill out Tarzan. Breathe walks past the damage and gets a kill. 1 for 1. Pod kill goes back over towards the Poppy somehow. Pretty sure. No, it would have been the flood. Look, there was some weird stuff in terms of the kill feed there. 1 for 1 in terms of the kills. Back not going to get cancelled. Surprised that Breathe was allowed to get that 1 for 1. Tarzan stops the recall. Gets that one for free. Well, I say for free. Gets that one for the cost of his own life. Tian on top side does have Impale. And Gwen might be immune inside the mist. Doesn't have it now. Impale, Lightning Crash, and a very dead Gwen. Needs to take that doll to the seamstress. Need to stitch that one back together. Both top laners dying now. 2 for 1 in terms of the Grub spread. Wasting Impale. I mean, Flandre did have Flash. If he could Flash, reposition his... I don't know whether he had the extra bit of his W available. If he could Flash and reposition his mist, it could get weird there. Especially with Nico just around the corner. So I think it was actually the right choice to do that. Shanks, great 3-man combo. 3-man Incinerate into the Tibbers was a lot of damage. even gold in the early game. No one's got anything towards the feats of strength yet, so that's still to be decided. Skarner has double Giants belts. Have to say, a little bit worried about the Poppy value now. Poppy's back ahead in terms of gold. A couple of times camps down, but not the biggest thing ever. Fighting potentially over the dragon on the bot side of the map. Tarzan doing some damage down. Hope's Ezreal trying to stack up that Conqueror. Xiaohu gets a trade on Shanks. Shanks doesn't have flash for this fight. Root lands, decent damage on Tien there actually. Nico early damage, nasty. Conqueror continued to get stacked up from Hope. Dodges down the glitter lands. Xiaohu gets Tibbers. That could be a bit of an issue. He doesn't have the flash, and Xiaohu, my dude, you can't be that far away from your team. Tien gets caught up by another Root 2. Kyle doesn't have the ult to follow up with a flash. Tien had the flash to escape anyway. Hope getting some damage onto him. Lightning Crash coming across the team. Missteps steps out of one of those. Ult from the Root going on top. DC careful though. Hope still burning. Tarzan comes in for the pop-up. The Lightning Crash is still around. The Q, the Hammer Blow Shock will kill all the same, and will also hit the ground. Tien arrives, but too late to make a difference. Anyone's Legend pick up another 2 kills in the mid lane off of what I thought was a misstep from Hope. Flandre. Oh, he's in a bit of trouble now. Not going to die, though. That teleport now coming in from Shanks has flash. Tien towards that top side. Can he stop that recall? Ooh, he might just be able to. Has that flash. But now the problem is he might get stunned. Tarzan's on the bot side. Why are we focusing on that? Okay. Tarzan's still farming, I guess. I guess something was said on the Chinese broadcast side of things, but we want to see things. Flandre, you ever gonna let this man go back home? Really? You ever gonna let him go back home? Tien has no flash now, by the way. Shanks does. So Tien forced back into his own jungle again. Now we have a teleport back to the other side of the map from Flandre. Shanks teleported top side to protect Flandre. Flandre recalls, finally. Gets himself back towards the bot side of the map. Farming 3 waves. AL, I think, have been, by far, our best lane assignment team. This team knows when to use the early swaps. They know how to swap in mid lane to get the most out of their solo lane power. Typically, if AL is switching around the map, they're the team which are going to come out on top better than any other team within the LPL. Typically. This will be a late soul, which benefits the scaling Ezreal. Scaling well, but Weibo. I mean, yes, they do have the Zeri Lulu. They do have Rise. Yeah, they do have that, but there is Gwen on the other side. I think Annie's not bad versus this team either, by the way. Annie in late game can one-shot the Zeri, even 3 Lulu bits. They don't have an exhaust. You know, Shanks gets fed enough. That's a problem. He's 1,000 gold ahead already. Doing very well on the Rise matchup early on. 10 CS ahead from the laning phase. Tien doesn't have flash, remember. Dragon is still alive. No one's taking that first. Wall stun onto the Lulu. That could be a problem with the Ezreal tags as well. Tarzan, another clutch play from the jungler of anyone's Legend. Could flash over the wall potentially, and he does for the pop-up. Force the flash away from Breathe. And anyone's Legend walk away with another quick kill. The picks are working in the favor of anyone's Legend, which is very surprising given the fact that Lulu's on Weibo's team. Do you get it? Because Lulu has picks. It's a funny joke. It's a wonderful joke. You should laugh. How funny you say in chat. Breathe has that one item. Kyle coming down towards bot side. Breathe going towards a heavier lethality variant, by the way. Howdy. Meowdy, meowdy. Oh, Sam bringing me the gift of Red Bull. How wonderful.
I know, right?
It is.
I've even bought shopping for tomorrow, so we will have food.
Yay! I did get some. I got some Gemüse.
Gemüse?
Gemüse. This is another clutch wall stun. Tarzan, his last couple of pop-up games, I wasn't that impressed by actually, but he's been really on point. The double pop-up into mid lane to get the kill onto the duo earlier. Here, trading flash and breathe, I think will become quite important later. Tarzan's had a really good series, which is good because when
two were bad, so it's good news.
When Tarzan and Kyle look good, AL look like they are the best team in the league. Bluntly. Yes. They beat Top Esports, handing only their second series loss, even though they have quite suspect to some of their other games. Anyone's Legend, if their jungle support is online, they do look very, very good, and that's why I'm excited about AL. I am excited to watch AL because they teach me ways to play the map, which I don't know right now. That's why it's teaching me, right? Otherwise, it'd be not teaching.
Do you have any good examples of that?
Yeah, so we just seen a lot of early swaps across the map from Anyone's Legend. 3 minutes in, Hope and Kyle, because there was some weird level 1 stuff, Hope and Kyle very quickly switched to make sure that Flandre was escaping that matchup and they were escaping this area Lulu, which can be a bit annoying in laning phase as well. Got good value out of that. And just the way that Tarzan has looked for plays in this thing, kind of like this more of a kind of split map, very quick swap state. It's been really good to watch too. But that's the big thing. The early swaps on the new patch are really important to watch, and AL seem to have gotten a better understanding of that early onto the patch cycle than most of our other teams in the world.
I think you can definitely catch teams a little bit that get lost on the tempo check, right? It's like, okay, where are you on the map at this given moment? Have you reset correctly? What is your rotation looking at? You can get caught mid kind of play.
It's a very Tabe comp. It's a style of play, rather. Tabe is the one LPL coach, I think, where you can directly see, obviously, how he impacts the game.
Oh, very true.
Because the way that you switch around the maps, quickly make plays, quickly punish openings on the map is so very, very Tabe. Right now, do you see a cross map coming through as 2 grubs over to anyone's legend means that they push a little bit quicker. They do get the tower onto the Annie, who's 1,000 gold ahead, has the Malignants going towards Leandries. The 2-item spike for this current Annie build is really nasty. Worth noting, folks, that for every level in Tibbers, you do get % magic pen, which means that you feel less like you need to go towards a Void Staff. I think it's something like 15% first rank. Is it 15, 20, 25, something like that? 5% per level? I can't remember how much it is. It might be 10%, 20%, 30%. It's a lot, fair enough. Yeah, if you go towards Malignants and then the Leandries, you have enough like random damage from burns and whatever, and then the actual burn will hit harder because of the passive coming through from the Tibbers passive now. Shanks. See what he can do with that. He hasn't got a second item just yet. Could actually set Ezreal's, by the way. I don't think I've seen Hope miss one just yet. He's a real powerful, very powerful. Hope, one of the 2 oldest. Hang on a second. Good stun on the trigger. Good wave clearer there too. Gets under over half the HP because the tower shot came through on that stun too. Through the Merc Treads, quite nasty. Roots onto Tien, takes some damage. Herald put into mid lane. 2 grubs to push this with. No might spawning from that one. We'll charge in towards that turret. So 2/3 of the HP down now. While this is happening, Gwen on bot side. Breathe is getting a lot of gold, but Flandre has Demolish. Is a Gwen using that E on the tower. So it will be a 1-for-1 turret trade cross map. First turret doesn't actually matter in terms of, well, we had that before, right? But it doesn't matter in terms of the feats of strength. AL got them from kills and from objectives. Still have that extra bit of value, and because most people have got their tier 2 boots now, will be quite impactful. Underestimated Annie does. Annie burst hurts. Annie's got a lot more power in a regular combo now than her ultimate. I think basically, I think the decision by Riot was there's too much power budget in Tibbers. We have to move it elsewhere because the flash bear stun is just
very silly.
The problem is it's been so much of Annie's character for so long. It's like, how do you reconcile that with the player base and whatever? And I don't know how Annie mains are taking it, but Annie's basic kit now actually makes her feel like a champion without her ultimate sometimes, which is nice.
I think you still got the best stun engage is still her flash ult, right? It just doesn't have all of the burst in it as well. I think some of her damage being elsewhere is probably wise.
I think technically actually the best I think it's actually slightly quicker to do the flash W.
Oh, you're right.
Actually,
well,
it is. It's slightly less dodgeable, but then again, neither of them are particularly dodgeable, so you know.
And W shorter range, I guess.
Annie mains are taking it poorly. I understand why. It's much less about Tibbers micro, which was one of the most unique things about the champion. I understand that. You know, a lot of people were annoyed. Stuff like a bunch of champions which changed a lot. Aurelion Sol, Aatrox, and while the reworks might be popular, it doesn't mean that the original fan base wouldn't wish they had their version of the champion back. And I do understand that. Shanks, you go.
It was a really good conversation. There is a fight happening.
There is. I was like, you all get it in here. Shanks has got a stunning set, does land the tips, doesn't even use stuff. Oh, bloody hell, he's just gone! He's just disappeared. Pop lost him in as well. Shanks gets some extra damage down. Another quick kill. It's only the one worth noting, but that will open up the mid lane turret. You don't have the wild growth or shields now. Extra auto attack on turret, some damage onto there. Pretty sure this should open it up in the next wave or so. Dragon available. I suppose that's a lot of cooldowns used by anyone's legend, but it's not like he didn't use.
Just talking about flash W angles, and what do we see? Yeah. Great flash W from Shaq.
Well, he didn't even flash in for that. He didn't need to. He found the W out of Fog of War and then flashed afterwards. Cooldown. Hang on a second. Teleport from Xiaohu up towards top side for reasons. Trying to split the map. Flandre using the needlework to clear out that wave well. Tien trying to right through the wall. Doesn't get the wall stun. There is a little bit of follow-up around. Tarzan doesn't have himself ult or flash. Needs to be a little careful here. Mid lane turret did go down. Worth on him. Mid lane turret was taken by anyone's legend. Poorly so. Hope makes the mistake of walking to max range of Jay, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't hit him directly. The Shock Blast will explode next to him, do the next best thing. The only one who could carry besides Light is Xiaohu, and he picked Rise. What is Coach doing? I mean, Xiaohu's Rise has been very good in the past. So Xiaohu just walks into mid lane. They walk up too far. They didn't have that vision. Shield goes onto Light, gets absolutely obliterated. The Impale from Tian is pretty good to respond, but the damage is, well, I say it's pretty good. The damage is done by Shanks, so it doesn't get that much. At least it forces the flash out of him afterwards. It's close towards his Leandries now, which is, again, big damage spike. On shield, nice. And they're picking up flowers. Yay! Flowers are valuable, by the way. It's like 5... How much gold is it per team? It's like 200 gold per team or something like that per flower. Even more if you get the Atacon version now. Does anyone know how much gold value it is across the whole team? Not per member. I guess it's diminishing returns that it's not always the same. Shanks has the Leandries now. Yeah, it's a big issue. By the way, Tarzan has gone for the Sundered Sky and the Deadman's Plate, so he has, weirdly, quite a lot of damage. Deadman's Plate, good value. Blondre doesn't get hit by the To the Sky, so he's fine. How come no one built Iceborne on Ezreal anymore? Oh, good Wallstone from Tarzan again. Good damage. Takes half the HP from Breathe in just one combo. Breathe does have Flash. Cal's coming through. Can he get the Flash? No. Chooses not to use it. He's trying to catch up to the scale. And Breathe actually makes it out alive. Tian does have Flash. We'll have to use that too. Breathe making it out without using the Flash is a hell of a win, though, for Weibo. Considering how much damage Tarzan did there, we just thought about, hey, by the way, Sundered Sky, Deadman's Plate. It's a lot of damage, by the way. Get shown exactly why that. Atacon now up and available. Yeah, Iceborne Gauntlet doesn't give AD anymore, does it? Pretty sure. So it used to give you like a lot of good stats for very, very cheap. Because it was something like 2,600 gold, I think, for a while. This is very, very cheap. New Iceborne is, you know, it's not like that anymore. Bring back Divine Sunder. Oh, it was broke the meta so bad. Tank players hated that item so much. Wukong players loved it, of course. Viego as well. You can still get Divine Sunder on Arena mode, of course. I mean, this is the amount of damage that the Sundered Sky Deadman's Plate can do. Kyle, I don't know about that one. Not sure who he was trying to catch. Atacon will go down for free. 3,000, well, yeah, not 3,000. 2,000 gold lead for anyone's legend. A little above that. With the Atacon, 2 dragons. Next one spawning in a minute and a half is the Infernal Rift, so we'll get some value from that. Atacon has increased the value of the flowers, and they'll have 30 of them. So they get a bunch of XP, some Adaptive Force 2. Gale Force Eye was fun. Gale Force Eye was very fun. It was very fun. Gale Force Lucian was also kind of insane. Prowler's Claw Renekton. I missed Prowler's Claw Renekton. That shit was so fun. Prowler's Claw Kiana, I missed less because that stuff killed me too much, basically. Just came back. Who's been carrying for AL so far? Tarzan had a very good game 1, and his game 2 has also been very good as well. That being said, Shanks on the Annie also had a good run of things. Has 2 items now, so expect a big Flash Bear not fair. Yeah, Flash Bear stun at some point. Ooh, Flanger on the flank. Breeze spotted here. Ah, they're way too far up. They're putting blue trinkets in. They just didn't spot him in the brush. Wall stun onto this support. And he's been caught out a few too many times on the Lulu. Playing Enchant is not always the easiest thing. Wall stun now onto the Flash the Skarner. Double pop up, and Kyle lands the Pop Blossom. That'll lead to an extra kill onto Tian as he's pinned in place a little longer. Shanks trying to gun down Light and does get good value. Xiaohu gunning through with the Blue Man group stuns though. Does eventually go down. Gets 1 in return, but it is 4 members dead. Make that 5. It's an ace for 1. Anyone's Legend lose 1 member after a Weibo push up too far on bot side. They didn't see Flandre in the brush. They didn't see the angle coming through from Anyone's Legend. They're dragging over towards Anyone's Legend now too as they get Soul Point and Infernal. The plays just don't stop. Flandre, great sitting in that brush, but once again, you have to talk about Tarzan and his wall stuns. Absolutely crucial. No, they think they're safe. This is a team mistake. Air getting caught out. Look, if you don't have Flandre and everyone in River there, that's a better play. I suppose it's too far either way, but they just should. They didn't understand how far they were in the behind in the vision game. Kyle gets a great pop blossom to continue the fight. Mikhails goes on to lights, but sadly not enough for him to play out from this far behind the game. He does decent damage from over the wall. It's not necessarily his fault, you know. Tarzan just gets himself extra round of cooldowns. Dead Zeri. Pop goes the lightning rat. Gold lead now, 4,000 just above. 2.5 item spikes for everyone, including jungle, of course. Almost a 2,000 gold lead in jungle. Tarzan looks like he's going towards the Unending Despair for a bit of healing. Does get some value out of the HP he's already built up from Sundered Sky and Deadman's Plate, both for good HP items. Shank's going towards, could be a Crypt Bloom. Of course, he's almost at level 16, so he almost has almost maximum percent damage from, percent penetration rather on magic from his Tibbers ult passive. 3 items hit by Hope. That is kind of disgusting. Flandre, on the other side of the rift, gets 700 gold from an inner turret. There's a Realm coming in. Flandre decides, I can teleport, uses the W to get out. Breathe. Can't get in range for the to the skies into the hammer blow. Flandre will teleport up to the top side. He's not even teleporting back to base. Says, all right, I'll use the W. Let's go towards the Baron. You've just used your Realm Warp. Let's see if we can force this down. It's going down a little bit slower than I would have liked. The Leandries from Shank's not continually being used on this. Tien is in the area. Does have Flash and does have Smite. Delaying all coming through from the Nico. Still getting a little bit close. But it goes down. Tibbers comes through. Bit of damage done. Smash into the Impale. Gets some good damage. Light's doing good damage now too. But Light's getting jumped onto by Tarzan. One is down. It's the Annie. Tibbers is now rampaging in the back line. Tarzan jumps in, but can't go get the kill. Damage calculation luckily sees him alive. But he was so close to getting the kill and so close to dying. Polymorph goes onto Ezreal. Has to flash in the barrier. Hope maybe feels like he can carry alone now. Jumps to the side. Lucky not to get hit by that shock blast. Ends up being Baron in a turret on the bot side of the map too, but they lose one. Massively worthwhile trade for Anyone's Legend. That Baron will see them over into the Infernal Soul if they do take Baron into setup around Dragon. So, Pop ult, not good from Tarzan. It's a big ult used from Kyle, used onto one person in the front line too, just trying to secure the actual objective itself. It's a good flash impale from Tien. That potentially saves them the game and saves them the fight here. They'll feel a little bit hard done by that it was only the one kill, actually. Shahu gets some decent damage too. Ah, so close to the wall stun. Game of inches it is sometimes, and you fight for the extra centimeter one way or the other. Pushing in across the map now, Anyone's Legend will want to get the most out of this Baron buff. Weibo, if they can get an engage like now, maybe they can stop the Baron buff doing too much damage. It's not a big Baron power play, it's beneath 1,000 right now. Can they find an engage? They don't have big flashes. Light's about to get his back up. They have a Mikhail Scimitar and a Mikhail's, by the way. So many cleanses. Can get himself out of the... I don't know, what can he get himself out of? I don't really feel like you needed that many cleanses, did you? The double cleanse? Suppose onto Tibbers and the wall stun. Potentially onto Nico as well, but still, it delays something like a Lord Dominus Regards for the armor stacking, which might come in from Tarzan at some point, and then, of course, something like an Infinity Edge 2 might be a mistake from Lights. Drops his DPS quad. That's a very fast clone. What the hell? What the hell? Minute until Dragon spawns. Again, Anyone's Legend not really getting that much out of the Baron buff, but you do get control on the bot side of the map. That's the big thing. What the shit? Crapton, what the what? You will have to explain that one in chat at some point. Flandre, even in gold after being very far behind in the Jace matchup. Flandre dips out of that Q coming in. Doesn't stop the Realm Warp. A little bit risky here from Flandre. A couple of seconds until the Dragon spawns. Wall stun onto the Jace, but the Impale follows. Kyle does get 2, but not more. Light gets the free hit now. There's a lot of cooldowns not used onto the Zeri. Shanks doesn't have his stun right now, but does get 2, man, with the Annie Tibbers. Kyle not able to save him. And Waver might have found themselves the fight they need in this late game. Flight gets a good amount of DPS onto the backline. That being said, he's half HP. Maybe it's enough. Gezrelots force the barrier out of Light. Dragon going down. Tien will have to ride through the wall. It has to be a steal now. It has to go through. How close is it going to get? Not close enough. Tien not able to stop the Soul going over to anyone's Legend, who claim the Infernal. Hope will E over the wall. Has a Blast Cone. Safe for now. Blue buff. Hope, buddy, you can't be stood like that. It's a little bit dangerous. Realm Warp coming through too. He has the flash. Might have the E as well. Thankfully has a Realm Warp too. Blast Gun rather. Good damage coming back. Xiaohu, lots of damage onto him. Tien, lots of damage onto him. Tien, remember, has no flash. Is there a teleport to be used? Flandre could use it. Could have gone for a flank angle there, actually, onto the bot lane wave. Chooses not to. Zeri gets a turret somewhere amongst it. Flandre, can you come down and enjoy the play? No. I wonder whether that was a misused teleport from Flandre, actually. I think he could have gone to the bot lane wave and looked to flank them with the needlework. Weber getting away with one a little bit there. By the way, For Seraphim, thank you so much for the Prime. It means an awful lot to us and helps continue what we're doing. I know Sam and I would love casting LPL, but we wouldn't be able to do it unless there were people here to watch us do it. You know, I'm not going to go and lie to you and say I'd do it if no one watched me. Maybe do bits and pieces, but no, I wouldn't really. Void Staff in for Shanks. 3 items. Annie didn't get the best fight last time around. Found himself in a 1v2, but sadly it was against people with a bunch of HP and magic resist. He does have a lot of percent magic pen, but still does stop a little bit of that damage coming through from the Annie. You get, what is it, 40? Is it 40% pen from magic from Void Staff, or is it 45%? It's a lot. And then you get, it's an extra 20%, 25% from I can't remember what they nerfed it to now from Annie's Tibbers passive. So you get like 60% pen or something. It's insane how much pen you get from Annie. Don't need flat pen anymore on this champion. You get a little bit from the Malignance, I suppose. Teleport in towards the bot side. Hang on a second. Double teleport. Oh, no, it's not double teleport. It's the Annie. I thought that someone was teleporting to one side and the other side at the same time. Tarzan on towards bot lane. And he's coming through. Walston does come in as Breathe should have walked a little further away from the wall. There's a lot of percent pen. Tibbers is dropped. Make sure there is no chance of a turnaround. Shanks keeps himself nice and healthy from that. Baron is spawning. Can Weibo stick around and do that much around top side? Flandre no teleport to flank. Shanks takes the kill. Walks up back towards mid lane now. Doesn't have Tibbers. Does have his flash off cooldown, of course. Not flash. Does have his stun on stun prepared. Now not getting that one. Ezreal good there. 3-man ult. Damage onto him. Echo taking so much damage from that. The Shojin fully stacked up before that one landed, which meant it was doing like an extra 12% damage or however much it is. Infernal Soul does a lot of work. Elder up in 3 minutes. Can Weibo survive through to Elder? And if they do, can they win? There's a 4-item Zeri now. 4-item Zeri scary. Scary as hell. Might be able to do something. Maybe, maybe. Shanks has flash. I think AL would rather finish things around the Baron. Realm Warp used to check vision on that. That's a tool down. Hope hit by a shock blast. Cut coming through. Gets 1 man. It's on to Xiao, who doesn't have the flash. Uses his own. He's caught out. Air has some wild growth to use on someone, but might be forced to use it on himself. He's walked too far forwards. The Lulu has been picked off again. And it is 5 dead from Weibo. Clean ace. Kyle gets the first pick. And the rest fall like dominoes. Anyone's Legend lost a couple of series this week. It's their 3rd series in 4 days. And though it might be Xiaohu's 1,001st game in the LPL, it will not be a happy experience for him. Anyone's Legend. Everyone's Legend here today. 2-0 for them as they right the ship just a little. That's a good point. There is a Panda Tibbers skin. Why are they not playing Panda, Annie? Questions upon questions. Why did I not question that earlier? Things which I should have known earlier. Curious. Curious indeed. Well, it's our second series of the day done. Thank you very much for joining us. I believe Sam's going to come in and do the third series. I can't do 3 series today, folks. It would ruin my voice. Not a bad series, though, from anyone's legend. Very good use of globals in the first points of the day. Weibo, I mean, I think Erher was a little bit uncomfortable on Enchanters. I think a lot of LPL supports are. We saw that from Vampire yesterday, of course, and the Nami really struggling in that game 3. And we are left with one last series today. WE versus BLG. WE, close-ish series versus IG yesterday, but, you know, clearly IG were the better team on that day. Up against BLG now, who I think are on great form. So it's going to be a very hard game for WE to walk away with.
I hear.
Why that vampire? Oh my god, thank you for the wait. Oh yeah, that is actually this audio sign, that audio sign, the audio clip, that is from Ari's voice actor, which signed a print for me, which I have over there. And I got that, so I can use that on my Twitch stream, which is very cool. That was a short one. So Ruby, you can say that in terms of like, why would you trust WE Vampire? Vampire literally lost them the series yesterday by inting on Nami. And that's a problem. If he's forced onto Enchanter supports, that might be an easy way to beat WE. Like, we said this last year when he was on EDG. But Vampire, when he's not on engaged champions, is a big weakness. It's a big weakness, so maybe if it goes to, even if it does go to a game 3, we'll see, right? But if it does go to that, might be a problem. It's incredibly funny that her playing badly is still better than Hung. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think AL were just very good at punishing, so I don't think it was necessarily Erher's fault, but yeah. I know, Amber. Alex hating on Vampire. Well, you guys won't shut up about him, so I'm trying to rectify the scales. I've got like 1 million people in chat be like, oh, Vampire the go every time he plays, even when he's running it down on frickin' Nami. I don't even know if you're serious or not at this point. I'm like, yeah, he's fine. He's a decent support player, but like, he's good. He's no longer the worst support player at LPL. I'm happy for you. Oh, anyway, anyone's legend walk away with semi-serious. Look, the thing is, he has highlight plays, but he also, like, if you're gonna see the highlight plays, at least also call out the highlight things which lose games, you know? You know, like, you have to, like, balance the scales. Well, I'm not going to be casting the next series. If he starts winning, I'll come back and cast, you know? Maybe. I am the skill vampire, but for Vampire. So how many points do I need to give for a coaching Ari stream? Oh god, you probably get more value out of going to like legit career or something like that, to be honest. I need to coach myself on how to play Ari again. I haven't played League in a while properly, really. My laning phase is ass. I mean, like, I know how to play skirmishes and teamfights well, and I know how to play the map. I just don't know how to play lane anymore. I don't know all of the matchups anymore. Like, I know how to play against the Syndra, I know how to play against, like, the older mid laners, but, like, if there's newer matchups, I just don't know how to play against them, man. Is Vampire the shy of support? I mean, in the way that he entertainingly carries or ints games, yes, for sure. I'm gonna start banning people that start like glazing Vampire too hard. I gotta cut down on this propaganda, man. I'm gonna start timing you out. I need to get rid of some of this delusion. Like, you could literally go to Aragon's chat and say this. Like, he exists. You could go watch Aragon instead if you want your Vampire propaganda. That is fine. You're allowed to do that. Like, and I'm sure he did enjoy that a lot. I'm sure he did enjoy the support. I want to glaze Vampire here, though. Well, then you're going to get a reality check. Vampire going to be World's MVP. He's not going to make Worlds. Like, I've seen YouTube videos being like, WE are making MSI. No! No, they're not! I'm this close to crashing out on you all. Jesus Christ. Oh, I thought I taught you better. Obviously, the education went wrong somewhere. Obviously, it went wrong somewhere. All right, I'm going to run some pre-roll adverts, and then Sam's going to take over the stream. The harder you fight it, the more you're going to push it. Well, I'm going to enjoy watching him get blasted next game. Tarzan MVP, nice. Yeah, Tarzan was excellent. Very good wall stuns, very good kill combos on the whole. Only died the once. The level 1 was pretty fun too. If W win a game, duo cast? Look, I need to protect my voice. I'm casting on LEC tomorrow and the day after. We have a 3-series day tomorrow as well. I need to do the first one. Like, I can't overdo it, folks. Like I was saying, Sam and I cast like 150 hours a month. Okay, see if Sam's ready to take over the stream.
欢迎来到我们的4号采访，我是于双。我们邀请到的是 AL 的擦赞选手，那有请他呢跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 打野踏张。
好的，欢迎Tarzan，也恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。那现在的第2轮循环，你们又一次战胜了 WBG， 你觉得队伍在哪些方面做得更好一些呢？这一次？
主要是我们最近2场比赛输了之后，昨天我们开会了，就很长时间吧，然后我们找到了我们最近严重的问题，然后就今天感觉就已经很有自信拿下比赛了。
所以赛前的这个总结非常的重要。那今天呢，其实你们2队的中单选手在赛前也接受了采访，互相点评了对方，而赛前的 solo 也是由他们2个人出战，用的是同样的英雄。你怎么点评他们的这个赛前 solo 呢？
首先 solo 其实是感觉是就无所谓吧，输赢。但是上课选手是很喜欢小虎选手吧，就天天看他的视频什么的。
天天看他的视频吗？就是在基地里面，你有看到他看他的视频？
然后看他视频就很开心，上个是。
原来 山克斯选手在赛前采访当中说：“我很喜欢小虎，不是在说这个场面话，是真正的非常的喜欢小虎选手啊。”那今天的第一局，你们上野的一个配合非常的完美。那你是怎么样点评圣枪哥的这个家里啊？你们两个人的默契程度，如果要打分的话，又是多少分呢？
首先圣枪加六的话，确实玩得挺好的吧。然后玩招新的时候也是不怕进场吧，因为有圣枪的加六嘛。然后我们两个人磨合的话，就10分钟8分，还是我们要后面慢慢补回来吧，应该。
就像今天解说说到的，其实目前的这一支 AL 团队的配合和互相的信任，感觉是越来越好了。来到第2局，其实你们在这个战斗先机的团战10分钟左右，你来到中路还拿到了2个人头那一波，奠定整个比赛的基础。所以当时这一波是怎么样去沟通的呢？
那一波就对面打野看到下棋吃喜特了，然后中路2打2打起来，然后我右空看了一下，然后就拿到人头了。
那今天你的表现非常的亮眼，而且也很 C， 我看到很多的粉丝都在夸你。你觉得回顾今天的比赛，你的个人还有怎样的一个期望？团队又有怎样的一个目标呢？
首先我们最近2场比赛的话，确实我们就没有打得很好吧，然后我们昨天调整了之后，确实我们后面应该会更玩得好，然后继续会加油的。
我相信大家也会期待一个更好的 AL， 更好的 Tarzan 选手。那也再次感谢你来到我们的赛后采访。我们的赛后采访呢，到此先告一段落，接下来是精彩的 Spotlight。
直接点可以吗？你有双慢慢点塔，有双的话装一下。
有闪现。两没闪。拍门。
看一下。
先看身。
保后排，兄弟们。
就
看他们。
哎呦。
没事，能赢。
能一波吗？
慢点，老大。
没上。哦，你没塔一波了，看吧。下线，看下线。
OK， 一波。推下一波吧。nice， 兄弟们打得好。这把边线处理得很好。打不起来最好辅助 B 一波。
他们下欧了。
他们看大了视野。
能看吗？他们血量
可以看。
慢点。
就看他，
慢点，别急。看睿智，半局可以播。看这里，能一波。哎呦，我太强了。
一波。
nice。
Hello folks, guess who's taking over? That's right, it's me baby, let's go. Thanks for the sub, Full Seraphim, appreciate you coming and joining the community. Hey Castle. If we win game, duo cast deal, we'll probably try and get some over the next few days. Basically just this weekend's a bit rough in terms of our scheduling, so we're trying to be sensible about how we do stuff. Hey Ruby, good to see you. Hello duo, and Hans Christian Cristobal. Tarzan really showed up to say, yes, he damn well did. Yes, he damn well did. He had a much better series, but particularly compared to his last two, where he was actively quite poor. Very unusual for him. Right. I am around. I am, however, do I need to run some ads? No, I don't. So I'm going to run and make sure I've got myself a coffee, and I'm good to go. But yeah, basically, I was doing a load of LEC casts this weekend, and I've been doing a load of casting this week as well. This weekend's just wild with the 9-game series, so it's just not been quite. I was going to try and do the second series with Al, and we kind of have that transition period, but my voice wasn't quite there, as you can hear, a little bit of husk in there at the minute. So I have to make sure I'm well hydrated and good to go. WE in pretty good form, all things said and done. I think they going to feel a little aggrieved they couldn't quite finish things off yesterday. There we go. I'm so glad I woke up to RNG's death. Yeah, it was a wild one. Breathe Ambassador needs to come in game 2. What about the jungle Ambassador? We're bringing that back in. Sven, where's my volley top game? Do I owe you a volley top game? Did I agree to that at some point? Or some honey might help. Yeah, that's the plan. But yes, rather than chatting with you all right now, I should probably go get myself situated in terms of hydration, sensation, and sweeping the nation. All of you go get hydrated as well, and I shall return in short order.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是西安 W1 战队的上单选手 Cube， 欢迎 Cube 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安 Team W1 战队上单选手 Cube。
那今天要再一次的跟冰选手在上路去对位和交手了，你对这一场会有什么样的期待呢？
就今天这一场对战的话，就我们还是就希望打出我们自己的风格吧，就因为我们现在的风格就也是比较明显吧，就我希望打出我们自己的风格吧。然后冰选手啊，就我觉得他是一个非常厉害的上单，今天就希望跟他打出一场精彩的比赛吧。
那如果 Cube 让你自己评价一下，来到了组内赛第2轮之后 ，W1 的风格的话，你会觉得现在的 W1 是一支怎样风格的队伍呢？
我觉得现在的 WBG 就我们就是一支比较喜欢打架的队伍吧。就我觉得就是不管怎么样，就是要么我们赢，要么别人赢，就一定要在打架这块就拼胜负吧。
也期待今天继续看到一支敢打敢拼的西安 WE。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 BLG 星际魅族战队的打野选手北川，欢迎北川来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 打野选手北川。
欢迎北川。那来到 BLG 也有打过几场比赛了，到目前为止，你怎么看自己跟其他几位队友之间的磨合和配合的一个程度？
就最近几场比赛，就是我们会在越塔的时候沟通失误吧，然后后续的可能就这方面就配合得更好一点。
那你希望来到了 BLG 之后，向大家展现一个怎样的状态和表现呢？
我想就是继续延续我的风格吧，然后跟队友的配合就是更精进一点，然后取得好一点的成绩吧。
也期待今天北川包括 BLG 有更加出色的表现。欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming Dream Smart。上单冰打野。
There come the teams on stage. As we like to see. Move this cup out of the way. So I've got somewhere to put my new fresh one.
欢迎西安 TWE。上单 Q， 打野 Monkey， 中单 Carries， 下路 Tayo， 辅助 Vampire。
Hello。
LPL 第2赛段第6周第6日的第3场比赛，西安 WE 对阵 BLG 星际魅族即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Alrighty then. Where are we? Vampire, let's go, says Ruby. The Vampire gang is in here. This would be an interesting one. Theoretically, BLG should just handle this. They seem to have awoken. The shift in junglers has helped. And they look a lot more like the team we know and love. Not perfect, but they look a lot more coordinated, and their early games look a lot more lethal. Right then, here we go. The best thing about vampires is actually real. Other friends groups claim vampires too, but only those in fiction, the Mal. Samwise Kenobi, you know it, Karzal. I do get references to both. Mainly because Alex's hair makes him look like Anakin, and I'm named Sam, so therefore I get the Mr. Frodo references all the time. I can't carry the cast, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you. And there's and other such things. As I said, I can't carry the cast because I can't speak in full sentences, apparently. Elkula about a 2-0 cube in one moment. That'll be a fun one. Cube on the Jace. Elkon Draven. Oh, guys, buckle up. It's going to be fun, this one. Oh, man. Did I just see that? Was that a last-minute swap over to Draven? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it was. Funds incoming. Okay, onto the riff we go. Already and all in. Elk makes Cube stand aside. Is he going to keep going blood rushing forwards once the last auto? Can't quite get in range. A lot of mana burn there by the Draven early on. Remember, a lot of his abilities are quite expensive. Particularly things like the blood rush. You can spam it. Oh, yes, you can, but I'm quite reliant. I'm having mana, I think, was where that sentence was going. Elk steps on forwards. Flash for Cube in the Ignite, whereas Elk has just said, yeah, I'm not flashing. Stand and deliver. Barrier and Ignite. On one, here's 1v1, I believe, thousands. Blood rush into the auto. Nice chunk. Of course, Draven would love a cash in early on here if he can. Get that initial kill. And set yourself up very well for any future ones for obvious reasons. And try and look for a plate here. Probably two. In the grand scheme of things, there's that second plate. Bit of a gold lead here for the Draven right now. And the Draven's going to be able to back without getting interrupted. Backs for a BF sword. Yikes. Cloth armor and a long sword for the Jace is just not the same. Yeah, so Cube spotted it too late. Wasn't going to get there in range because he was in melee form. Mr. Minion under turret. I saw that, Elk. Plate goes over. Warden's Melba. He's putting joy into the fridge for a bit. Wow. That's the vampire fandom speaking out there. Joy's having a good time. Elk can step onto that. Ignite comes on down, throws up the whirling death. Last order would do it. There's the cash in and survives. Oh no, Cube's in trouble now. It got close-ish. He's gonna get another plate as well. Oh god, he's 2,000 gold up. That's a full bloodthirster and a cloth armor. Oh no. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Draven cashed in once again. Well, I think Cube is royally plucked. He has no feathers. Will not be going to the skies very easily. As you can see, comes down to earth a little bit harder than he would like there. 2 level discrepancy just goes up to 1. Elk gonna throw out another couple autos, and Cube makes it an honorable suicide. And Elk picks up the 2 kills prior to the Ring of Fire. Nice work. Yeah, don't worry. Thank you, Burfon. Don't worry, I'm looking after myself. The reason I didn't cast a second series is because I'm basically doing all of them tomorrow. So, just keeping my voice in check because Alex is on LEC duty, which should be fun. Right, let's run some ads quickly so we don't end up with ads in-game, because that would suck. If you don't want ads on Twitch chat, then subscribe, baby. Boop. Hello, folks. Picking Draven is so try-hard. Yes, it is. Absolutely. AL1, I believe so, yes. They did. Okay. Getting ready for the next game? Or for this game? But yes, Mars-chan, just to clarify, we did end up with a win for Anyone's Legend. Relatively convincingly too, as far as I saw. Oh, Sam, do you think Vampire is the GOAT? I mean... No, because GOAT... no, because you see, GOATs are more attached to the devil. And is a vampire... Unless it's an Nosferatu, which I suppose is strictly an evil spirit. See, it's the wrong animal. It's the wrong animal. Why would she bash you? She's more likely to throw a kiss at you and go and orb you to death. Very true. That is Ari. He's the Bat Wolf and Mist. Exactly, Crapton here. Shame on Sam. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Can't be worse than what I'm saying. Enjoy him. Probably true. Probably true. WBG 2-1. Think WE are good enough to take a game. I still don't know what form we're getting BLG on, is part of it. Guess we'll find out. Because BLG have looked a lot better with Beitron coming in. And obviously BLG weren't so long ago outside of being one of the very best teams in the world. They've had a tough couple months. But yes, BLG are inconsistent enough to lose a game. Exactly my thoughts, Al. And WE are more than good enough to force a game, is the other side of that coin. Inverted series scorelines. Azir, Neferi, Sion away from WE. It's not the globals, which I think has often been their go-to at the minute, but Karis quite reliant on the Azir at points. The Sion's been a big cube special, and yeah, Neferi's just really strong, especially when to pick the Nico. Trade out on those ones. The Rumble's still up though, while the Gwen was banned, so I'm assuming now we see something like Skarner Rumble. Monkey's been one of our better Skarner players in the jungle. Celia. It's that global you're looking for. It has been a WE special of late. Give Shinzao, yeah, we'll do. And Shinzao's been very potent right now. Very true. Lucian early is a takeaway from Elkanon. There was a point where Elkanon were arguably the best Lucian Nami duo in the world. They were really, really good at that pairing. Going towards more of a tried and true. The Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, the Varus have been the holy trinity of Taeyu and AD carries. No, don't put Vampire and Nami. Yeah, we did see a very rough mid-game Vampire performance on the Nami the other day. It weren't pretty. I agree. The Varus is 100% better. That leaves the Rumble. Are you going to give Nico, Rumble, Skarner up? Or I suppose Shinzao, if that's your preference? That's a big set of carries to give over. Pick the Shinzao now. I think so. You do probably end up with a Pantheon on 3 here for WE then. Oh, excuse me. Bit of a yawn. Galio. That's another global. Can go into the Rumble then. Okay, locked in. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Oh, and Grumpy wants a roaster. I'll say hello. Danakashi, good to see you. Grumpy wants a roast. Grumpy. Okay, Grumpy, we need to have a chat, mate. Basically, you know, like you're a bandwagoner. You've seen all of the legit vampire love in chat and decided, you know what, that's my personality now too. Except it was weird on the other people. It's just slightly pathetic on you. Like, come up, find your own player to be a fan of. Don't be like this. Don't just like bandwagon like that. Can do better. Can do better. Or maybe you can't, and that's almost worse. Night Zed ban, yeah, yeah, that's also, it's quite good into Talia in fairness. You can deal with her, Unraveled Earth quite well. This is the mini mecha roast all over again, yeah, it's true. Find your own personality, Zeref. Your favorite player is Hung? Oh, it does get worse. You know what? Everyone else is a vampire enjoy, that's fine. Hung got dropped. Sam read my Zeref roast early. Sam read my Zeref roast already. You skipped it. And oh wow. Yeah, for the record, Zeref, Alex is in the YouTube chat, and he said this to you as a kind of third-party roast, that he can't stand Zeref so much he's staying in a different chat to them to avoid you. He's literally staying in the YouTube chat to avoid you. Not much win in that one. Anyway, draft. I want to talk about that. Very strong top side of the map right now for BLG. Some big Silas ults to steal here. Depth charge, hero's entrance. We get the villain's entrance again. Oh, yes. Chains of Corruption, Weaver's Wall. All of these are solid ults. Monkey is a Viego enjoyer where he can get away with it. It does feel like some of our 2-item AD carry skirmishes have fallen away a little bit. We don't see as much Viego, as much Wukong as we did relatively recently. Very strong double globals from WE to set up for a Viego resetting. Basically, Talia and Galio will permanently have Monkey on a second monitor, and wherever he goes, they will follow with the R button. That's the plan. Get Viego a reset and roll from there. BLG, very strong skirmishing. If they can turn up to a team fight and land Pop Blossom and Equalizer, get Shinzo, Silas involved, scary. And WE don't get their initial reset, things get tricky. Double circle, double Galliwell, oh yes, all the time. Jokes on him, I will spam in YouTube chat too. I see, well there you go. Zerev's there, now you can't escape him, Al. He's followed you. It follows. We will prevail just by wearing them down. People on YouTube have eyes. You want to find a non-visual community to convince. Very true. Hey, Cynical, good to see you. If Viego has any lead, very playable. I agree. I think if you can set your Monkey up for success, this is a very playable draft. Let's flick the camera over. And get ourselves ready for the Rift. Crowds, yell at me.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Okay, gyros are over. Are we getting anything weird at the level 1? Vampire's hanging around in mid-bush. Might go for a ward here somewhere. And chat's back to discussing Varus lore. Obe. Well, I'm about to have a bad birthday to Vampire. Is it On's birthday today? Oh my days. Happy birthday, On. Happy birthday to On. Nico versus Nautilus. Game 1. Happy birthday, dear On. Happy birthday to you. Sam, it's on the 12th? Okay, so it's not actually his birthday. No, wow. It's in 2 days. It's almost his birthday. Happy almost birthday to On. I've sung the song now. He doesn't get it twice. Maybe he does. Well, landing a good little route there. Going for this double camp stuff. Good work from Monkey, landing the Q through multiple things. Lots of good Silas ult options, I agree. I think every ult has value here this game for Knight. And Knight Silas, one of the very best in the world. I still remember, was it a 9 rotation team fight he went through at Worlds? I seem to recall it being 9 full Silas rotations. It was pretty obscene. on running up the river. Looking to potentially fight Monkey here. Flash on forward, Wind becomes lightning. Old Ace charge comes on in, but there's a depth charge. Monkey forced to flash away. Flash on forward from Beitron. Gets the root. Looking for another bit of an angle as the flash. Abscond, abduct. And Monkey dies for first blood. 3 flashes committed by BLG, but their work here is done. I remember a heroic base defense from Night Silas. Yeah, there will be a few of those over the years. I have no doubt. It is one of his most iconic champions. And Beitron gets the other Scuttle Crab. They really want to fight for that. Knight's roaming on in. When's the Chain Lash? Does he want to throw it out? No, he doesn't. At least Monkey got Scuttle. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, he thought that was fine. He had the Vampire roaming with him. He had the Harrowed Path. Today is Off's birthday, says Karu. Yeah, but W don't have the early game brawn to have laners roaming this early. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Either way, really good punish on the Scuttle Crab there. It's not quite the era of fist fighting at Scuttle Crab at 3 minutes that we used to have not so long ago. God bless Steel versus Blabber. 2021 Worlds? Was it 2020? It was 21 Worlds. #21 MSI, that's what it was. Thank you, Alex. Encyclopedic knowledge of LJL things from years 2020 through about 2023. Cube eats a bit of Electro Harpoon damage. Down about 10 CS here. I choose to believe Nymaera is only in this chat and therefore proving it to be the best chat. Look, I love all of my chats equally. Hecarim Udyr meta. Full clear into double Ruby Crystal Karzel. Oh my days, you're so right. What a time that was. Tank Hecarim. I love... Sure you do. Yeah, it's true, Spirits Maker. I love all of my chats equally. Morgana Jungle too? Yes, it was. Last time was actually meta, rather than like really occasionally niche. Sam is fine, we know you love us the most. Ruby. Again, this is the chat with all the Vampire fan degenerates. There might be more of you chatting there sometimes. But you know, there are some downsides here as well. Cynical with the multi-layered stream option plan between which day of the week it is. Lands a root. That's a big chunk though back onto On, and yeah, that one was a bit bold, but BLG could have come in and fight this. WE get the kill, but now the equalizer's coming on down. Hero's entrance comes on in. Monkey in danger. Root onto Beitron, who does kill off Monkey. Smites to get that one. The Crescent Guard after. Taeyun might die here as well, and they've got invading for the blue buff and just found Pain and Fury. On dies early, and BLG go, oh no, none of that. They sent everybody up there. Taeyun was there as well. Suddenly, Elks 2-0-1. Knight with another assist. It starts with On getting caught here. Isn't respectful of the dredge line. But the TPs are coming, so they want to keep WE interested. Monkey's going to ult out, and they go to try and turn onto Beishwan, who just murders Monkey, and then gets the blue buff and the Crescent Guard knock away. Nah, Beitron should have died Absolutely criminal. No way you guys take the blue buff and the Viego with him. And knocks the Varus out towards the Ezreal as well. There's Bejuan. New addition to the squad. Very serious expressions on WE's face there. WE aren't mechanically strong enough to deny BLG's laners good states to come into the play. Yeah, I think that's fair. Good TP angles as well from BLG, so, you know, the denial was tricky. I didn't see the wave states per se at the time, so I can't comment on whether they're losing any wards or anything. Go on.
You can change the. Okay, I've got pause trivia.
Right.
You press that.
Oh no, I wasn't sure whether there was a thing that needed to come up.
There is. However, hello folks, I am here. So in the top 10, in the top 10 Shinzao players of all time, caps out at 55 games for the first place. There are 7 current LPL players. Who are they? Let me run on screen.
Okay.
1 second. We have some pause trivia for you first.
What's this attached to? Oh no.
It's just mine there. Sorry. Yeah. So
go forth and pause trivia.
Okay, so we shall do this. The text source for this, by the way, is the 5s right on the top here. There are 7 out of 10 LPL players. We're back in the. That's annoying. Okay, we'll have to do it the next time then. But yes, that's what.
Gotcha now. Alan's keeping an eye on us. Yeah. Righty then. Back to live we go. Gold needs to be found on the BLG side. In a shock to no one after that game state. Dragon started by WE. No flash on Cube, Taeyun. No ult on Monkey. With the exception of Bin, BLG also up their flashes, so there is that. Bin winning in a counter matchup. Currently 1-0-3, up some CS. That's a little rough. Jim was stronger after the W rework, longer recast. Yeah, it really helped him. Bejuan finds a bit of an engage. We've got to turn around with a Pop Blossom on 3. Bin's there as well. Bejuan may die, but the audacious charge after. Scuttle Crab's coming. Healy's coming out on the base. He's got a 3 talent strike stacked. Off of the Scuttle Crab. Knockup comes on in. And despite a seismic shove, Karis really need to call a car somewhere else. His car isn't. I think we're done for this game. Yeah, we probably are. Might even get to play topside. Oh no. 100% KP currently for this Shinzao. Just missing 1 involvement from Bin. Top jungle having an absolute whale of a time. So Bejuan gets jumped and goes, yeah, I don't know about that one, folks. Really nice equalizer Pop Blossom combo. Everyone was on the red carpet getting pap shocked the entire time. Pap shot? Pap shot, that's the correct phrasing. Stacks 3,000 strike on the Scuttle Crab. And Talia TP's in to Doom. Don't worry guys, Beige1 is bad really. Is he? Is he? I suspect Alex might be being sarcastic in the YouTube chat. Suspicion of sarcasm. I don't know for sure. Because I am context illiterate. Up about 4,000 gold now at BLG. TP as well. Oh, Cube. Interrupted. Here we go. Bin's here as well. Pop Blossom. Knock up. Equalizer. And Cube gets very cleanly dove. Nothing to be done there. Talia will get some stuff on bot, but they've already got the 3 grubs. So they can just force the whole turret. This is the real benefit, I think, of grubs being condensed into only one spawn. If you get that set of grubs, that first 3, those 3 grubs, you get them early enough that you can make a turret dive play like that and then utilize the semi-equivalent to 6 grubs with 4 minutes spare or whatever on plates falling, plus 6 minutes, it's an 8-minute take, right? To hard force on a tower and then just take whatever plates are remaining in the blink of an eye. It can really accelerate a game in your favor. That's another what? 800 gold that just went the way of BLG, maybe a full 1,000 gold and first turret. Beige1 dodges the dredge line, backs away. Because before, obviously, you'd have to wait until that second set of grubs. You'd have to take a lot more time to go do that again and then try and set up wave states afterwards with a lot less time to work with, assuming another team hadn't stolen a load of grubs away. Like, it was it was a lot harder to get value out of them while plates were still up. These days, you can go, cool, I'm teleporting top. 4-man dive this. Take full turret after. Blue buff invade happening. BLG there in force. Back away with that one taken. 2 minutes until Dragon, and BLG are running away with this one, folks. No real easy way to say that. They have got the feats of strength now as well, having claimed that first turret topside. Night Burfon, a pleasure to have you in here. Sleep well. Maybe if WE draft so hard in game 1, they don't have to OP champs left for the next games. Maybe. It's the ban out bow strategy that worked so well for Venom Crest the other day. I actually quite like that strat. I shouldn't be saying that. I thought it was quite astute. I think it was playable. I think it was execution, not draft. But there we go. There we go. Jumps on forwards, on, flashes over the wall, stays alive, avoids the chains of corruption. Mid lane turret has fallen on, alive. Weaver's wall goes nowhere really. On, turns into the Shinzao, hop up, back away, but it's wrong one picked. And they do get that kill onto the Nico as a result. On can't play that one out. Elk now in danger. Does he have an arcane shift up and available? Will do shortly. Doesn't get out. Another kill to Monkey. Baseball now flashing away. BLG. What the hell happened there? That was pretty ugly stuff. Awkward escape. They get the mid-tier 1. Lose their bot lane doing it. Probably the Herald after as well. A much-needed influx of gold for WE. They might still come and fight this. Vampire gets jumped on. Seismic shove after. In comes the hero's entrance. Crescent Guard is running, but it'll run out shortly. Base1 now in danger. Turns around and gets one. Into the backline goes right with the angle on him. Pop Blossom back as who is here but on. Napalm will still die though. True Shot Barrage comes on through as BLG just way overforce it. You didn't have to go and fight that. It was 3v5. So let's have a look at this again. So this is they take the tier 1 mid and they try to retreat out. Depth charge comes on down and On's in danger, so he ends up getting jumped on, flashes into the raptor pit, and BLG teleport in to defend. That's all well and good. It's this extraction here that becomes problematic. Monkey just gets a really good jump on forwards. And the shape changer, form change doesn't work out. Elk doesn't have mana for the arcane shift, I don't think. Already burned the flash and the cleanse, so it's another pickup. And then it's 5v3. You don't have to fight that Herald. You don't. You really don't. Dragon secured as well. Yes, they have to, says 1,000 guys. So they're not contractually obligated to be silly. It's been a good early game, and then the mid-game perplexing moment that we have known to be a part of the BLG character. Never knowingly back down for an objective fight. Patron needs to be a bit wary. Jumped on. On's now in danger here with his jungler as well. Nice vision trap there. Can look for something more. Kareth, though, is now very deep. Gonna get pop blossoms. Will die for this. On will as well, likely. Monkey picks up that kill with the Heartbreaker. 1 for 2. Can now put Herald mid and look to shove this out. Get a second charge here as well, so that'll chunk out that mid tier 2. WE evening up the gold somewhat here. Only 1,500 gold. It was nearly 4k. Monkey needs to be a bit careful here, but Monkey, from being 1 and 3, now 3, 3 and 5, much better spot on this Viego. And they were supposed to spike in the mid game. They will spike much better now. You want to see Nord or Ruddy Sack try the Venomcrest anti-bow strap for science? Yeah, I mean, I think it has some legs. Assuming you're mechanically competent enough to match the rest of the map. And that's no easy feat, because obviously Lost Returns are very scary. Great individual players. Viego carry pants on, Kraken Titanic. Absolutely. Well, he's gone Sundered Sky for a little bit more survivability, which I think is okay-ish. Wits End, insane value here. Yeah, actually, not a bad shout. I could see Kanik Rookern too if you feel like you want to be a front line, but I think as the Viego. Wits End is good here. Tenacity too. With Merc Treads. Yeah. Not awful. Not that much that you need Tenacity for, though. So maybe more. All 5 champs have some magic damage. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Ezreal gets a little bit from his W and stuff. That's true. The Shin's out less so, to be fair. Takan, likely going the way of BLG. Happily secured. Get the petals as well. More also good. Yeah, I feel like more with the lifelink might be more valuable. But I'm happy to be convinced otherwise. Control ward, far side alteration. Knight was in that bush, is no longer. Does Nautilus have AP scaling? Yes, it does. AP Nautilus is and was a thing for a reason. Doomby used to play it mid. In fact, he famously played it on his Worlds winning run in 2019. There goes Bin. And Knight. On's got caught again. This Nico's been caught a lot of times now. On. What's going on? Just before Dragon as well. Get why you're trying to contest in the river, but you can't get caught like that. That's another Dragon over WE. Cube might now be attacked. Knight is level 15, by the way. Roa fully stacked, the extra level in. Gonna pull away as Karis will pull the ultimate himself. Looks for the seismic shove, won't find it. Base right now coming on over. Knight can look to steal an ultimate here. Won't. True shot barrage lands. Chunks out Cube a little more. To be honest, Galio's a mega pick into 3 AP champs. Will be. So this is on. He's fighting over vision. Knows what's going on here. And just gets caught. I mean, you've got flash. You have an ability to dodge sideways. Like, you just can't get caught like that. If you want to contest position, posture around vision like that, then don't get hooked. Alright, bit of an engage happening. Interesting, mid lane is back to even in gold, despite Knight being 2-0-2. Lovely plates and turret shoves for Karis there. Still a very scary rumble though. Oh lord, Bin is strong. Monkey gets hit by the tangle barbs. Knight across the unraveled earth does get stunned. Looking for potential angle, nabs that depth charge. Vampire in danger. Hero's entrance comes on in. Big cooldowns burned by BLG. Not a fan of On. Yards. Again, I apologize. It's Hungarian, isn't it, your name, if I remember correctly? Was it Romanian? One of the two. You did say it, and I've forgotten. It's been a month or two. But yeah, I kind of agree. On has been a bit of a loss factor for BLG this year. BLG blowing WE global is pretty easy. Not a great sign, given WE often need to use it to make plays of their own. Yeah, I can agree with that too. They've not really needed to, though. Just kept picking up On. Scuttle Crab picked up. Wards successfully swept by BLG. Don't see KL in the server. True that. He was on earlier. So, 20 seconds until the next dragon. Some very scary breakpoints hit by BLG. Look in Elk's inventory, 3 items on Ezreal. 2+ boots upgrades, and the Zhonya's activation on Knight. Bin, though, for all I've been talking about how strong he's been, just gets picked off. Karras didn't even have his ult, he just walked down there. BLG run down mid all the while, so they burn a lot to get to Bin. Might cost him an inhibitor turret here. Did Bin buy enough time? He also cleared the way. Soul point secured by WE. Can't really stick on the inhibitor turret. Oh, you're from Transylvania, so you're kind of both. Ah, fair. All the vampire jokes go your way, I see. Kind of look like a vampire. I'm super pale. Look again. Well, there you go. Just face checks the Talia and is then in trouble. Tries to turn it around and realizes, oh no, Viego's coming that way. Can't run that way. Poo. Goes down mid while H1 is picked off and dead. BLG in the mid game, they are notoriously bad at getting picked off. Their early games have seriously improved. They've done a really good job, basically pre-40 minutes and plates falling, of snowballing. And then between about 14 and 25 minutes, you can start picking off individual members a little too easily. You can bait them into fights they don't want to take a little too easily. Is Baytron really an upgrade over Wake at the minute? Yes, very much so. Vampire is winning finals MVP this year, says Brodabell. There's a bold call. How much did Aragon PayPal you? Finals of what? Worlds, probably. Would be my suspicion. LDL Summer Finals after getting demoted. You never did play LDL. You went straight from solo queue up to the main stage. On, slow down. Oh, on! On! How does this keep happening? He's got flash! Elf's gonna get dived on now as well. Oh, it's just so messy. Object permanence for this team is non-existent. Vampire's gonna keep on going, and morale will keep taking a beating until gameplay improves. Monkey, wonderful pick there. Let's give her the other side of that. Can they look to end the game here? 30 seconds on the Ezreal on the Rumble. They've got 5v3. They could certainly look to be very aggressive here. How on earth did BLG let this early game go? They're gonna look. Stolen Weaver's Wall. Splits Vampire off. Nice play from Knight. And WE back away now. They certainly went to look at the Nexus turrets. Ends up being a little greedy from them. Hijack Weaver's wall enough to split the minions away. Little over-eager from WE. Now, actually, BLG on the reset saying, you guys have him back. We can look at Baron. Their potential flip back into the game. Monkey with a blast cone, with ult, with flash. Can definitely find a way into this pit. Oh, not again! On! Flashes this time. Now, Karis in danger. In comes the villain's entrance. That's a Knight ult. And it's all been a ruse. An 11th hour turnaround. As On's looking for a pop blossom, doesn't get as much value as hoping. Knight goes golden, does get that one. GA on Monkey, doesn't get a reset. The max range of Scond abduct. And Knight finds his moment, full ace. TP back in, go towards top side. Knight just did wonders. Hijacks the Weaver's wall in the base. Denies an overeager shove from WE. What an insane ult from him. The only unkilled member of his team buys a Medjai's at 10 stacks. All of your villains should enter with such style. He just is him, isn't he? Let's look again. It starts with Monkey, off vision, smite, spectral maw. Actually, in fairness, really good pick from Monkey. That is a wonderful Viego angle. And again, not respecting the potential angle here. This is a high damage Viego. Gets another reset. Another reset. On gets hooked as the Weaver's wall comes on down, and On flashes out this time. And then Elk goes forward onto Karis, who goes golden. And then basically, in comes that hijack Galio up for the first time this game. And Knight finds insane value. Back to life we go. Soul on the line. Full WE. BLG in the river. We've got Baron to their name. They've actually got a 6,000 gold lead, or 5,000 gold lead again out of nowhere. Knight on a flank angle. Stolen depth charge. Flip for an angle. Tree chop barrage across. Weaver's wall in. Pop blossom comes on up. Knight. Flash on in for that depth charge. Interrupts the Galio ult. There's no hero to enter because he's stuck in traffic. Air flight control says, no, you're not cleared for takeoff. Taeyun backing away out, looking for mystic shots. Taeyun dodge, dip, duck, diving and dying. Vampire, Dredge sliding to the wave, throwing out a Riptide. Trying to clear the wave and will fail to do so. It was all a prank, bro. BLG don't lose these games. Monkey tried his damn hard out this game. You really can't ask for much more out of a Viego. And they've done everything right in the mid game to come back from a really extreme deficit. And then you have a player like Knight who just refuses to die. Elk as well at this point. 4 items on the Ezreal. Untouched in that fight became such a problem. Equalizer comes on down. Legendary Knight. Yeah, that feels about right. Game 1 is BLG's. Maybe cut out the mid game. 10 minutes or so where you don't want to look at the camera as a BLG fan, but the first 15. The last 5. Vintage BLG. Fortunately, they had a bit of a mid-season stumble. It was all modern day BLG. We all know what we know about reworks. Knight, how on earth does he just keep on doing this? I do not understand. I really, really don't. That's almost obscene. I'm quite upset that BLG won that game. He's just... I'm waiting for these highlights, because they're going to be insane, guys.
No. Knight deserved to win that game. BLG did not deserve to win
absolutely. Absolutely. On consistently got caught in really stupid locations.
You can watch your voice. You can sit close to the mic. And
It's fine. It's who I am. It's not pushing my voice particularly.
Okay. I just know. I'm just looking after you, buddy.
Thank you, though. Can I get a coffee, please?
Yeah, sure. What kind of coffee? A regular one, like long one?
Yeah, long with a bit of milk. I find lattes a little heavy with the minute.
Especially when it's the 3.5%.
Yeah.
Sam, I've made a funny video.
Have you?
I can show it on stream, actually.
Do it.
Move very briefly so I can show you this. Chat, you should see this too.
I see while I'm doing it, I will go.
Actually, Sam, but I need you to see this too, Sam. I need you to see this too.
I'll keep the headphones on then, am I?
Yeah, you are. Which ones? This is the thing which is on straight. No, that won't be it. There's this one. Hi, Sam. That's great. Is it uploaded to here yet? It has. You can now watch this on YouTube Shorts yourself if you'd like this.
Redacted versus Redacted. It's a croc-off. We are comparing strength of crocs, folks. It is a croc contest. We are comparing crocs. Would anyone else like to compare crocs here in League of Legends? I too I'm interested in the croc measuring contest. What an interesting croc-off. I'm enjoying this comparison of crocs. Only here in the LPL can you have an actual professional croc measuring contest. Shanks has full rage right now. Xiaohu's a level down. That's why Xiaohu wants to get himself a level right now. He does. Both getting through that dominance, both dropping the ignite. They have barriers left.
I should really show you the stats as well.
Then I thought he would actually. Another empowered ability available from both sides. Things get a little difficult. The barriers removed, and Shanks wins the croc measuring contest.
It's not even subtle at this point.
No, it's Sam. It's not Sam. It's not meant to be subtle. Anyway, there's your stats. You can look at your goddamn stats.
Oh,
now.
Monkey! He tried so hard.
He was really good, and On was really bad.
He genuinely giga-inted that mid game.
That was so stupid.
Like he had shape change and flash multiple times.
The thing is, like, it is correct to say On was support diffed. Vampire was the better support this game.
Yeah, he was.
It didn't matter. I think macro-wise, BLG were better, but this should have been a clean game. Like, BLG on the whole were really good at blowing the globals from WE, but you just can't play like that.
4v5s in really awkward positions.
Sam, I can, if you'd like to take a break and get a coffee, you can do, by the way.
I'm gonna go do that next.
Okay, I can do that. So but I just wanted to show you the crop.
It was a funny clip.
That's okay. So if you'd like to see more clips like that, you can go watch them on my YouTube, or you can watch them on TikTok as well. If you do have an account there and would like to drop some likes and comments and stuff, does help me and the algorithm and stuff, and helps you keep doing what I'm doing. Because actually, weirdly, the short content is what does better largely than live stuff. So if I'm doing stuff on my YouTube, I probably get maybe a couple of thousand views on a short, sometimes up to 5,000, something like that. But like the actual live videos on YouTube, they get like a couple of hundred. They get like below 1,000 really, because a lot of them are on Anivia, right? And we don't have the audience to kind of. Why is he playing like this, man? Shorts are super heavily pushed by YouTube. They are, for sure. They are. Monkey's been really good. Monkey's been very good. I really like him. I think he's a very good player, and I think I'm glad that he's playing better than he did when he was on EDG, because his time on EDG was very poor. It was very poor. For Team WME, is this matchup important? So this doesn't matter for that, because this is Group Ascend. Because this is Group Ascend, it doesn't matter. So yeah, the only thing this matters for, I mean, for WE, if things go badly enough, there's a chance that NIP can leapfrog them. And leapfrog, and NIP could, wait, who have they got to face there? So NIP still have to face AL, BLG, FPX another time, so that's maybe a +1. IG, JDG, TT. So if they pick up 2 from there and W don't pick up any, there's actually a chance that WE end up bottom 2 if WE lose their remaining series. Because W still have to face AL, BLG, well, they're facing BLG right now. TT they should be able to beat.
Top esports and Weibo. Maybe they can beat Weibo as well, actually. Okay, no. I think W are probably in... They're probably in the 7th to 8th bracket. Maybe 6th, actually, if it goes well enough. Maybe. Have we run ads? No, not yet. I'm going to run some ads right now. Monkey's so good, but BLG plays better 4v5. Yeah, somehow. Like, BLG are a very good team. And this is why, like, I mean, like, despite them being a deeply unserious team, sometimes I'm going to play the rel. You can watch this again. Oh, wait, no, we got MVP. I won't do that because it'll... Who gets it? Night. Of course it's Night. Praise the sun. This guy's very good. W are going to win this series, they have Vampire. W are going to lose this series, they have Vampire. I too can say sentences and then say they have Vampire at the end of it. The sun is shining. W has Vampire. Someone stepped on a nail today. W has Vampire. You know, I can do this too if you'd like. Our plan's a single elimination best of 5 for LPL playoffs. I think it is. I think it's single elimination, and I think it might even be best of... You know what? I'm not sure. It depends if it's this... Look, they changed some shit around from when they announced it, but I don't know whether it applies to that. Vampire's the reason the sun is shining. Yeah, because the sun wants to kill Vampire. The sun is shining because it wants to be rid of Vampire, just like I am too. You know, hopefully we'll see him burn up in the sunlight. Why are TT in green? What does that mean for them? What does that mean for them? They're 2-11. How many have they played? They played... How many of their series have they played? So how many things do they play? They play 18 series total, and they've played 13 currently. So they shouldn't be... Why are they green on that? It's weird. In his hater era, I've been known to be a hater every now and then. Look, you're bringing this out of me. You want to start putting delusion in my chat? If you're gonna be putting delusion in my chat, you can keep saying that. There are other chats where you can do this. I've made it very clear what my stance on this player is. Guaranteed bottom 5. Right, that makes sense. Guaranteed bottom 5. Yeah, because they can't get above 7 wins now. Yep. And I think IG... Are they guaranteed to get above it or something like that? Yeah, I think there's enough guaranteed like bits and pieces that it's, yeah. It's funnier to do it here. For you, baby. You're so good at countering the glaze. Well, someone I have to be. Look, I have to see things right in the world, you know, sometimes. I'm gonna show this again because it's funny. Renekton instant locked it. Renekton versus Renekton. It's a croc off. We are comparing strength of crocs, folks. It is a croc contest. We are comparing crocs. Would anyone else like to compare crocs here in League of Legends? I too am. I'm interested in the croc measuring contest. What an interesting croc off. I'm enjoying this comparison of crocs. Only here in the LPL can you have an actual professional croc measuring contest. Shanks has full rage right now. Xiaohu's a level down. That's why Xiaohu wants to get himself to level right now. He does. Both getting through that dominance, both dropping the ignite. They have barriers left. Xiaohu's taking a lot more damage than I thought he would actually. Another empowered ability available from both sides. Things get a little difficult. The barrier's removed, and Shanks wins the croc measuring contest. Big mistake from Xiaohu, who used the barrier, and the empowered W from Shanks denied it. Big mistake from Xiaohu. He was winning that so hard. Was the level down, was rage down going into the last fight, and Shanks... Renekton instant locked it. I found it funny. You should like it too. What else did I have? What are the best champions into Roa, Ari?
But now that you said that, I need that to be a game of irrelevant.
Victor, Talia, Talia, whatever. Victor, Oriana, the Destroyer in lane, Silas.
But I mean, he's that's pretty good. We got
heavy tank lineups.
I want bowl of rice.
I'm assuming.
Just rice. I was going to say Smurf Rise would be really cool.
You know? Night one MVP.
Yeah, heavily so.
What a shock. Never expected that one. Put that over on the left hand side, letting it warm up.
But now that you said that, I need there to be a game of irrelevant.
I'll put Abdom.
Just irrelevant. Just like I need
Thank you,
Cassette claws.
Oh, my line is ready.
I need Cassette. Oh, I also need Shuriman Fry.
Anything else funny in here? Whatever. Okay, it's funny. We did that. Okay, right. I will, I'll leave you to it again, I guess. Do you think any members of RNG will get picked up by other teams? Milky Way, maybe. Tongyuan, I think, is more worth picking up, actually. I think for some of the lower tier teams, I think their mid laners aren't good enough.
Yeah, I could see people picking up Milky Way. I think he's not had a great split, but people saw how good he could be. We all still know, actually, that, like, what his potential is. And I think RNG was not a great place to be showing it this year for various reasons. I appreciate it. So there is absolutely an angle for Milky Way. You know, again, I'm a big proponent of the guy. I think he's still got it.
You stopped for a little while, but that might be team atmosphere, so it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah, and I think also the way Milky Way is as a player is his first priority is to, I'm going to say be a playmaker, but I'm not sure that's quite right. He will take the low percentage play to try and win the game if he feels like his team is out of options. He's quite a versatile player, and he is normally good at playing with teams that have not always got consistent parts to them. But in those scenarios, he has then tended to be the person who takes the onus of winning the game onto himself and gets people to rally around him. And that's a lot harder to do at LPL level, especially if you don't necessarily execute as well as you would like, and two, if your team's still not there with you and there's other issues in the background, it just makes you look worse, right? Because you go in to try and make things happen on a weird champion or something that can be a bit of a carry, and if it's not working out because your team's not following, not trusting you, it can suck. And I do think there was elements of that happening. Is RNG eliminated from the league? Yes, they are. They will not be playing post this weekend. I think that'll be their last game, possibly ever, which is wild. I don't really know how to feel about that. Matu is widely considered the best sport of all time. He's certainly up there, isn't he? So I think what other supports get to be in that contention. I would have said Mako. I think he's had an unfortunate year, but I think Mako's right up there. I think people kind of like forget that Mata's last couple splits were genuinely poor as well. He could play about 2 champions well. It was Galio and Alistair. Everything else was bad. But I think Mako has to be in that consideration. There's people like Mad Life, right? Gorilla, probably. Again, I think he's probably worth consideration, though I remember I probably look a little too fondly on him after his Rocks Tigers days. I think Carrier at this point as well has to be in contention. How long has he been insane across multiple different rosters with multiple AD carries? I still don't think he's always the best on pure engage champions. Like if you're on tank engage champions, Carrier not always the best on those. But I think obviously Carrier's history on teams like DRX and then on T1, multiple world champions, ships, playing absolutely wild shit in the support role and looking absolutely dominant on them. You have to have that as in a consideration at this point. Aframu, domestically, yeah, I think for NA, he's probably the GOAT support of NA. Although Core JJ now, I would argue, has been there a lot longer. Has been, you know, he's also been absolutely insane. And I think he's been well adopted by the NA system. Mickey X, yeah, pretty good one for EU. I mean, if you go back far enough, people like Yellowstar, Hillisang, Edward, huge fan of Edward as best, the Thresh Prince of EU. Yeah, he was pretty good at this point, wasn't he? That's fair. Kasinga points. He still plays. He's in NLC. He's a lovely dude. I had breakfast with him not so long ago. My guy still laughs like an idiot. It's wonderful. Just really, it depends on the condition of the team, mainly. The support is expected to handle too many things on behalf of the team to consider alone. That's fair. Pairing jungler, face checking, bot lane stuff. Yeah, I can get that. Carrier probably get a good shout, but that's ignoring a whole history of strong players. Yeah, I mean, it can be true, but I think partly also you'll see that, like, Carrier made strong players even stronger, which is always an impressive thing. Like, if he's with a powerful AD carry, the things they could do was pretty wild. Like, when you're able to do things like Ashe Varus bot lanes and everyone else in the world has to warp the meta to you, it's quite impressive, really. Still, into game 2 we go. And we find ourselves with WE back on blue side, BLG on the red this time around. Back on blue side. They were on red side first time, but they lost, so they get that option. Lucian first pick. Oh, boy. Wee woo, wee woo. Vampire on Nami alert. Vampire on Nami alert. Batten down for the mid-game woes. See whether it ends up being that, but that is an early pick and take away from Elk. It was not a pretty sight. Unfortunately, they lost very hard in the mid-game with an ineligibility to get control of mid-lane power. Caitlyn Nidalee early, just fist fight early. Sort of flex top, I suppose, if the Shy and Zeus are anything to talk about. It's only a hover right now, so we'll wait. Yorick, way of playing away from the mid-lane prio. Okay, so, Caitlyn, fight fire with fire bot side. Honey, oh baby, here we go. So, there's your Nami as well. You now have a really, really scary mid-game spike. Lucian Nami for mid-lane wave control into basically setting up for Annie engages. I would argue... I mean, Lux is more dangerous in lane. I was about to say, I could see an angle for Emilio here into the Annie and the Nami. But there's the Lux. That is one of the most nasty kill combo bot lanes in League. Land a light binding, put the trap under it. Auto E, auto Q. There's Easy Hoon in the background there. The Hoon. So, Jarvan banned. Would have been a good combo with the Annie as well. Really nasty into Lux, who does not enjoy being locked in that cage. A bit annoying for the Yorick too at times. Oh, well, I was trying to figure out what was going on. I realised that mic's been raised up again. Ugh, it needs to go down so it's not blocking my screen. There we go. What beats Annie mid hard? Things that outrange her and don't care that much about a bit of CC. Syndra was an attempt by Karis, actually, the other day. That was an attempt into the Annie. I suppose it could be a Lux mid, it's true. Don't know whether it's actually what Knight wants to play here. Mal's can be okay, but again, Annie's got too many ways to break your shield. Poppy can be a good way to punish the Lucian who dies forward and you go, yeah, no, you don't. Press Steadfast Presence and report to the Immobility Club. Sejuani Yone untouched. Very true. Cassante, a consideration now for Cube. Did a decent job the other day, actually, into the Annie draft. Credit to him. Making it look all right despite the change in meta. Instead goes towards the Shen. Good pairing with the Lucian. Oh, Monkey's Graves. With mid lane prio from a Lucian. Yes! I have been waiting for him to pull this out ever since he promoted. This is the champion. He made his name on solo queuing. Made his name in LDL in. Mid lane prio with Lucian Nami. Shenol on top of you. Annie for pick CC. You basically can now play through mid prio into enabling jungle invades. Akali for Knight. That's how they're going to try and manage the Annie. Annie can deal with this because she's got If she manages to hold her Disintegrate, you can use that when the Twilight Shroud comes down and stun the Akali even during that. I know, Alex. He hasn't played it yet this year, though. And I've been waiting since he's been on WE to pick it up again. I know he played it on EDG. But I was waiting because obviously he wasn't playing on an LPL team this year until he got called up to replace Sorrow. And I think this will be really cool. So yes, I know. I know it's been banned against him. I've called out if it's been banned against him. I'm just excited to see it. If Graves can't get a super lead, which he shouldn't, he is going to be useless. I think you've got a very good opportunity in the mid game to get Graves a lot of farm. It kind of falls into a similar space to something like Lilia, where you'll be just like you are primarily damaged. You're trying to throw a bit of damage in here or there, but play for clear until you get first item, and then suddenly you accelerate. This is fun. All right, so BLG, strong skirmishing themselves. Caitlyn Lux with an Akali Poppy to try and really attack that bot lane. Lucian Nami with an Annie. Big mid-game power spikes. Look for mid control. Set up for Tibbers engages off vision. Get the Graves in the enemy jungle. Flick our camera across and let the gyros ring out. Well, a little bit of a look there into bot side. First pick Lucian. Responded by an immediate Kate Lux. Monkey. Will quick draw in. Beige Swam. Goes on forwards. Flash. From Karis to get over that heroic charge. But the summoner down. Beige Swam starts at half HP. But he'll get a bit of a leash from his jungle as a result. Lucian Army will get control of the spot type wave, then they'll be hitting level 2 first. Monkey, level 2 invade. Rob opposite, remember base one was low from the first clear. Monkey's gonna be able to steal this. End of the line, baby. Heading over to Wolves. Quick draws forwards, staying away from wall angles. Gets shoved back in, into the bush. Over comes Knight. Monkey now in danger. He's level 2. This is way too far. Flash is over. And he stayed too far. Lux gets it. Quicker on the response. Spites and wave shove. Should have been happy with the one camp steal and got shoved into the wall. He had the health bar advantage initially and then didn't dodge the heroic charge. Bot side now as well. Mid lane we go. Never mind bot side. Karis is just dead. Nice throw in mid. Monkey's bot again though. On's desperately low. Where's the smoke screen? End of the line comes on down. Contagion picked that up. He'd love to auto it. Gets it. Nice. BLG overplaying the bot side. I didn't see how On ended up that low. Looks like they went all in on Taeyun and didn't quite finish it off. A Monkey was swift enough on the return to get over here. Has only gotten some less camps than you'd think. He's actually giving up his Raptor camp right now. Elk had to flash on out of a well-placed Aqua Prism. And On's back to lane. It's the new skin. He's even got the new skin on. Nice advertising. Well done.
Annoyingly, Monkey didn't even get an assist for that to play bot side. Taeyun did at least get a kill. He's been double scuttled by a Poppy. Monkey is so unhappy right now. The last time we saw Bin in this Shen matchup to... Who was it to? I think it might have been Arla. Maybe Flandre. Ended up down 20 CS. Very early on, actually. Looks like he's gone away and practiced that matchup a little better. Might stay a lot more even this time around. In the background, I've also managed to finish by culling the Caterpillar Slice. I'm now ready to watch this gank come on forward, but I think Monkey just got spotted there. He's a known quantity. Beichuan's here as well. Throws down the smoke screen onto 2. Actually means that Beichuan won't get as much value as hoping, as On puts the heal down to try and get out of the smoke screen and get involved with the fight a bit cleaner. Don't know whether that heal needed to be popped. Monkey will slide away with the quick draw from that light binding. -1. Absolutely. There was a cannon missed. And Poppy steals another camp. Graves has only sadness in his life. Oh, they are being so mean here. Karis needs to be really wary. The shuriken flip goes wide. Beichuan gets a charge, but doesn't get the wall stuck. Does get this steadfast presence. That's the word. Buy some time with that, and red buff now invaded. And I don't think WE can defend this. Oh, this is not fun for the Graves. Well played, Elkin On, playing well in the 2v3. They normally don't. They've been very astute this game on the whole. We didn't see how On ended up as low as he did bot side. I think they went in for an all-in on Taeyun, who survived on Auto's HP. And then Monkey turned up to make it awkward. So that's kind of what's keeping the Lucian vaguely in the lead. But hey, the point of this Caitlyn Lux was to manage the Lucian Nami. It has done so. So far. Cubes reset out of the Yorick matchup where he was having no fun at all. Did Taeyun get cleansed just for the Lux route? You see a lot of AD carries do it into Lux Caitlyn, because if you get hit by the first bit of CC, it's over. Like, you're almost obligated to do it on something like the Lucian or sometimes as well. Purely because otherwise it's also for the wall stun from Beichuan. If you want to stomp on forward, you'll be really ugly otherwise. Flash on forwards from Monkey, lands the end of the line. In comes the Ghouls, flash away from Karis, who is not having fun into those Ghouls. Monkey's got enough AoE here, I think, to clear that out. Bin survives, burned his flash. So did Monkey. Acrobatism wide. Nice binding onto Vampire. He ends up taking a lot of damage. Ace in the hole comes on down. Karis is low. Flash on forward base run. Then comes the Shen. And he's ulted away, but not before he gets to come on forwards regardless. Oh,
Oh, collateral damage from downtown brings Basewan out. He thought he played that so well. But Cube has his ult complete just before Monkey is ulted away. That was actually very smooth. The problem is, Caitlyn Lux have moved mid, gotten a plate, feeling very happy with themselves. Early collector by the looks of it from Elk. Into 4 squishies. Yeah, that's nice. Let's have a look top side. Karis is quick of the giggle out. Flash for the hammer shot. Knocks Monkey away, but oh, look where he comes in mid-air. Mid-air delivery. Nice. Almost super smooth. Yeah, it's just that you have to burn a summoner just for that with the cleanse. Yes, but like that is it. That is the biggest threat to you to be able to play this game. Is that lane from Kate Lux can be, if you are hit by one light binding, it is over. So cleanse gives you at least one get out of jail free card. Cannon for Graves. Shen ult the wrong target. Maybe. I don't know. Guess they basically decided that Karis was dead regardless. And the Graves will be able to get a bit further into the play. Either way. Ends up in a 1-for-1. Whether it needed to be, don't know. I guess they're expected to fight a 2v2 with Graves Shen. And Karis would get to walk away and weren't respecting the flat from Bejuan. Light binding into Lucent Singularity from On. Greeting, dear viewer, says Shelly. You have tools to dodge the Lux Q. You do, assuming you haven't used them to go forwards. If you relentless pursuit of hang on, Taunt. Monkey's still there. In comes the Spirit's Refuge. Bin in danger. Where's the collateral damage? Not quite enough damage. Bin survives. Karis now looking for a play mid, but there's a ward in this place. Flash from On, away from Karis, who flash disintegrated. On down the flash, but so is Karis. Yes, observers super zoomed in on Graves taking a cannon a few minutes ago. Wow. He's gone Umbral Glaive first. Well, that is a throwback to the past. That used to be a regular option on your AD junglers. Significantly less common these days, but it does give you more vision control. It used to be a big Graves build. Very cheap first item spike. Bejuan. Yeah, puts the ward down. Clears out one ward. When does Graves ult done any damage to begin with? When he has lethality or 2 crit items is the answer. It's actually got pretty good AD scaling. You do about 800-900 damage mid game with it, which can be quite a lot. Why do I get the feeling that BLG just ends game 2? They might. Or game 1. Oh, and then to come back together game 2. Yeah, there is a bit of that. They sometimes are asleep for the first game of the day. It's a known meme. On doesn't have flash. Aqua Prison. Monkey gets the kill with the collateral damage. Nice combo. Culling plus collateral damage will do a lot of work. Bot side, though, the cross map comes across and Knight picks up the Annie. 2 kills now for this Akali. Elk's going to be left alone under this mid lane turret. Needs to be a bit wary. They're going to dive this. Elk needs to be so aware. Misses the Aqua Prison. Still going to look to dive this. End of the line on the turret. Throws down the barrier. Going to try and flash away to safety. Taeyun gets it. Monkey, I don't think needed to flash. Was a bit worried that last order wouldn't do it. But good plays now from WE's mid jungle, jungle support rather, in the mid lane. Picking up both bot laners. On being down the flash, successfully punished.
Elk was trying to flash towards Beishuan, who was roaming up from the bot side play, but was always going to get followed there, you have to imagine. Now bot side, back onto Karis, lands the Q, gets another auto in, misses the shuriken flip. Half the HP bar of Karis disappears. Really bad flash from Elk, flash early out of Graves Q if anything. Yeah, I think that's fair. Tried to manage it with the barrier and stick under the turret for longer, I guess. But either way, really doesn't work out. L crushing tier 2 boots. It's often a regular thing on Caitlyn because you want to cycle through headshots as much as possible. And into Lucian Nami, the space really matters. So boots rush on Caitlyn's nothing super unusual. Vampire eats a bit of a chunk. Knight gonna carry again. Yeah. Yeah, he could. That is a bad tidal wave. Elk sidesteps it. There's your boots value. Turn around, even with the collateral damage, nearly gets Elk. Where's the ace in the hole? Not available, but Knight still picks up that Nami. This time they have their own third member to BLG, not a 2v3 for once. Third kill for Knight. Cube bots are going to try and get a bit of a chunk down here. All the while, the reminder, Bin got that tier 1 top. Is now farming Monkey's jungle. He's on Wolves. Walks up mid, claims that tier 1. Bonk. Did get the grubs as well. Beitwan will pick up the Herald at least. So grubs and Herald and an early dragon. BLG now quite happily there with your feat of strength. Let's have a look at this one. The tidal wave is just well wide. Bad ult from Nut Vampire. Then WE go looking for help. Missed the flash Aqua Prison. Walk back onto the trap. Even the Stand United using it doesn't keep him alive. That's a horrible misplay from the bot lane. Vampire, what was that? Monkey now in danger himself. Nowhere to go. Nice pin into the wall there from Beitwan. Don't quite know how that one ended up in the position it did. Shuriken flip over. No stun available from Karis quite yet. Throws down Tibbers. Light binding lands, and they just absolutely eviscerate them. Perfect execution. Ensures that Annie will need to hug her Tibbers a lot closer at night. This Akali is becoming a nightmare. Knight now 4-0-2. Gets to pick up this tier 2. Aqua Prison does land. There's no punish here. The Graves is coming, but might be a little late. Goes Golden. Goes into the Herald. Now in danger. Rocket Belt away, but dodges a lot of the CC by using the Herald. Timeout secured, and Knight gets out to save. I don't mind boots rush on Kate this game because she needs to not die mid lane this game and it keeps her safe. I think I agree with you. Early Mikhails from On helps with that as well. Gets the collector now as well. I think boots 2 is fine on Caitlyn, especially into this. Ooh, nah, Knight. You're 20% HP! Flash R2! He's not D2, that's for sure. That is just straight challenger. 3PO approves of that one. My God. He did that on a 3rd HP into an Annie. Knight has heard the criticism, has seen that maybe this guy called Chovy is really taking over the LCK. 12-0 in series or something right now. And he decided he can't be having that. He needs to get right back in the conversation. What obscenity is this? That is a full health Annie. A 3rd HP on Knight, and he just doesn't give a fuck. Berserker Greaves are nearly always the buy on Caitlyn. You value getting more autos out more than nearly anything. Gets you to headshot more often, which is a lot of your damage. Cube will now die. Elk gets that one, donated it. And they'll get the turret as well. BLG. Fumbled the mid game last game. So far this game, they are not.
Karis will at least get that tier 1 top side. Bounties on. Ugh. Hubris done for Graves. He's the only person remotely close in gold. Which is wild considering he lost a lot of farm. But hey, good for Monkey. You do still have a really nasty burst combo into a very squishy comp in Fez. You can find a collateral damage calling combo with like 2 people. They haven't do some work. They stun onto the Akali. She's dead. That's the book page is gone. That was always the worry. You can do that. All the pages in the Magi's suddenly very empty. Loosen Singularity. Sorry, Loosen Singularity. Final Spark. That's the name of the ultimate. Loosen Singularity is the E. Bad map read, yeah, a little bit. Was not expecting Nami there and gets tidal waved and dies. Oops. Monkey now bot side. Might get stunned wall hit by Baytram. There's a Keeper's Verdict and a step fast press. The Monkey can't leave. Flash, auto, phase rush. Oh, flash in from Elk. Just out of range for another auto there. Tried to stick in the smoke screen to give himself some safety from Baytram. Man, that was close. Had Nimbus Cloak speed up, but the phase rush on the other side too much from Baytram. That was nearly a good turnaround. Well, looks like we're getting an Atakan start by BLG. Elkanon in mid lane. Everything is normal, guys. Nothing weird is happening. Don't look at the Atakan. Interesting that a lot of the K OTP just goes Swifties. Interesting. Okay. I guess if you were going to rush boots, though, you'd go Berserkers. If you're going like boots second or third, then Swifties is fine. But I think because Elk went boots first, I can see that conversation. I can see that being the better option. But it's interesting, that one then. Just pro players slow to pick up itemization changes. That's also true. It's also true. So, you know, like, I'm happy to be proved wrong. I understand the thought process this game at the very least. So I don't think it's a bad choice, if that makes sense. If there was a slightly more optimal one, I would happily cede info on that one. In fairness, with these skill shots flying, not sure they have time to look at Atakan. Yeah, true that. Atakan was taken, of course, worth noting. And all of those beautiful blossoms go the way of Billy Gaming. Not Pilky Gaming, that's our team. Chat. Elk's gonna get a lot of time bot. Oh, that's a really fun trap, by the way. H1 spots that one out alongside the final spark from On. Doesn't quite hit anyone. 35 seconds on Dragon. It'll be soul point for BLG. Elk's still shoving. Oh my days, he's gonna get the inhibitor hit. Someone needs to come and stop him. Anyway, actually bot side Cube is in danger in a 1v2. Knight lands the rocket belt. Lands the shuriken flip after. Goes back in. Storm Surge comes on down and Yorick whacks him with the last rites. Elk is dead. Clearly there was some flashes blown from Vampire and Karis to secure that one. Didn't quite see how it all started, but looks like it's a full send from WE to kill off the Caitlyn. Baytron goes on forward. A little bit squishy there towards the full lethality Graves, who just procs you with a Dark Harvest proc. Poppy isn't that tanky. He's gone Sun to Sky and Shojin. Bin is now absolutely unreachable, though, on the other side, though. He just one-shot Annie. And there goes the inhibitor turret. Shows Elk how it's supposed to be done. Gonna turn on to Dragon here. Baytron's gonna walk on forwards. Keeper's verdict available. Knocks the Lucian away. Puts Monkey in a difficult spot. In comes the Shen, though. Beitwan in danger. Has to go away. Gets the dragon. Does get eviscerated, though. Down goes the Akali, picked up by Taeyun from across the wall. Beitwan looking to trade onto Vampire. Aqua Prison, though. In comes the ace in the hole. As Bin roams up from the work he did bot side to pick up Taeyun. And claims another. This one is looking all but over, isn't it? The Akali has no stacks in the Metros and does not give a damn. Bin has maybe stuck around a bit too much. So there's that replay on how the Annie died and just got revenge now in mid lane. Flash on forwards for the last rights queue. Mid lane tier 3 has fallen. The inhibitor has not. It's a bit of a banger, even though it's likely to be a 2-0. Yeah, okay. So this is what happened. Elk tried to jump away. Got caught mid 90 caliber net. And then thought he was out. Got shielded by On. And then there was a collateral damage from off vision downtown to claim his life. Bit aggrieved for Elk there. On will get chunked out really low. Baron, I think, might well be the side of WE's there. Bin's still dead for 7 seconds. They've got to play this 4v5. Knight looking for an angle on the other side. The tidal wave lands onto On. Elk in dangerous. Cube's gone in. Baron was stolen! Beitwan got in! Nah! Monkey flashes for an auto. Doesn't get the execute. And in a 4v5, they still lose the Baron? Vampire lands in Aqua Prison, but I think it should be the whole of WE going to jail. That was illegal. Wow. Well, the game's now over. WE flip it. They say they got the man advantage. They say, screw it. We've got damage. Let's try and make this work. And BLG were having none of it. A much cleaner game too. Hands checks in the mid game. Relentless in their pressure on the map. 1 or 2 members got caught. As we saw some glimpses of what WE's draft was supposed to do. But it never came for free, did it? Outside of 1 or 2 good plays mid lane, it really did fall apart. That was something. Game 1, they're going to have to look back on. Don't get me wrong. That was the heroics of Knight sparing some serious blushes. Game 2, much more astute. The Caitlyn Lux kept the Lucian Nami down really, really well. Played against the 2v3 super well. Knight absolutely fisted the Annie. Got brutalized in a side lane. Everywhere Knight turned up, death followed. Bin quietly off screen, taking turret after turret, was brutal. Want to see who the MVP gets to be this game. I think Beitwan might be in for a shout for it. He actually had a pretty good game. Knight, though, was pretty showy, wasn't he? Ought to do that spiel thing, shouldn't I? Oh, hello, folks. Initialise here. You had Nymaera on early today. Normally we cast together. We're trying to split the load a little today. Keep ourselves alive and functional going across a very long weekend. Oh, big stretch from me. God. Can't wait for Kate Lux to bring back Ash Hymener. Yeah, maybe. Brings back Kalista Varus, which brings back all the other ridiculous bot lanes that just seem to disappear for a second and then come right back again. Mecha. What do you... Mecha. With the Goromi emote as well. I mean, it's Kalista Draven a lot, actually. Yeah, it's true to that. But anyway, the LPL currently has no official broadcast. So it's all been co-streamed, like here. Also on LPL English, the likes of I Will Dominate, Kitty, and a few others as well. So it's really awesome to have all of these people in and around the place doing what they can to do awesome things to keep the LPL alive, and we do that here as well. So for those of you back home, please do hit the like button, the follow button on Twitch and YouTube. Please drop some comments on the YouTube as well if you want to. Consider supporting us on the Twitch, on YouTube as well. There are donation links and the rest of it. And if you've got a Prime sub, the Twitch channel is a wonderful place to donate it. There's some excellent emotes. It really helps support the grassroots scene of the LPL, as there is no official broadcast anymore, so we're reliant on community support to keep ourselves in business and afloat, basically. That means all of you helping fund our ability to keep casting. We've been really blessed by so many of you dropping subs, gifting subs, being involved in the community, getting stuck in the Discords as well. That's really awesome. There's a Discord. Please do come and join us. We're really, really blessed by this community. It's a really cool group of people, so please do come get stuck in. We'd love to have you in here. And for those of you who do feel like they've got that extra £5 in pocket, that coffee money to send over to us, it does really come out appreciated, as we put in a lot of work to the LPL, just the two of us, and all the love you can give us makes a massive, massive difference. So thank you very much for that. We're going to wait on the MVP, and then you know what? I might try and get a bit of a stream in myself. I'm not being very consistent at the minute, but that's partly because there's just been so much going on. But I only did the one series here, so I can probably get a couple solo queue games in. And go play some League. Start some placement matches or whatever. Watch a Guma go in on Draven with a Kalista is still an all-time highlight. It was very entertaining. Kalista support, hell yeah. See who the MVP is, and then I'll make sure my PC's loaded. We're ready to go. You got your Gragas skin the other day, Sam? Yeah, we did. We had some very interesting games on Gragas. We got better across the 3 games. Like, first game, I missed every flashy. It was very bad. Game 2 was better, but the lanes all fell apart. Game 3 was all right. They ended up surrendering. Apparently, I had to go collect the titles and stuff from a weird tab, though, so I'm going to go find where that is. Bum ba dum bum. I think I've got the skin now. No problem. Just waiting on MVP. Actually, can you see if you can hold on to it? I'll go set my PC up for a bit of a quick stream, because I've not had a chance to stream very much lately. Oh, I've not got a chance to set up the screen stuff, but there we go.
I didn't even have to cast for Vampire to lose. I didn't even need to cast. Yay. I mean, he was still the better support today.
Oh yeah.
I mean, game 2, On was better. Like, On was better in game 2, but like, yeah.
And like the thing is, I saw glimpses of what this draft from W was supposed to do, right? Like the tidal wave plus culling, Annie, collateral damage, pop everybody.
Like, the problem is, like, I just don't think you can play around Vampire not being on Gage. Like,
yeah.
he was fine on Nami today, but like he didn't really have that much of an impact. What you really need is Vampire and Monkey roaming around as a dual gank squad together. Like, and I think the problem is now, teams are finding like ways to ban out certain picks, like some of the globals, whatever. And like in this game,
it's Karis who has to engage, who's getting hard diffed by Knight. Like, Knight is just not human. I genuinely think it's much like last MSI, where Knight is clearly, for me, top tier mid. I don't know whether he's second. He might be, actually. He could be top 2.
He's up there, for sure. I want to see him against
however, like, if you think about last MSI, Knight was clearly second best mid in the world, which people conveniently forget, by the way, because Chovy was on
Unreal, yeah.
He might have had the highest difference between first player to second player in role and globally that we've seen in the modern era, probably since
season 3 was?
Well, since Faker's eras, yeah. No, in the world, enjoyed. I think Knight is fucking great. And thank you so much, Sam, for taking on the third series. Thanks a lot. Well, but yeah, the thing is, like, Knight, I think, is the only player in LPL that can contest for best of the world. You have a Nymaera sign? You're gonna have at the JDG top? Are you kidding me?
What?
Omar, are you kidding?
What is this?
Omar's gonna be in the JDG arena tomorrow and has a Nymaera.
That's cool.
Baytron gets MVP as well. Are you kidding me? That's really sweet. Honestly, that is really sweet. I mean, look, Baytron had a very good early game as well. I think Knight has been fucking robbed. Like, did we not watch the same game from Knight, folks? Did we not watch the same game from Knight? Like, are we kidding? Holy crap. I'll share some pics in Discord. That's very sweet of you, Omar. Thank you. Yeah, and thank everyone for joining us in chat as well. Obviously, we don't do this without you guys. Like, we hope you enjoy. Well, I say that. Like, if you're around, I'm going to assume you're enjoying it a little bit, which is, you know, satisfying for us at least. But yeah, Sam's going to be streaming in just a bit, so we'll send you over to his stream. We'll have him on an international broadcast. Yeah, hell yeah, let's go. I'd like to. I'm not on MSI, but hey, let's hope for fingers crossed for Worlds. Always forget to click the Discord link. Oh yeah, by the way, folks, if you're on Nivea chat, I know this doesn't appear there, nor does it appear even on my YouTube chat. Actually, what the hell? Why the fuck? God damn it! I should have gone to mid. But yeah, if you'd like to chat more LPL, either on my Twitter, which is Nymaera, or on my it also comes up in chat on Twitch. You can find my Discord links. Yeah, and you can go chat about stuff there. Chinese casters are right for us. Let's go. Yeah, no, I'd love to be on Worlds. I think Worlds is in China, right? And I've already been out the other ones, so I'd love to go again. Worlds Nymaera will be right. I mean, I couldn't possibly tell you to do anything, but yeah. Casters both voted for Knight. Let's fucking go. I mean, Baytron was really good, but like that game was unplayable because Knight diffed Karis so hard that the engage was just ridiculous. Alright, we'll get the interview and Sam will be setting up a stream soon. Yeah, hopefully Mecca.
大家好，我是 BLG Elk。
哇，也是用陕西话跟我们打了个招呼啊！我们掌声再次欢迎 Elk 好不好？所以每一次回到西安打比赛，对你来说会有什么特别的感受吗？
说实话，这出来了这几年，感觉在西安。
Time for us to say yes, at least he's starting now. So I'll go send you guys. I'll go send you guys over to Sam because
就是每次一回来就感觉非常的熟悉。
这里也是 Elk 职业生涯梦开始的地方啊。那赢下了这场比赛 ，BLG 也在最近取得了5连胜，非常好的一个成绩。Elk， 你觉得这个5连胜
？I'll keep an eye for you. Of course we will. Of course we will.
我觉得1-4连胜会让整个队伍还有选手其实状态会越来越好吧。
Okay, right. If you're on YouTube, folks, well, whatever, we can leave on the interview.
其实相当于我们5月份是重新开始嘛，但是我们在走到现在，就是我觉得都是结果非常的好。
赢会带来更多心态上的自信。聊到今天比赛内的问题，今天在第1局啊，中期有点军事和焦灼，然后你们是在31分钟的时候果断选择去 rush 大龙来逼团。
Yeah, I will get Hydra. Thank you.
太棒，那一波团战大家的决策和沟通是怎么去做的？
因为第1局在第3条小龙和第4条小龙的时候，就感觉我们还是掉点了，然后团战没打起来，然后就相当于我们前期优势其实就被对面一直抓回去了嘛。然后但是对面想一波的时候就被我们抓住了，然后我们也觉得就是不能让他们回家，然后我们要 all in 大龙，然后就打起来了。
抓机会的能力真的很强。那
posture check, I can do posture check.
表现也非常的亮眼。这个赛段8-1的成绩
，Okay, folks.
其实这个英雄
Well, Sam will let me know when he's live.
只有48%，而你
Well, Sam's live. Okay, folks. If you're on Twitch, you'll head over to Sam now, and if you're on YouTube, thank you for joining us today, and we'll catch you tomorrow. See you in a bit, folks. Cheers.